Chapter 1144. From the 9th floor onwards, the number of swordsmen was maintained at 1,000, and it was the same for the 28th floor. On this floor, the swordsman's sword domain had already surpassed Yi Chen's, reaching the intermediate stage of the 5th level. Every time Yi Chen stabbed out, he would encounter endless resistance and twisting power. After killing 44 swordsmen, Yi Chen was stabbed in the heart and throat by the 45th and 46th swordsmen respectively. Level 28 failed. The influence of the sword domain on one's strength is too great. Yi Chen's sword art was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than the swordsman on the 28th floor, and his sword Dao realm was also much higher than theirs. However, in front of a stronger sword domain, Yi Chen's sword art could only display 1% of its power, which was completely below his standard. In the void outside the sword world, Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the ground while the scenes from before replayed in his mind. 3 days later, Yi Chen entered the sword realm again. Yi Chen quickly arrived at the 28th floor after overcoming all the obstacles along the way. In the sword world, Zheng Yuan couldn't be released, so they could only fight at close range. This made it so that only a dozen or so swordsmen could get close to Yi Chen every time. The others could only stand behind. Ding ding dang dang. Sparks flew everywhere. Yi Chen, who was holding 2 swords in his hands, cast aside all distracting thoughts and focused all his attention on dealing with the swordsman rushing towards him. The 2 swords in his hands were like twisted rays of light, constantly stabbing the swordsman's body. With the instant sword domain, he could at least hold on for a while, even if the opponent's sword domain was a level higher than his. 45th place. 52nd. 78th place. The 100th. After killing a total of 100 swordsmen, Yi Chen was killed by a flurry of swords, doubling his battle record. In the land of nothingness, Yi Chen's comprehension grew deeper and deeper. Millions of sword arts flashed through his mind, and in the end, only the most essential part remained. This part could no longer be called a sword art, but a kind of origin. To be more direct, it was the origin of sword Dao. And the origin of sword Dao was the foundation of sword domain. 155. 198th. 242. 299. The third time he came to the 28th level of the sword world, Yi Chen seemed to have the help of the gods as he killed one swordsman after another. When he killed the 299th swordsman, Yi Chen revealed a flaw. This flaw was discovered by the 300th swordsman, who stabbed over with a sword light. It might have been a moment, or it might have been a year. Countless sword cries rang out around Yi Chen. The sword of the 300th swordsman missed its target and brushed past Yi Chen's neck. Puff! Without any hesitation, Yi Chen thrust his sword through the man's heart. 5th level sword domain. Under the boundless pressure, Yi Chen successfully broke through, and his sword domain rose from the early stage of the 5th level to the mid-stage of the 5th level. His comprehension of the laws of the sword had improved a step further, and coupled with the profundities of space, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Puff, 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 puff. At the same cultivation level, Yi Chen displayed a suppressive aura. If one came, he would kill one, and if 2 came, he would kill 2. There was no one who could withstand a single exchange. The might of his sword technique also started to show. The 999th. The 1000th. Finally, Yi Chen passed through the 28th floor and arrived at the 29th floor. The sword artist of the 29th floor was at the late stage of the 5th level. This time, Yi Chen only managed to kill 9 sword artists before failing. The sword artist of the 29th floor was simply too powerful. Not only did his sword domain surpass Yi Chen's, the disparity in other aspects was also shrinking. He was much stronger than the sword artist of the 28th floor. After a week, Yi Chen's kill count on the 29th floor had increased to 30. His improvement was extremely small, and it would be hard for him to make any more gains in the remaining half of the month. Time to go back. Tearing open the void, Yi Chen returned to the Falling Dust Sword sect. At this moment, many peak forces of Elysium were in a turbulent period. Everyone was fighting for a quota to enter the outside world. Some relied on their connections, and some lustful women. However, the initiator of all this did not care about these trivial matters, as he was enjoying a rare moment of peace. In a luxurious and comfortable bedroom, Yichen was lying on the bed with Murong Qingqing in his arms. His left hand went through the latter's armpit, pinching that astonishing softness from time to time. Yichen, when did you eat Sister Jing? Murong Qingqing was 1 year older than Su Jing. Ever since Yichen left, the two had been calling each other sisters. Aren't you jealous? Yichen smiled. If you were an ordinary person, I would be jealous. At their realm, their thinking was not the same as ordinary people. As long as she liked Yichen, and Yichen liked her, nothing else mattered. On the contrary, she hoped to have a sister to accompany her. After all, Yichen was busy with his own matters most of the time, and his goal was to reach the peak of Sword Dao. After a few years, we should have a child. As he spoke, Yichen entered Murong Qingqing's body once again. Senior sister, how's the quota for Dragon God's Celestial Palace going? In the palace master's bedroom, Yichen walked in with a faint smile. About 70 to 80%. Dragon God's Celestial Palace was the same as Fallen Dust Sword Sect, also having a quota of 100,000. Standing up, Su Jing poured a cup of tea for Yichen. Putting down the cup, Yichen grabbed her hand and made her sit on his lap. Su Jing was somewhat flustered. After struggling a few times, she stopped moving. Her breathing became a bit hurried, and her chest, which was wrapped in white clothes, heaved up and down, looking especially alluring. Lightly hugging Su Jing, Yichen pulled her face and kissed her. After a moment, Su Jing went from passive to active. Her hands wrapped around Yichen's nape, her eyes closed. The entanglement of tongues clearly couldn't satisfy Yichen. Standing up, Yichen carried Su Jing to the bed. On this day, the two of them were immersed in passion. On the soft and smooth bed, red plum blossoms dotted the two snow-white figures entangled together, making one's mouth dry and tongue thirsty. The next morning, the passion subsided, and the two embraced. Su Jing's skin was as smooth as silk. Yichen couldn't bear to part with it. I suddenly want to see the outside world. Enduring Yichen's caress, Su Jing said. Yichen smiled and said, What's so difficult about that? We can go now. Sister Jing. Seeing Su Jing, Murong Qingqing revealed a vague smile. The latter had just become a wife, and the change in her temperament was quite obvious in Murong Qingqing's eyes. Sensing the meaning in Murong Qingqing's gaze, Su Jing's face turned red. Sister Jing, doing that must be very comfortable, right? Following behind Yichen, Murong Qingqing deliberately teased Su Jing. How could Su Jing be Murong Qingqing's opponent? She stuttered and didn't have the aura of a peerless king. In front, Yichen smiled. After passing through the dead end, the three arrived at the real universe. This is the outside world. Murong Qingqing and Su Jing took a deep breath. Here, they could feel the vastness and boundlessness of the universe. The laws of the universe weren't as obvious as in Elysium, but they were more lofty and untouchable by mortals. Apart from that, the space here was too stable, and the spatial ripples were very subtle. With their strength, it was hard for them to capture the pattern of the spatial ripples. Finally, the Zhenyuan within their bodies started to stir. In Elysium, due to the restrictions of the laws, one could only cultivate to the third layer of life and death realm. After reaching the third layer, one wouldn't be able to break through to the fourth layer even if they cultivated for another 1,000 years. Moreover, there wasn't that much time for them to cultivate. In Elysium, the lifespan of a king was only 1,000 years. However, the universe was different. The moment they passed through the dead end, their lifespan suddenly rose from 1,000 years to 100,000 years, giving them the aura of immortality. 100,000 years, 100 times lifespan. Murong Qingqing sighed. Yichen said, The universe is vast and boundless. 100,000 years is but a blink of an eye for the universe. Only by becoming a true god can one be eternal. A true god transcended the universe and reached a whole new level. Could Elysium be a world created by a true god? Su Jing asked. Yichen muttered. It's quite possible. As far as I know, ninth layer life and death supremes are far from having the ability to create a small world. I'm afraid only true gods have this ability. How much power was required to create and maintain a small world? Yichen couldn't guess, and he couldn't guess, because it was beyond his imagination. At the very least, he would need to become a ninth layer life and death supremes to see some clues. Chapter 1145. A month passed quickly, and the quota of 3 million was decided. Fallen Dust Sword Sect had 100,000. Dragon God Celestial Palace had 100,000. Murong family had 50,000. And Mysterious Sect had 100,000. There were too many life and death kings in True Spirit World, and each of them had their own families and sections. On average, some king families and sects could only bring 1,000 or 2,000 people out of True Spirit World, and the most was 20,000. Of course, this was the first time. Once Fallen Dust Sword Sect developed in the future, organizing a huge fleet wouldn't be a problem. After all, a large-scale king-grade warship only cost 30 to 40,000 yuan stones. 10,000 of them would only cost 3 to 400 million, and 10,000 of them would be enough to organize 3 large fleets. Among the 100,000 people of Fallen Dust Sword Sect, 15,000 were the core strength of the sect. The lowest cultivation base was Astral Reaching Realm, while the highest was Life and Death Realm. Dragon God Celestial Palace and Fallen Dust Sword Sect were similar, and so was Mysterious Sect. Adding Murong family, the core strength of the 4 powers reached 55,000, and the rest were basically family members. On the Phantom, the luxurious hall was packed with people. As a small Emperor-class warship, the Phantom could only carry about 500 people. Any more, and it would be too crowded. The Phantom's hall could only hold about 100 people at most. The interior of the Phantom was not only beautiful, but also luxurious. Just extreme-grade wines alone, he had collected more than 100 kinds, and extreme-grade fruits 40 kinds. In addition, he had also collected a lot of high-grade image recording crystals, which could record real images, such as the movements of beauties and battles between powerful warriors. The higher the grade, the longer the recording time, and the clearer the images would be. This way, everyone could drink and eat fruits while watching the images. The journey wouldn't be so boring. This kind of life is truly enjoyable. Yi Xian sighed in admiration. Yi Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. You only know how to enjoy life. On the Phantom were all people close to Yi Chen, such as the direct descendants of Yi family, and the upper echelons of Fallen Dust Sword Sect, Murong Qingqing and the direct descendants of Murong family, Su Jing and the upper echelons of Dragon God Celestial Palace, Xianhou, Yan Qingxian, Yan Fengfeng, and other upper echelons of Mysterious Sect. Of course, there were also the 6,000 Arrow King. Isn't life about enjoyment? Without enjoyment, who would be willing to struggle? Yi Xian refuted his sister. Yi Tianhao laughed and scolded. You think you're right? Wait until you become a life and death king, then it won't be too late. A family without a life and death king was bound to be unable to develop for a long time. Yi family only had one Yi Chen, and it would be even better if they could have one more. However, Yi Tianhao was not in a hurry. He believed that under Yi Chen's lead, the Fallen Dust Sword Sect and Yi family would have more and more life and death kings. Moreover, with Yi Xian's talent, even if he could not become a life and death king now, he would become one in the future. Sigh, I don't know when it will be. Yi Xian also wanted to become a life and death king. Unfortunately, with his talent, becoming a life and death king within 100 years would already be quite good. He would most likely be more than 100 years old, and by then he would already look like a middle-aged man. After all, Sea of Souls realm warriors could only live for 300 years, and 100 years was equivalent to half of their lifespan. Don't worry. With your big brother here, even if you have no hope of entering life and death realm, there will still be hope. After a month of interaction, Myriad Arrow King's group of 6 had become familiar with Yi Chen's family. The one who spoke was Lu Di. Lu Wenjie nodded. Right. The universe is boundless, and some secret realms have a kind of life and death fruit. This fruit can help Sea of Souls realm warriors break through to life and death realm. Life and death fruit was extremely famous. The family members of powerful warriors were not necessarily all geniuses. If one didn't want their family to die before them, they could buy a life and death fruit to extend their family's lifespan to 100,000 years. Unfortunately, life and death fruit was priceless. Once one appeared, it would be immediately snatched away. Hiring a group of adventurer kings to search for life and death fruit would be more practical. At worst, he would just have to pay a bit more. Yi Chen glanced at Yi Xian and said, "Everything depends on oneself. Life and death fruit is not the best choice. After taking a life and death fruit, one's life would be no big deal. At most, one's lifespan would be a bit longer." In Yi Chen's opinion, Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao were completely capable of breaking through to life and death realm. Taking a life and death fruit would be putting the cart before the horse. In the future, they would certainly regret it. Rather than regret it in the future, it was better to work hard now. As for his father and mother, Yi Chen indeed planned to give them 2 life and death fruits. How could he bear to see his parents grow old day by day, and eventually return to dust? Of course, life and death fruit was not that easy to obtain. It depended on luck. In this world, if 100 people wanted a life and death fruit, only 1 or 2 could obtain one. So powerful. On the opposite wall of the hall, a recording crystal was broadcasting a battle. Both sides were titled monarchs. One was called Misthorn Emperor, and the other was Great Blade Emperor. Misthorn Emperor was a titled monarch of the Greenman race, and Great Blade Emperor was a titled monarch of the human race. The battle between the two was extremely intense, and the spectators were mesmerized by it. Yi Chen, who won in the end? Morong Qingqing asked. Yi Chen drank a mouthful of wine and said, "Guess. It should be Great Blade Emperor, although he's currently at a disadvantage." Su Jing guessed. Yi Chen nodded and said, "Right. Great Blade Emperor is very famous among titled monarchs. His specialty is very obvious. Either he doesn't use his full strength, or when he does, it will be a fatal blow." Just as Yi Chen's voice faded, Great Blade Emperor chopped off Misthorn Emperor's head. Misthorn Emperor couldn't even make a comeback, and died in a short while. This kind of recording crystal was very popular in the universe, and its price was extremely high. Yi Chen had collected more than 100 of them with great difficulty. At first, everyone was a bit curious about the life on Phantom. But as time passed, everyone got used to it, and they would only go to the hall for entertainment once every 10 days to half a month. Yi Chen, Morong Qingqing, and Su Jing lived in the most spacious room on Phantom. This room was about 7 meters wide and 15 meters long, and there was a bathing pool several meters wide. Opposite the bathing pool was a transparent crystal. Through the crystal, one could see the scenery outside. However, since they were currently traveling through space, there was nothing to see. In the bathing pool, Yi Chen was bathing alone. As for Su Jing and Morong Qingqing, they were both cultivating. They were almost 50 years old, and the God trial field would open again the year after next. They planned to break through to the 4th layer before then. Only then would they have a chance to enter the top 10 of the Heavenly King list, and enter the God Paradise. Otherwise, their progress would undoubtedly be much slower than the members of the Paradise. Fortunately, the two's foundation was very stable. Not to mention the year after next, they might break through to the 4th layer this year. As for their martial skills, they were both very high-ranked. Desolate Star had given them an opportunity to advance by leaps and bounds. This was their advantage, and also the key to entering the top 10 of the Heavenly King list. In the luxurious room next door, Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing were hugging each other as they lay on the soft bed. "I really didn't expect that we would have such a day. This is simply a godlike life," Yi Tianhao said with great satisfaction. Shen Yuqing hugged her husband's neck and smiled. "Yeah, without Chener, our Yi family would only be one of the 8 great families of Windy Nation. South Ridra region would be nothing, not to mention the entire Elysium of True Spirit continent. Right now, we wouldn't be living on the priceless Emperor-grade battleship, and heading to the center of the human race. Although Thousand Arrow King and the other 5 were on the Phantom, they had also contributed their Heavenly King-grade battleship. In a room on Zhang Yinin's small Heavenly King-grade battleship, a familiar woman was living there. It was Ji Xueyan. Ji Xueyan was a bit at a loss. She was very surprised that she could leave Elysium. Not only her, but her Ji family also had a quota of 1,000 people. Although she didn't know the specific reason, it was definitely related to the Yi family. Yi Chen's mother and her mother had been like sisters for a long time. Later on, because of her marriage with Yi Chen, their relationship had become somewhat weaker, and they rarely visited each other. However, Shen Yuqing hadn't forgotten about the Ji family. After all, it was a matter of many years ago. With her status as Yi Chen's mother, it would be easy for her to get a quota of 1,000 people. Of course, Yi Chen was also aware of this. Days passed, and the phantom got closer and closer to Vermilion Bird Starfield. Chapter 1146. Chen, tell us about Flame Star. What's the difference between the cities there and Elysium cities? As they approached Vermilion Bird Star region, Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing were somewhat apprehensive. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to properly manage Flame Flower City. After all, Vermilion Bird Star region was not Elysium. Any life star here had tens of thousands of life and death kings. Flame Star was a third-grade life star, so there were bound to be a lot of life and death kings. Pouring wine for his parents, Yi Chen said, "Father, Mother, it's actually not as complicated as you think. The cities on life stars admittedly have a lot of life and death kings, but compared to Elysium, they are much more orderly. Firstly, the city masters are basically titled monarchs or have the strength of titled monarchs. If they want to cause trouble, the consequences will be very severe. Secondly, the cities on life stars are covered with countless restrictive arrays. Using force inside is very restricted, and once the energy ripples reach a certain level, the city master's mansion will immediately sense it. Thirdly, there are city guards inside the cities. As one of the main cities of Flame Star, Flame Flower City has millions of city guards, and the middle and high-ranking officers are all life and death kings. If there's anything troublesome, just leave it to them. You can also put it aside temporarily and wait for my return." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Tianhao faintly nodded. There seemed to be no problem indeed. He then asked, "Chen, can Flame Flower City really earn millions of yuan stones a year?" He was already very clear about the value of yuan stones. 1 yuan stone was equivalent to more than 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones. A few million a year was simply an astronomical figure. This was simply unimaginable to him in the past. Yi Chen laughed. "It will only be more, not less." In the universe, the gap between the rich and the poor was huge. The majority of families and sects could only belong to the middle class. Families with cities were the upper class. Once one entered the upper class, as long as nothing unexpected happened, the family would undoubtedly become more and more powerful, and prosper for 100,000 years or even longer. On the other hand, the middle-class families and sects might decline after 10 or 20,000 years. One batch would fall, and another batch would rise, and so on. A few million in 1 year, a few 100 million in 100 years. My Yi family and the Falling Dust Sword sect will certainly become more and more glorious. The number of life and death kings will surpass 100 in no time. No matter who it was, they all needed resources to cultivate. Even Yi Chen had consumed a huge amount of resources since he rose to power. It could be said that whoever had more resources would have more experts in the future. This was a positive development. Of course, there was also a difference in the quality of experts. Only those with high talent and comprehension could walk ahead of everyone else. Currently, the Yi family only had one life and death king, Yi Chen. The Falling Dust Sword sect, including the Yi family, had 6 life and death kings: Yi Chen, Yi Chen's 4 disciples, and Zhang Haoren. In Elysium, the Fallen Dust Sword sect was already one of the top sections. But in the universe it was still too immature. They needed enough life and death kings. After all, a single person's energy was limited, and they couldn't do everything by themselves. "Master, with my strength, how far do you think I need to enter the Sky King list?" Lung Xinghan suddenly asked Yi Chen. Yi Chen turned his head to look at Lung Xinghan. "No rush. With your current strength, it's still too difficult. Wait until this god trial is over, and the next one, you'll definitely be able to do it." How could he not know Lung Xinghan's thoughts? But for Lung Xinghan it was still too early. He was only at the 2nd sky of life and death realm. Even if he could reach the 3rd sky in a year or two, his strength would still be far behind Deguju Chuzhongtian and the rest. Even Deguju Chuzhongtian and the rest had to work hard, not to mention him. The next one. Lung Xinghan lowered his head. Yi Chen frowned and said, "Xinghan, being impetuous is a big taboo. Advancing bravely is a good thing, but it doesn't mean you can ignore your foundation. Only with a good foundation will you be able to charge forward fiercely in the future." Sharpening a knife will not delay the work of cutting firewood. You should understand this logic. Participating in the God trial was open to anyone below the age of 50, including Lung Xinghan. However, Yi Chen was sure that Lung Xinghan would not be able to participate in the first round of the trial. On the God Star, he would be crushed by the powerful gravity. There was no need for him to participate at all. Junior brother, you are already very powerful. We have just arrived, so it's more important for us to experience the life here first. Dong Fengbai was a bit more mature than Lung Xinghan, as he said. Among the 4 great disciples, although Lung Xinghan was the most talented and had the greatest achievements so far, it did not mean that Lung Xinghan would have the greatest achievements in the future. Dong Fengbai's temperament was the steadiest, and he was indifferent to both praise and humiliation. In this aspect, he was stronger than Lung Xinghan. The path of the sword was filled with trials and tribulations. Not only did it test one's talent and comprehension, but it also tested one's temperament. If one's temperament was not up to standard, one would take many detours in the future. In Yi Chen's heart, Dong Fengbai was the most promising. Lung Xinghan was slightly lacking. Of course, this was only temporary. Perhaps in the future, Lung Xinghan would truly mature. An Emperor-class warship was 9 times faster than a King-class warship, and 3 times faster than a Heavenly Monarch warship. For months passed after departing from Elysium, Phantom and Dijianghao finally arrived at the Vermilion Bird starfield. Another week passed, and they arrived at Flame Star. We're here. Phantom and Dijianghao appeared from the void, entered Flame Star's atmosphere, and flew toward Flame Flower City. The powerful atmospheric resistance caused the 2 warships' speed to decrease sharply, and their scarlet tails were incomparably dazzling. The warships slowly stopped at the City Lord's Manor's welcoming plaza, and everyone walked out. This is Flame Flower City's City Lord's Manor? Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao looked around curiously. So many array formations and restrictions. Zhang Haoran sensed the fluctuations of the array formations and restrictions. He was certain that even if he went all out, he would not be able to cause too much damage to the City Lord's Manor. There were countless array formations and restrictions here. Some were large and some were small. They were connected to each other, and the slightest change would affect the rest. They were extremely intricate. City Lord. The Rose King walked out of the hall. Rose King, you've worked hard during this period, Yi Chen said. The Rose King said, don't mention it. It's my duty. Let me introduce you. These are my father and mother. In the future, my father will be managing Flame Flower City on my behalf. If there's anything you need, just tell him. Your subordinate understands. The Rose King nodded. Father, mother, the Rose King is the Deputy City Lord of Flame Flower City. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask the Rose King. She will tell you. Yi Chen turned around and said to Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing. If the Yi family and the Fallout Sword sect wanted to control Flame Flower City, they still needed the help of the local Rose King. Therefore, Yi Chen would not deprive the Rose King of her position as the Deputy City Lord. Of course, there was more than one Deputy City Lord. The Rose King was the second Deputy City Lord, and his father, Yi Tianhao, was the first Deputy City Lord. After 4 months of travel, Su Jing, Morong Qingcheng, and the others showed signs of a breakthrough. Yi Chen gave each of them 100 million yuan stones, and told them to cultivate in the City Lord's Manor. The next day Yi Chen, the Thousand Arrows King, and the others rushed to the military planet Gold Armor Planet. Gold Armor Star Armor Soldier City. Secret Magic Tower. The Secret Magic Tower had 7 floors. The first floor could be entered by any soldier. The second floor required 10,000 contribution points. The third floor required 100,000. The fourth 1 million, the fifth 10 million, the sixth 100 million, and the seventh 1 billion. After spending 1 billion yuan stones, Yi Chen exchanged for 1 billion contribution points. He planned to go to the 6th floor, and exchange for an Emperor-grade soul defense secret technique. However, he found out that if one wanted to enter the 6th floor of the secret technique pagoda, not only would one need enough army contribution points, one would also need a certain military rank. Only great generals or 4-star purple gold rank commanders and above could enter the 6th floor of the secret technique pagoda. As for the 7th floor, only marshals were qualified. Arriving at the purple gold rank commander testing area, Yi Chen started the second test. In front of Emperor Scarsteel, Yi Chen took a deep breath and slashed with his sword. Puff! Stone fragments flew everywhere, and the sword mark was 4 inches deep. 4 star. 4 star. 4 star. 4 star. Many observers were dumbfounded. They looked at Yi Chen as if they were looking at a monster. Currently, there was not a single 4-star purple gold rank commander in the entire human race. Who would have thought that one would appear today? Secret Magic Tower's 6th floor. There were not many secret techniques here. With a rough look, there were only about 100 secret techniques. There were less than 10 soul defense secret techniques, which were very rare. Chapter 1147. Primordial Spirit Armor. Soul River. Crystal Soul. Vajra Primordial Spirit. Soul Ring. There were a total of 9 Emperor-grade soul defense secret arts. The Primordial Spirit Armor was an armor constructed from soul power to protect the soul. It was equivalent to a warrior wearing an armor to protect the body. The soul defense was very strong and could resist some powerful soul attacks. The most important thing was the quality. Soul River was the opposite of Primordial Spirit Armor. It diluted the soul power, and formed a wide soul river outside the soul, which could resist soul attacks layer by layer. It was like an arrow shot into a river. The lower it went, the weaker it became. By the time it reached the bottom, it would be powerless. Crystal Soul was similar to Primordial Spirit Armor, but it emphasized on the soul's strength. Its cultivation requirements were higher than Primordial Spirit Armor, and its final effect varied from person to person. As for Vajra Primordial Spirit, it required extremely high comprehension. For those with low comprehension, they might not have any accomplishments even after hundreds or thousands of years, wasting their time. Of course, once successfully cultivated, it would be extremely frightening. Even soul attacks stronger than Vajra Primordial Spirit soul defense might not be able to penetrate it. Finally, there was Soul Ring. Soul Ring required the highest army contribution points, reaching 800 million. Naturally, in terms of soul defense, Soul Ring could look down on the other 8 Emperor-grade soul defense secret arts. Soul Ring had 7 realms in total. With each realm, the Soul Ring would have 1 more ring. The first ring would be red, the second orange, the third yellow, the fourth green, the fifth cyan, the sixth blue, and the 7th purple. Generally speaking, one could cultivate a green soul ring, and their soul defense would be no weaker than ordinary Emperor-grade soul defense secret arts. Cultivating a cyan soul ring would allow Yi Chen to ignore the soul attacks of several tens of thousands of ordinary kings. Blue soul ring had a special ability, which was to absorb different kinds of soul power to replenish one's own soul ring. For example, it could convert the enemy's soul attack into pure soul power and replenish the blue soul ring. In this way, the consumption of soul power would be reduced to the minimum, allowing one to persist for a longer time. The highest realm was Purple Soul Ring. This soul ring was not limited to defense. If a soul attack was not strong enough, it would collapse before it could even approach. It was incomparably tyrannical. When all 7 soul rings were complete, one's soul defense would reach a frightening level. As for how powerful it was, one would have to personally experience it to know. Without much consideration, Yi Chen directly chose Soul Ring. Only Yi Chen had reached the rank of a 4-star Violet Gold Commander. It could be said that Yi Chen's current status was equivalent to that of a great general, incomparably noble. Correspondingly, the treatment of 4-star Purple Gold rank commanders had greatly increased. A 3-star Purple Gold Commander could become a City Lord of a rank 3 life planet, while a 4-star Purple Gold Commander could become a City Lord of a rank 4 life planet. It was normal for a powerful Thear-cranked monarch to own a few cities. Although Yi Chen was not a Thear-cranked monarch, he was stronger than a Thear-cranked monarch. After all, his potential was much stronger than most Thear-cranked monarchs. However, Yi Chen did not plan on obtaining another city for the time being, even if it was the main city of a level 4 life planet. A single person's energy was limited, and he did not want to waste it on these things. Furthermore, he did not have enough manpower, so he could not manage 2 main cities. Every main city was not simple, and there were many different powers. If he managed them himself, it would naturally be very easy. However, if he let the Dreamfall Sword sect and the Yi family manage them, it would be hard to avoid mistakes. In reality, when Yi Chun had chosen Flame Flower City, he had not considered it for himself, but for the Dreamfall Sword sect and the Yi family. He wanted to find a place for the Dreamfall Sword sect and the Yi family to settle down. Now that he had a place to settle down, he could slowly develop it. In any case, Yi Chun did not care about the millions of yuan stones a city earned every year. With the yuan stone pool, no matter how fast his wealth was consumed, he would be able to replenish it with 100 million yuan stones every year. 100 million yuan stones was equivalent to the income of a level 3 main city for dozens of years. Of course, this was mainly because Yi Chun did not have the energy, and his faction was not strong enough. Once his faction was strong enough, Yi Chun would not mind owning a few more cities. For example, he was a 4-star purple gold rank commander, so he could actually become the city lord of 4 main cities. A level 1 life planet, a level 2 life planet, a level 3 life planet, and a level 4 life planet. Right now he only had 1 level 3 life planet, Flame Flower City. Flame City was one of the main cities of the Flame Star. If the Yi family and the Dreamfall Sword sect wanted to completely digest it, it would take at least dozens of years. Controlling a place was not just about martial power. Martial power was a bad thing, and governing power was the best. Every aspect, big or small, had to be perfectly coordinated. Instead of going to the Black Tortoise Ruins, Yi Chun returned to the Flame Star Flower City. Su Jing and Murong Qingqing were both training hard, wishing that they could turn one day into 2. At the moment, they needed to increase their cultivation base to the 4th sky of life and death realm as soon as possible. With enough time, they would be able to focus on the selfless realm. Currently, Su Jing had only refined 20% of the beast factor, and Murong Qingqing had only reached the late 1st level of the selfless realm. These were their disadvantages. In order to help them make breakthroughs in a short time, Yi Chun asked around and found out that there was a mysterious gravity star 1 light-year away from the Flame Star. The gravity of the mysterious gravity star was very powerful, equivalent to 1,000th to 100th of a white dwarf star. It was very suitable for consolidating one's foundation and breaking through to the next realm. Immediately, Yi Chun sent Su Jing and Murong Qingqing to the mysterious gravity star, telling them to find a secluded place to train. Additionally, he gave each of them a peak small Heavenly King grade battleship. His father, Yi Tianhao, had already gained a basic understanding of the power distribution of the Flame Flower City. With the help of the Rose King, he began to officially manage the city, preparing to turn it into the headquarters of the Falling Dust Sword sect and the Yi family. As for the original overlord of the Flame Flower City, the Zhao family had already started to relocate their entire family. It was not that they did not have other intentions, but when they found some titled monarchs to help them, they immediately changed their minds after learning that Yi Chun was a purple gold commander. Offending a purple gold commander with a bright future for the sake of the Zhao family was very unwise. Moreover, Yi Chun was not a 1 or 2-star purple gold commander, but a 3-star purple gold commander. Whether they could defeat him or not was still unknown. They still did not know that Yi Chun had already become a 4-star purple gold commander. Otherwise, their expressions would be even more interesting. There were not many people in the first batch to come to Flame Flower City, only 5 or 6,000 people. The Falling Dust Sword sect and the Yi family had not all arrived, and they were still on the way. Among this batch of people, there were a few hundred people from the Elixir King Island. As Yan Jianhui's grandfather, the Spirit Alchemy King had a good relationship with Yi Chun. He had asked for a quota of 50,000 people. These few hundred people were the vanguard and the rest were also on the way. The Spirit Alchemy King planned to establish a school in Flame Flower City that focused on alchemists, just like the Elixir King Island. Naturally, this could not be done without the help of the Fallen Dust Sword sect and the Yi family. Of course, this was also a good thing for the Fallen Dust Sword sect and the Yi family. The two complemented each other, and their development would be even faster. Xianhe was already over 50 years old, so she could not enter the God Paradise. However, she did not care. The universe was very big, and there were many opportunities. Although the god paradise was the best choice, it was not the only choice. She did not have much ambition, and only planned to establish a mysterious school in Flameflower City. She would leave it to Yan Fengfeng to manage. As for herself, she would go on adventures everywhere, living a life where the four seas were her home. Yichen admired Xuanho's carefree attitude very much. He believed that with Xuanho's talent, there would be a place for her in the vast universe. Seeing that the Fallen Dust Sword sect and the Yi family were on the right track in Flameflower City, Yichen relaxed. From now on he would not need to worry and waste his energy. Your battleship can only be returned to you in the future. On the god ship, Yichen apologized to the Thousand Arrow King and the other 5. Their Heavenly King battleship was still on the way, and it would still take more than half a year to reach Flameflower City. As for the King battleship, it would take even longer, more than 2 years. However, these battleships were Elysiums, so Yichen had changed the exterior of the battleship to a different color. Although they were still demons battleships, as long as they reached Planet Flame, it would be fine. No worries, we are not in a hurry to use them anyway. The Thousand Arrow King smiled. The god ship entered the god paradise, and the 6 disembarked. There were still 2 months before entering the high-rank hunting grounds, and Yichen had plenty of shimbi. He planned to cultivate his soul ring in the Tower of Time. With the time ratio being 1:1, 2 months would be 200 months, which was close to 20 years. He should be able to make some progress. Chapter 1148. Of the 7 realms of Soul Ring, the first 3 realms were very easy for Yichen. After 3 days in the outside world and 300 days in the Tower of Time, Yichen reached the Yellow Soul Ring realm. Outside his soul sea, there were 3 different colored soul rings protecting him. They were red, orange, and yellow respectively, and they looked magnificent and magnificent. However, in terms of soul defense, the Yellow Soul Ring realm was only a little stronger than the Spirit Indestructible, not much stronger. These 3 realms were used to lay the foundation. The difficulty of the 4th realm, the Green Soul Ring realm, began to rise. 1 week in the outside world was 700 days in the Tower of Time. Outside his soul sea, the 4th soul ring was born, the Green Soul Ring, Red Soul Ring, Orange Soul Ring, and Yellow Soul Ring. The 3 soul rings were similar in color. The Green Soul Ring looked crystal clear and flawless, as if it was made from the purest green light. It had a purifying effect. When the Green Soul Ring appeared, Yichen somehow felt that his soul was a lot safer. If the Red Soul Ring, Orange Soul Ring, and Yellow Soul Ring were used to build the foundation, then the Green Soul Ring was used for real defense. It could purify all kinds of external soul power, and reduce the damage to a freezing point. Next was the Green Soul Ring. It took Yichen a whole month to reach this realm, which was 3,000 days in the Tower of Time. The Cyan Spirit Ring's radiance became much more vast and powerful. The dense cyan radiance enveloped the first 4 spirit rings. Upon careful observation, one could see that the Cyan Spirit Ring was composed of tiny cyan runes, and the essence of the cyan runes was soul power. This kind of marvelous arrangement of soul power was beyond imagination. It seems that the remaining time is not enough for me to cultivate the Blue Soul Ring. It took Yichen 1 month and 10 days to cultivate the Green Soul Ring realm, and there was still a little more than a month left. It was impossible for him to cultivate the Blue Soul Ring. After all, it took him 1 month to cultivate the Green Soul Ring. However, Yichen was very satisfied with this result. The Green Soul Ring realm was equivalent to an ordinary Emperor-level soul defense secret skill, and the Green Soul Ring was equivalent to an intermediate Emperor-level soul defense secret skill, which was several levels stronger than the Spirit Indestructible, which was just an ordinary Heavenly King-level soul defense secret skill. Lu Di, Sima Fei, Zhang Yinin, use your soul attacks on me. Yichen found Lu Di, Sima Fei, and Zhang Yinin to test out the soul defense of the Soul Ring. Then I'm going to get serious. Lu Di had trained in a top-tier Heavenly King stage soul attack secret technique, the Thunder Soul Blade. He was able to use his soul power to imitate the effects of lightning, numbing his enemies' souls. My death whip is not to be trifled with. And my eagle soul all. Zhang Yinin and Sima Fei were very confident in their soul attacks. They knew that with Yi Chen's soul defense, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, they would definitely feel dizzy and suffer a little. Come. Yi Chen smiled. I'll go first. Lu Di's glabella bulged, and a soul saber projection that sparkled with electric arcs shot out toward Yi Chen's soul. Yi Chen was already prepared. Outside his soul sea, 5 soul rings appeared one after another. From the inside to the outside they were red, orange, yellow, green and cyan. Bang! A formless collision sound rang out, and Lu Di's soul saber projection shattered into nothingness. As for Yi Chen, he was completely fine. The cyan soul ring only vibrated a little, and light flickered. Lu Di was shocked. Let's attack together, Zhang Yining suggested. All right. Lu Di and Sima Fei nodded. Almost at the same time, the 3 of them launched their soul attacks. Lu Di's soul saber projection was still flickering with electric arcs, Zhang Yining's soul whip was a whip, and Sima Fei's was a black soul all. Bang bang bang. The 3 soul attacks hit the cyan soul ring at the same time. However, the result was the same as before. The cyan soul ring only vibrated a little. So powerful. Yi Chen could clearly feel that the cyan soul ring was still far from collapsing. Even if he attacked it 10 more times, it wouldn't shake its foundation. As for the loss of soul power, it was very, very small, less than 1%. One had to know that even if the cyan soul ring collapsed, there were still green, yellow, orange and red soul rings inside. Yi Chen, what kind of Emperor-class soul defense secret technique do you cultivate? Zhang Yining asked curiously. Soul ring, Yi Chen answered honestly. Soul ring. Zhang Yining shook her head. She had never heard of it. However, thinking about it, not everyone could enter the 6th floor of the secret law tower of Golden Armor Planet. It was normal that she had never heard of the secret techniques stored inside. It is indeed an Emperor-class soul defense secret technique. Our soul attacks can't shake it at all. Sima Fei smiled bitterly. Lu Di nodded and said, ordinary Emperor-class soul defense secret techniques are not so powerful. The soul ring is probably one of the better ones. Soul attack and soul defense were opposites. The soul attack of a top heavenly king naturally couldn't do anything to an Emperor-class soul defense. Under normal circumstances, when soul attack and soul defense were equal, no one could do anything to the other. If the soul attack was 1 level higher, it could only break through the opponent's soul defense. Similarly, it couldn't hurt the opponent. Only 2 levels higher could slightly hurt the opponent's soul. 3 levels higher could moderately hurt the opponent's soul. As for 4 levels higher, it could seriously hurt the opponent's soul. For example, if a person cultivated an ordinary Emperor-class soul defense secret technique, if one wanted to hurt his soul, one had to cultivate a superior Emperor-class soul attack secret technique, which was 2 levels higher. Currently, Yi Chen had cultivated a green soul ring, which was equivalent to a mid-level Emperor-class soul defense secret technique. If one wanted to hurt Yi Chen's soul, one had to cultivate a top Emperor-class soul attack secret technique. However, in reality, top Emperor-class soul attack secret techniques probably couldn't do anything to Yi Chen. It was mainly because Yi Chen's soul was already very strong, which could increase the effect of secret techniques. For example, Yi Chen's soul sword chi was actually equivalent to a top heavenly king soul attack secret technique. However, when Yi Chen used it, it was not weaker than an Emperor-class soul attack secret technique. In the blink of an eye, it was time to enter the high-level hunting battlefield. I wonder which enemy battle team we will meet this time. Yuanhong smiled. Blood Spear King's Blood Spear battle team was defeated by Yi Chen previously. Now only God Bless Queen's God Bless battle team is left. It can't be so coincidental. That's hard to say. The few of them chatted happily as they walked into the hunting tower. Because of Yi Chen's existence, the hunting team became the top battle team in the high-level hunting battlefield, leaving the original top 3 battle teams, God Bless Battle Team, Brutal Bone Battle Team, and Blood Spear Battle Team far behind. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had subtly become the top combat emperor in the high-level hunting battlefield. After all, even one of the 3 combat emperors, Blood Spear King, wasn't Yi Chen's match. Yi Chen, who was walking in front, smiled. Actually, with his power, he could defeat the 3 combat emperors, but he couldn't kill them. He only had the confidence to kill them if their power was more than 100 times stronger. The more powerful one was, the harder it was to kill them. This wasn't a lie. For example, when Yi Chen was still an ordinary person, it was very easy to kill someone. He just had to stab the other party's vital point, and he could kill the other party. An ordinary person's body was too weak. To kill someone, one didn't need to be much stronger than the other party. He just needed to be a little stronger. Now, to kill someone, one didn't even need to think about being a little stronger. One had to be many times stronger to be able to kill someone. Of course, although Yi Chen couldn't kill the 3 combat emperors, the others wouldn't be able to stop Yi Chen. The more he killed, the better. As time went by, the paradise of gods would gradually catch up to the demonic god paradise and Yasha god paradise. It wasn't a good thing for the Yi demon battle team to gain fame and deterrence. For days had passed, and the 7 of them had only killed 2 enemies. They had to chase for a few hours before they could catch up. When the enemy battle team sensed the arrival of the Yi demon battle team and Yi Chen, they immediately fled without thinking. It seems like the speed of earning Shinbi is going to slow down in the future, Sima Fei said gloomily. As expected. Although it was a little regretful, Yi Chen felt that it was normal. Everything had its pros and cons. The enemies weren't fools. Knowing that they couldn't beat you, they still didn't flee. Wasn't that courting death? However, being strong had its own benefits. Most of the commander god insects couldn't even withstand one attack from Yi Chen. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Chen wanted to leave some soup for his teammates, he could have easily killed the commander god insects. Time passed bit by bit. Soon it was the 6th day. Yi Chen, someone's coming. Lu Wenjia's soul power sensed that someone was approaching. And Yi Chen nodded. Releasing his soul power, he saw 5 battle teams. One of them was the Blood Spear battle team, and the other one had a female captain. Yi Chen had seen her in the miracle world. It was that dark goddess. She should be the #1 combat emperor of the demonic god paradise. God bless Queen. As for the other 3 battle teams, none of them were weak. The captains were all combat emperors. They were Demon Paradise's Blade Demon King, Sharphorn King, and Evil God Paradise's Dueling King. They're not friendly. Yi Chen squinted his eyes. 5 combat emperor teams. Myriad Arrow King was a little worried. What should we do? Zhang Yining looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, "You guys retreat for now. I'll stay here alone." You alone? Yuan Hong stared at Yi Chen. Yi Chen explained, "The war has started. You guys will be in danger. Don't worry. Although the enemy has a lot of people, they can't do anything to me. Instead, I'll kill a few of them." Yi Chen had been looking forward to a bloody battle for a long time. Yi Chen is right. We will only be a burden if we stay here. Myriad Arrow King nodded. All right then. The other 5 were helpless. Although they wanted to help, they were too weak. The enemy had 5 battle teams. 1 against 5, they couldn't hold on. After all, Yi Chen couldn't protect them during the battle. Swish, swish, swish. Exploding their speed, Myriad Arrow King and the other 5 retreated. As long as they could increase the distance, the enemy wouldn't be able to catch up to them so easily. As for Yi Chen, he was quietly standing on the crown of a tree, waiting for the enemy to arrive. Chapter 1149. Blood Spear Monarch. Is his strength really as strong as you said? The Blade Demon King had fought with Yi Chen before. At that time, Yi Chen was still a quasi-emperor, and was forced to flee by the Blade Demon King. He had never believed that Yi Chen had already surpassed the Blood Spear Monarch. One should know that the Blood Spear Monarch had the strength of an advanced combat emperor, and was one of the 3 great combat emperors in the advanced hunting battlefield. How could he be surpassed so easily? Dueling Monarch nodded slightly. She also didn't believe that Yi Chen had already reached such a level. After all, it had only been a few years. His progress was too fast. The Blood Spear Monarch said, "If I didn't experience it myself, I would be the same as you guys. Unfortunately, the truth is the truth. I couldn't do anything to him, even if I used all my strength. In addition, his soul attack is very powerful. He can form sword chi to attack his enemies." The Blood Spear Monarch is right. He is indeed very strong. I saw him in the Black Tortoise ruins. At that time, the divine monument appeared and he comprehended many mysteries from it. The Queen of God Bless was very fearful of Yi Chen. As a demons with the rare dark goddess bloodline, there were very few in the same realm that could make her fearful. Yi Chen was one of them. She wasn't afraid of others competing with her bloodline, especially humans. However, Yi Chen's comprehension was too strong. Such a person would sooner or later become the supreme existence in the universe, and become the greatest enemy of the demons. Even if he is very powerful, we can easily kill him with 5 teams working together. The Sharp-Horned King's original form was a demonic beast. Don't be careless. The Queen of God Bless reminded the Sharp-Horned King. She didn't want him to die under the sword of Yi Chen because of his carelessness. His teammates ran away. Everyone saw that only Yi Chen was left in the exorcist team. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was quietly standing on the crown of the tree, seemingly waiting for their arrival. Too arrogant. The Blade Demon King was somewhat dissatisfied. This guy. The Queen of God Bless also frowned. The opponent was indeed too arrogant. Did he really think that he could fight against 5 combat emperor teams? Everyone listen to my command. Begin the soul attack. The first advantage of numbers was that they could launch soul attacks together. They were not ordinary life and death kings. The soul attack secret arts they cultivated were at least heavenly king grade. For example, God Blessed Queen's soul attack secret art had even reached emperor grade. Even an extremely powerful titled monarch would have to think twice before dealing with the soul attack of 35 people. Buzz buzz buzz. One after another, soul attacks were launched at Yi Chen. God Bless Queen's soul attack was a holy soul arrow, Blood Spear King's was a blood dart, Blade Demon King's was a soul blade, Dueling King's was a soul thread, and Horn King's was a soul roar. In addition to the other 30 soul attacks, all of them shot out in a densely packed manner. Yi Chen didn't dodge. He just smiled. In the next moment, 35 soul attacks entered Yi Chen's forehead. Bang 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 bang. Continuous explosions rang out. These explosions could only be sensed by soul power. How is this possible? Horn King's eyes widened. Yi Chen, who was in front of him, was completely unharmed. His complexion didn't change at all. If all of you cultivated emperor-grade soul attack secret arts, you might have been able to threaten me. Outside Yi Chen's Sea of Soul, the Cyan Soul Ring easily blocked the 35 soul attacks, consuming less than 3% of his soul power. Soul defense was different from soul attacks. Although soul defense also consumed soul power, it depended on the strength of the opponent's soul attack. If the opponent couldn't break through the defense, then the consumption of soul power would be minimal. If the opponent could break through the defense, then the consumption of soul power would be much higher. Without using Soul Sword Chi, which consumed too much soul power, Yi Chen said, "Now it's my turn to attack." Swish. With a flicker, Yi Chen suddenly pulled out the dragon spring sword and slashed at the nearest quasi-emperor. Puff. Yi Chen's sword was too fast. By the time God Bless Queen and the rest reacted, this demonic god Paradise's quasi-emperor had already fallen, his armor and weapon falling down. Kill. At this moment, no words were needed. God Bless Queen took the initiative to attack Yi Chen. Her slender snow-white palm stretched out in the shape of a claw as she attacked toward Yi Chen. It was her ace attack. The surreal space rippled, and a huge blue-white claw appeared, shrouding toward Yi Chen. This claw attack had blocked all of Yi Chen's escape routes. There was no way he could escape. Break. Yi Chen flicked his wrist, and the dragon spring sword burst out with a dazzling sword light, slashing at the huge blue-white claw. There was a loud bang. The blue-white claw collapsed, but the sword light didn't stop. It landed on the God Bless Queen's protective halo and sent her flying. A trace of blood dripped down from the corner of her mouth, repelling the God Bless Queen with one sword attack. The Blade Demon King was alerted. He took a step back and held his blade with both hands. Countless blade lights burst out, sweeping out like a destructive storm. Taste my beast demon god fist. The Sharp-Horned King finally realized how powerful Yi Chen was. He was indeed not someone he could fight alone. However, this infuriated him even more. If this kind of person was left alive, it would be a disaster for the demons. Crack. All of a sudden, the Sharp-Horned King threw out hundreds of punches. The pitch-black fist wind turned into a huge beast demon, which roared and pounced out. Snake Dragon Flash. The blood spear in the Blood Spear King's hand flashed, and a poisonous snake turned into a blood dragon. This attack was something Yi Chen had experienced before. It was a third transition martial art. As for the Dueling King, he didn't use his killing attack. Instead, he expanded his domain and fought against Yi Chen's sword domain, then absorbed Yi Chen's power with the Dueling Great Art. Although I won't be able to kill you, I will still make you feel pain. Yi Chen took a deep breath and activated his Zhen Yuan, performing the extreme third transition sword art, Sun Essence Extreme Conversion. It was as if a scorching sun had appeared in the void. Then this scorching sun was devoured by the powerful sword chi, turning into a terrifying radiant sword chi that flew out, like the scorching sun turning into snow. Any killing attack that encountered the radiant sword chi would quickly melt. Even the Snake Dragon Flash of the Blood Spear King was no exception. A shocking scene occurred. All 33 opponents were sent flying by the sword chi. 4 of them directly exploded in the air and turned into ashes. The power of the extreme sun essence had reached the extreme limit of masculinity. Even a slight touch would cause one's bones and flesh to melt, causing one's doubt to vanish. How can he be so powerful? At this moment, even the Blood Spear King was stunned. He never thought that the current Yi Chen was more than 10 times stronger than when he fought with him previously. This was no longer the category of an advanced combat emperor, but a peak-level combat emperor. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary peak-level combat emperor. He was very close to a beginner combat emperor. Die. After the Sun Essence Extreme Conversion, Yi Chen immediately performed the True Inferno Sword Art. The True Inferno Sword Art's strength lay in its momentum. Boom. The raging flame burned, and the fiery sword chi swept across the sky like a waterfall. Puff 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 puff. The number of quasi-emperors that died under this sword had reached a new high, reaching 9. Including the 5 from before, there were 14 quasi-emperors that died in the hands of Yi Chen. Dueling King spurted out mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale as he said, "He's too powerful. We can't fight him head-on. Unless we have 10 times more people and a few more advanced combat emperors. Only then can we fight him." Go. The Blood Spear King was also spurting out blood. He was trembling with fear. The power that Yi Chen had displayed was enough to injure him in an instant. Fortunately, there were many people that came this time. If he was alone, he might not be able to escape if he was entangled by the opponent. After all, a mid-level Heavenly King set wasn't a death immunity card. Where do you think you're going? The blue silhouette was erratic. Yi Chen attacked with the third sword. This sword was the most unpredictable momentary glory. The momentary glory pursued a moment of glory. Once the sword was unleashed, even ghosts and gods wouldn't be able to escape. The enemy wouldn't know where the attack came from. They only knew that although the world was vast, there was no place for them to hide. 20. After 3 sword strikes, only 15 survived and 20 died. We can't fight this person head-on. Let's go. God Bless Queen finally arrived. She exerted all of her strength and shot out 7 bluish-white giant claws, while Blood Spear King also used 100 Snake Flurry. Right now, only the 2 of them could block Yi Chen for a short while. The others were simply sending themselves to their deaths. One would die, and 1 pair would die. With God Bless Queen and Blood Spear King doing their utmost to block Yi Chen, the others hastily fled. Dueling King, Blade Demon King, and Sharp Horn King were also fleeing. They were trembling in fear. Mid-level Heavenly King set is indeed powerful. Yi Chen was entangled by the 2 and couldn't get away. The 2 were wearing mid-level Heavenly King set, which had powerful defense. In terms of defense, a mid-level Heavenly King set was equivalent to an Emperor-grade armor. Moreover, their cultivation base was higher than Yi Chen's, both at the peak of 6th layer life and death realm. They could display the might of the mid-level Heavenly King set to its limit. Yi Chen could injure them, but he couldn't kill them in a short time. Bang! After another huge collision, God Bless Queen and Blood Spear King borrowed the power of the explosion to retreat. Yi Chen didn't chase, since it was already too late. Huff! Slowly letting out a breath, Yi Chen revealed a smile. He had killed 20 enemies and earned a total of 3 million Shinbi. The majority of these 3 million would belong to him. It seemed like the day of exchanging for a high-level Heavenly King set was not far away. He truly didn't expect to encounter such a huge encirclement. He hoped that there would be more of such encirclement. Of course, this was only his extravagant hope. From now on, nobody would dare to challenge him in the high-level hunting battlefield. Several 100,000 li away, God Bless Queen and Blood Spear King were gathered together, looking extremely miserable. We miscalculated this time. He killed 20 of us. Blood Spear King said hatefully. Damn it. Blade Demon King was the most miserable. He was the only one left of his battle team, becoming a lone commander. God Bless Queen tried her best to regain her calm and said, although the losses were great, it wasn't without gains. What gains? Everybody turned to look at her. God Bless Queen said, his battle strength has already broken the balance of God Paradise. Once he breaks through to 7th layer life and death realm, he'll definitely be able to contend against 8th layer titled monarchs without falling into a disadvantageous position. Such a scourge, knowing his potential ahead of time, is not a gain. Of course, we can't kill him by ourselves. We can only contact the higher-ups and have them launch a plan to kill him. Right, we must inform the higher-ups. If this person doesn't die, heaven and earth will not tolerate him. Chapter 1150. 9th layer life and death realm experts were the supreme beings of this universe. What was a supreme being? Naturally, it was supreme. Without true gods, no one could compete with them. However, 9th layer life and death realm supremes were too rare. Each race only had a few of them. It could be said that any 9th layer life and death realm supremes would be a peerless genius when they were young. If other geniuses were stars, then a 9th layer life and death realm supremes would be the sun when they were young. Wanting to kill a 9th layer life and death realm supremes was as difficult as ascending the heavens, and the price one had to pay was extremely high. Only a group of 9th layer life and death realm supremes would have a chance. However, every race had a plan. Since they couldn't kill a 9th layer life and death realm supremes, then they would kill some peerless geniuses who had the possibility of becoming supremes. This way, as time passed, the number of 9th layer life and death realm supremes in the enemy races would decrease. Once the old ones died, the new ones would not appear, and victory would come naturally. Without a doubt, Yi Chen had the possibility of becoming a 9th layer life and death sovereign. It would be too late to kill him after he reached that step. Killing him now would only require 1,000th of the price. Of course, this would require a meticulous plan. After all, Yi Chen was basically staying in the 4 major life starfields. Killing him would not be that easy. Even 9th layer life and death sovereign or 8th layer titled monarchs couldn't act rashly. If even one of them died, it would be a huge loss, damaging the foundation. 7 days later, the Demon Hunter squad left the high-rank hunting battlefield and returned to the God Paradise. Keep training, and try to cultivate to the Blue Soul Ring realm. In this hunt, Yi Chen had obtained a total of 3,100,000 Shinbi. Adding his previous gains, he now had 3,600,000 Shinbi. On the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time, Yi Chen continued to comprehend his soul ring. With his blue soul ring, Yi Chen was already able to ignore the soul attacks from the God Bless Queen and the others. On the battlefield, even tens of thousands of life and death realm warriors would not be able to do anything to him. Firstly, it was because his soul was too powerful, and secondly, it was because his soul ring was unfathomable. If he could train it to the blue soul ring realm, not only would his soul defense increase to the next level, it would also be able to last longer. After all, both soul defense and soul attacks would consume soul power. As for the highest realm, the purple spirit ring realm, Yi Chen could only estimate at present. The specific strength, temporarily did not know. Cultivation was timeless, especially in the Tower of Time. Translator, WQL Editor. Alim 2 months in the outside world were equivalent to 6,000 days in the Tower of Time. Blue light appeared outside Yi Chen's soul sea, which was as pure as the azure sky. However, it was clearer than the azure sky. Gradually, the blue light formed a blue halo outside the cyan halo. Blue Soul Ring Realm, achieved. It is time to go to the Black Tortoise Ruins. Yi Chen did not need to think to know that since he had spent more than 3 months to reach the Blue Soul Ring Realm, it would take him at least a year to reach the Purple Soul Ring Realm. And this was with the help of the Tower of Time. Therefore there was no need to rush it, since there was no hope this year. Riding the god ship, Yichen headed to the Gold Armor planet in the Black Tortoise Star region. Thousand Arrow King and the other 5 went ahead of him. This time, Yichen decided to go to the Black Tortoise ruins alone. If there were too many people, he would not be able to perform well. Inside the Black Tortoise ruins, Yichen was drinking in the Hall of the Phantom while the ship was traveling at a high speed. 3 days later, Yichen had reached the core area of the Black Tortoise ruins. Almost there. Putting away the Phantom, Yichen gazed into the depths of the ruins. The Black Tortoise ruins was a huge battlefield. The human race, demons, evil spirit race, Yiksha race, Greenman race, and other races would all send armies to fight here. The human race fought to protect their territory, while the demons and other races fought to gradually invade the human race's territory. Both sides could be said to be irreconcilable. Under normal circumstances, armies that came to the Black Tortoise ruins consisted of 500 people, 1,000 people, 5,000 people, and even 50,000 people. There were very few who came alone. After all, there were very few who could fight 1,000 people or 10,000 people. There would always be some weaknesses. Some had weak soul defenses, while others had weak physical defenses. Once surrounded, 9 out of 10 would be dead. Those who dared to come alone were all extremely confident in themselves. For example, some of the powerful 7th layer life and death-titled monarchs would choose to enter the ruins alone. Firstly, it was more flexible. Secondly, it was faster to earn money, and everything would belong to them. Thirdly, it could temper their battle strength. As for 8th layer life and death-titled monarchs and 9th layer life and death supremes, they rarely entered the ruins. They were the true pillars of their race, and their numbers were few. Death meant one less. Before the decisive battle, these people wouldn't come out. Once one of them appeared, it would immediately raise the alarm and escalate the battle situation. At that time, the situation would go out of control, which would not be a good thing for everyone. In any case, the Black Tortoise ruins was the territory of the human race. There were also life planets in the Black Tortoise ruins, but most of them were broken. Only 9th layer life and death supremes could destroy life planets. Back then, a great battle had destroyed 90% of the life planets. As for ordinary planets, billions of them had been destroyed, leaving the Black Tortoise ruins floating in the vacuum. Stepping on a constantly moving meteorite, Yichen's vertical eye opened. A silver light flickered as it scanned the surroundings like a three-eyed god. Got it. Soon, Yichen discovered a 500-man army of demons. Swish. The meteorite shattered, and Yichen's speed erupted to the limit as he flew toward the target. Enemies on the right. Everyone prepare. Seeing that there was only one person, the leader of the demon army started to get nervous. Those who dared to enter the Black Tortoise ruins alone were all powerful warriors. If it were not for the fact that he had discovered that Yichen was only at the 5th sky of life and death realm, he might have already escaped with his army. Soul attacks. When the distance between the two sides was less than 100,000 li, 500 soul attacks shot toward Yichen. Yichen's complexion remained unchanged as he forcefully withstood the 500 soul attacks. He who had cultivated a blue soul ring didn't consume a single strand of soul power. The blue soul ring could transform different kinds of soul power to replenish himself. Die. Taking out the dragon spring sword, Yichen threw out a sword attack. The dazzling sword light lit up the whole area. At first glance, Yichen looked like a sun. Boom. With one sword attack, all 500 people were killed. Broken armors and weapons floated in the air, along with those messy storage rings. With a wave of his hand, countless spoils of war turned into a flood and flowed into Yichen's storage ring. He had already entered the ruins a couple of times, and Yichen had collected a lot of extreme rank weapons, and even more storage rings. If it were before, he would have sold them for yuan stones. But now he didn't lack yuan stones. These extreme rank weapons could be stored in his family or martial school's storage, and rewarded to those who had made great contributions. The broken extreme rank weapons could also be melted down and used as materials to train the first batch of extreme rank forgers. Next, after cleaning up the battlefield, Yichen turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Yichen had slaughtered a large number of alien armies, There were 9 groups of 500 warriors, 3 groups of 1,000 warriors, and 1 group of 5,000 warriors. Only a few actually managed to escape. This was all thanks to the soul rings. Otherwise, Yi Chen wouldn't have been able to ignore so many soul attacks. A group of 50,000 warriors. On this day, Yi Chen discovered an army of 50,000 warriors, which meant that the leader of the army was a general. If it was a 3-star general, Yi Chen wouldn't be afraid. But if it was a 4-star general, he could only run. After all, a true 4-star general's strength might be similar to Yi Chen's, but his equipment would definitely be better than Yi Chen's. And he would definitely have many Emperor-grade weapons. Emperor-grade weapons were extremely rare, and there was no market for them. Just like Emperor-grade battleships, ordinary people couldn't buy them even if they had yuan stones. Whatever, even if it's a 4-star general, he can't stop me if I want to leave. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Chen flew over without hesitation. General, enemies are coming. A Yiksha soldier came to report. How many? The Yiksha general was called Emperor Dolong, a 2-star general. 1 person. What 1 person? Emperor Dolong was startled and promptly released his soul power. Soon, he discovered the rapidly approaching Yi Chen. When he discovered that the latter only had a cultivation base of 5th heavenly layer life and death realm, he couldn't help but sneer. He was truly courting death, daring to come here alone. Did he think that his army of 50,000 warriors was just for show? First group, listen to my command. Use soul attacks. Yes. Immediately, a dense array of soul attacks shot out. There were more than 5,000 of them, and the army was divided into 10 groups. Yi Chen's eyes turned and he started dodging, only being hit by 1 or 2,000 soul attacks. Emperor Dolong's eyes narrowed. Second group, third group, fourth group, begin soul attacks. This time, there were 15,000 attacks, and 5,000 of them hit Yi Chen. What made Emperor Dolong furious was that Yi Chen was unharmed. Damn. What kind of soul defense secret art is he cultivating? Everyone listen to my command. Collective soul attacks. Emperor Dolong himself also released a sickle-shaped soul attack. He cultivated an Emperor-grade soul attack secret art. Although he hadn't reached it yet, it couldn't be underestimated. Puff 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 puff, 50,000 soul attacks blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Even if Yi Chen dodged as much as he could only dodge half of them. What made Yi Chen feel relieved was that although the blue soul ring shook intensely, it didn't show any signs of collapsing. Clearly, the 20,000 soul attacks hadn't pushed the blue soul ring to its limit. Instead, it had consumed a lot of soul power, roughly 5%. And this was under the condition of replenishment. It's my turn. Instantly entering the selfless Emperor realm, Yi Chen unleashed a sword attack with all his strength. This sword was aimed at Emperor Dolong, and it was precisely the extreme Yang Sun essence transformation. A dazzling radiance filled the heaven and earth. And Emperor Dolong was sent flying while spurting out blood. In his vicinity, several hundred people were instantly annihilated. Yi Chen ignored the others and chased after Emperor Dolong. To him, killing a general was more valuable. But what he didn't know was that the situation here was seen by another general. This general was the same as Yi Chen, entering the Black Tortoise ruins alone. He was the general of demons. Chapter 1151. Powerful. To be able to resist several tens of thousands of soul attacks, he must have cultivated an extremely powerful Emperor-grade soul defense secret art. This sword art is also inconceivably powerful, allowing a 5th-layer life and death king to erupt with such frightening offensive power. Could it be an extreme 3rd revolution sword art? Demon Spear Emperor was a 4-star general of demons. Seeing Yi Chen's sword art, he was incomparably shocked. Generally speaking, those who could create extreme 3rd revolution martial arts were 8th-layer life and death king titled monarchs. There were also 7th-layer life and death kings, but they were extremely rare. Each of them was a peak genius whose strength couldn't be measured by the surface realm. However, Yi Chen was only at 5th-layer life and death realm. Yet he had already created an extreme 3rd revolution sword art. How could he not be shocked? If this kid doesn't die, he'll become a disaster for us demons in the future. An intense killing intent flickered in the demonic spear emperor's eyes as he rushed over. As a 2-star general of Yiksha race, Dolong Emperor was clad in a low-grade emperor-grade armor, and the weapon in his hand was a peak Heavenly King-grade weapon. However, facing Yi Chen's sword, he couldn't block it at all. Yi Chen's sword seemed to have condensed a sun. As soon as the sword slashed out, the blazing sword chi began to evaporate his blood and internal energy through the armor. Low-grade emperor-grade armor? Yi Chen's brows creased. A low-grade emperor-grade armor's defensive power was not inferior to a mid-Heavenly King-grade set. However, Dolong Emperor was a titled monarch, and the defensive power he could display was even higher than Blood Spear King and God Bless Queen. It seemed like killing him wouldn't be that easy. It would be better to kill these Yiksha soldiers first. Changing his target, Yi Chen slaughtered the Yiksha soldiers. With a wave of his sword, at least 500 to 600 Yiksha soldiers turned into blood mists. Dozens of sword strikes later, Yi Chen had already killed 7,000 to 8,000 people. It was a completely one-sided situation. As for the Yiksha soldiers, although they were attacking Yi Chen together, Yi Chen's sword domain had reached mid-5th layer, and it contained the power to condense space. Coupled with the mid-Heavenly King grade set, not many attacks could land on his body. He could use the space profound to dodge the majority of the attacks. 9,000, 10,000, 12,000, 15,000. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Wherever Yi Chen went, there would be a rain of blood and a foul wind, and the intense sword light was unstoppable. Damn it! Go to hell! Emperor Dolan was blasted thousands of miles away by Yi Chen's sword. Seeing Yi Chen massacring the Yiksha soldiers, his eyes immediately turned red. The black spear in his hand turned into a black dragon and pounced at Yi Chen. Rank 3 martial art, Black Dragon Wave. Humph. Yi Chen took out another Heavenly King stage artifact sword. With a wave of his left hand, a fiery sword chi swept out towards the black dragon. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. Hundreds of Yiksha soldiers within the range of the explosion were killed in an instant. Emperor Dolan spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying again. With 2 swords in his hands, Yi Chen showed the Yiksha soldiers what it meant to be a swordsman and a harvest. Little thief die. At this moment, a sparkling spear light, like a black lightning bolt, suddenly attacked Yi Chen. Amazing! Yi Chen felt that this spear was very powerful, and if he was hit, he would be injured. Not daring to be careless, Yi Chen used the true Inferno sword to meet the attack. The explosion this time was even more powerful than before. 700 to 800 Yiksha soldiers were killed by the shock wave and turned into ashes. All of them hurriedly fled in all directions, trying to increase the distance between them. Raising his eyes, Yi Chen looked at the person who had come. It was a titled monarch of the demons. He was holding a black spear, and the flames on his body were very sharp. He was not on the same level as Emperor Dolan. After scanning the other party for a while, Yi Chen's eyes fell on the black spear in the other party's hand. High-grade Emperor weapon. Yi Chen's breathing stagnated. To be able to possess a high-grade Emperor weapon, he was at least a 3-star general, with the highest possibility of being a 4-star general. Emperor weapons were basically not sold on the market, and could only be bought in the army. Moreover, one had to have a battle record. If one could kill a 1-star general, one would be qualified to buy a low-grade Emperor weapon. If one killed a 2-star general, one would be qualified to buy a mid-grade Emperor weapon. If one killed a 3-star general, one would be qualified to buy a mid-grade Emperor weapon. Yi Chen wanted to kill Emperor Dolan because he wanted to be qualified to buy a mid-grade Emperor weapon. After all, in the Paradise of Gods, one could exchange for a high-grade Heavenly King set. Of course, killing an honorary commander could also buy an Emperor weapon. Yi Chen had killed the Yiksha race's 1-star Blood Diamond commander, King Mal, and the Greenman race's 2-star Jade commander, King Blue Devil. Unfortunately, Yi Chen did not know this at that time, so he did not collect King Mal's 1-star Blood Diamond commander badge and King Blue Devil's 2-star Jade commander badge. It had to be known that an honorary commander badge and an ordinary commander badge were different in style, but there was no difference in essence. One had to use an honorary badge to prove whether one had killed a 1-star Blood Diamond commander badge or a 2-star Jade commander badge. He blocked my spear. He is stronger than I thought. The black spear in the Demon Spear Emperor's hand was a high-grade Emperor weapon, the Black Moon Spear. It could bring his attack power to a whole new level. Even so, the spear just now could not do anything to Yi Chen. Although the spear had come in a hurry, and he did not use any powerful martial arts, it was not something an ordinary person could block. His cultivation is higher than mine, and his weapon is better than mine. Fortunately, those are the only two. Yi Chen estimated his opponent's strength. Compared to his opponent, Yi Chen was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation and weapon. Their cultivation bases were 2 heavenly layers lower, and their weapons were several levels lower. His Dragon Spring Sword was just a Heavenly King artifact sword. It had been reforged and upgraded to a top-tier Heavenly King artifact sword, but it was still 3 levels lower than his opponent's spear. However, it was not that Yi Chen did not have any advantages. Otherwise, he would not have been able to block his opponent's spear. Yi Chen's sword domain was much higher than his opponent's, at the mid-stage of the 5th level. His sword arts were also many times more powerful. Take my Black Moon Soul Seizing. The Demon Spear Emperor roared and stabbed out with his spear. The spear light condensed into a black crescent moon, slashing towards Yi Chen at an extreme speed. Yi Chen did not dodge. The Dragon Spring Sword trembled, and the Sun Essence Extreme Transformation was executed. In the next moment, a black crescent moon and a dazzling sword chi clashed together. The entire world was half dark and half bright. The scene was spectacular, yet tragic. Puff. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Yi Chen was injured. In terms of personal strength, the 4-star general was not stronger than him. However, the 4-star general had a high-level Emperor weapon, which was his greatest advantage. Furthermore, his cultivation base was too low, and he could not bring out the defensive power of the Mid-Heavenly King set to the next level. Haha, you can also be injured. Die. Seeing that Yi Chen was injured, the Demon Spear Emperor calmed down and attacked Yi Chen again and again. There was not much of a gap in between. Brothers kill. Emperor Dolan came to his senses. Seeing that the Demon Spear Emperor was killing Yi Chen in a sorry state, he was very happy, but then he was extremely angry. In a short period of time, Yi Chen had actually killed 15,000 Yiksha race soldiers. This was too despicable. With a loud shout, Emperor Dolan ordered all the Yiksha race soldiers to attack Yi Chen with their souls. As for himself, he joined forces with the Demon Spear Emperor to attack Yi Chen. The Demon Spear Emperor did not care about Emperor Dolan's help. To him, it was enough to kill Yi Chen. There was no need to kill him one-on-one. That would be very stupid. Outside, there were tens of thousands of soul attacks, and inside, there were 2 titled monarchs attacking him. Yi Chen was in a predicament. Dang. Using his left hand to block Emperor Dolan's attack, Yi Chen's right hand shook, and he used Moment of Glory. The sword light merged into the void, and directly slashed at the Demon Spear Emperor. Unfortunately, this sword attack was futile. The armor on the Demon Spear Emperor's body was also an Emperor-grade artifact. It was a mid-Emperor-grade armor, and its defense was even higher than Emperor Dolan. With Yi Chen's current attack, he could not do anything to the opponent. Although Yi Chen had the strength of a peak battle emperor, the Demon Spear Emperor had the strength of a low-level battle emperor. The 7th and 8th layer of Life and Death Realm were both titled monarchs. However, the title of a 7th layer monarch could only contain the word emperor, and not emperor. Only the title of an 8th layer monarch could contain the word emperor. Relying on the Black Moon Spear, the Demon Spear Emperor had the strength of a low-level battle emperor. Fortunately, Yi Chen had already cultivated to the Blue Soul Ring realm, and could resist wave after wave of soul attacks. Otherwise, he would have died miserably here. 10%. 20%. Soon, 20% of Yi Chen's soul power was consumed, and the enemy's soul attacks were also becoming sparse. After all, they could not endlessly launch soul attacks. 3 or 4 waves of soul attacks was already not bad. Right now, the real threat came from the Demon Spear Emperor and Dolan Emperor. Go. Borrowing the explosive power of the 2 sides, Yi Chen suddenly flew out like a blue bird, transforming into countless phantoms. Stop him! Dolan Emperor's eyes turned red as he yelled. Immediately, Thousands of Yiksha soldiers blocked Yi Chen's escape route. Die! Man and sword as one, Yi Chen attacked. Puff 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 puff. Blood splattered unceasingly, and Yi Chen's momentum slowed down. The Demon Spear Emperor and Dolan Emperor chased after him again. You want to stop me? In your dreams. The sword domain outside Yi Chen's body suddenly expanded to its limit, and a powerful condensing power spread out. Apart from the Demon Spear Emperor and Dolan Emperor, everyone else was affected. Swish. In an instant, Yi Chen got rid of the obstacles. Without any obstacles, it would be difficult for the Demon Spear Emperor and Dolan Emperor to catch up to Yi Chen. Yi Chen's split sword domain could allow his speed to reach a frightening level, not inferior to a titled monarch. Damn it! After chasing for a while, the Demon Spear Emperor and Dolan Emperor stopped, their expressions ugly. Yi Chen not only had terrifying battle prowess, but he was also very good at escaping. Even the two of them and tens of thousands of Yiksha soldiers couldn't stop him. This kind of person was the most dangerous and difficult to deal with. Millions of miles away, Yi Chen slowed down. High-class Emperor rank weapons are too powerful. It's hard to resist with just the Dragon Spring Sword. Seems like I have to find an Emperor rank sword. This time Yi Chen planned to target honorary commanders. Honorary commanders were easier to kill. 2-star generals and above all had Emperor rank weapons. If they had Emperor rank armors, it would be too difficult to kill them. This had nothing to do with strength. It was all about defense, just like Dolan Emperor. Chapter 1152. Of course, this was also due to Yi Chen's lack of luck. If Emperor Dolong didn't have a low-grade Emperor-grade armor, but a low-grade Emperor-grade weapon, Yi Chen might have been able to kill him. After all, the majority of 2-star generals could only kill one 1-star general, and could only purchase a low-grade Emperor-grade weapon. Whether one chose a defensive or offensive weapon depended entirely on one's inclination. Why were 3-star generals and 4-star generals so powerful? It was because in order to become a 3-star general, one had to kill a 1-star general. A 2-star general could choose a low Emperor-grade weapon, a medium Emperor-grade weapon, and a 4-star general were even more powerful. They could choose a low Emperor-grade weapon, a medium Emperor-grade weapon, and a high Emperor-grade weapon, which could be used for both offense and defense. If Yi Chen wanted to obtain an Emperor-grade sword as soon as possible, he could only set his sights on a 1-star general or an honorary commander. I'll recover my Zhenyuan first. Compared to soul power, Yi Chen's Zhenyuan consumption was severe. He only had 20 to 30% left. Battling Dolong Emperor and Demonic Spear Emperor, he didn't consume much Zhenyuan. The majority of it was used to defend against several tens of thousands of Yiksha soldiers. Quantitative change could lead to qualitative change, and this could work at any time. Although Yi Chen had instant sword domain, which had reached the mid-5th layer, and was wearing a mid-grade Heavenly King armor, he was, after all, facing several tens of thousands of life and death kings. A casual wave of attacks would contain over 1,000 attacks, and the consumption of Zhenyuan was unimaginable. Normally, when encountering several tens of thousands of kings, one should not clash head-on. One had to slaughter their way through and not let them join hands to attack. Otherwise, even if one could resist, one's Zhenyuan would be completely consumed. Unless Yi Chen's cultivation base reached the 7th layer, he would have enough Zhenyuan to support it. Recovering Zhenyuan for life and death kings consumed a lot of Yuan stones. With Yi Chen's 5th layer cultivation base, recovering 70 to 80% of his Zhenyuan would cost him 100,000 Yuan stones. Why would life and death kings risk their lives to earn Yuan stones? Increasing cultivation base was one thing, but recovering Zhenyuan was the most important. Without Yuan stones, who knew how many days it would take to recover Zhenyuan through seclusion? After flying for a while, Yi Chen found a huge meteor several dozen li in diameter. With a puff, Yi Chen drilled inside and carved out a spacious stone room before sitting down cross-legged. 50,000 yuan. $100,000. 150,000 yuan. $180,000. After refining 180,000 yuan stones, Yi Chen had finally recovered his Zhenyuan to its peak. As for soul force, there was no way around it. You could only rely on it to slowly recover. or you could use elixirs or treasures to replenish soul force. Walking out of the stone chamber, Yichen randomly chose a direction and flew out. This was a vast meteorite field. The meteorite field was hundreds of millions of miles long, and the widest part was over 10 million miles wide. It was constantly shifting, and in the center of the meteorite field, two armies were engaged in a fierce battle. One was the army of demons, numbering 5,000, and the other was the army of humans, also numbering 5,000. Dazzling energy waves shot out in all directions, annihilating meteorites one after another. Shockwaves spread out, and people fell one after another. It was incomparably tragic and spectacular. We can't hold on much longer. Among the human army, there were 7 members of the Paradise of Gods, including Huangfuyu. Initially, Yichen had joined Huangfuyu's Frost Battle Team, but later he heard that Huangfuyu reached the 9th floor of the God of War Pagoda and became a high-level member of the Paradise of Gods, joining a high-level battle team, the Starship Battle Team. The captain of the Starship Battle Team, the Celestial River King, was the leader of the 4 great quasi-emperors of the Paradise of Gods. He was very powerful and held the rank of commander in the army. This human army was led by him. Unfortunately, they had bad luck this time. They unexpectedly encountered an army of demons led by a dark commander. To become a dark commander, one naturally had the strength of a war emperor. The difference between a quasi-emperor and a war emperor was not just 1 or 2 points. As such, the Celestial River King was not an opponent of the other party. Ihidai, the Devil Face King, was a 1-star dark commander. Even if the 7 members of the Starship Battle Team besieged him, they would still be sweating profusely. Puff! The 7 people were blown away by the powerful energy waves and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Eyes filled with killing intent, the Devil Face King rushed to the front of the Celestial River King and swung his mace. He was confident that this mace could smash the Celestial River King into a blood mist. Ice Emperor slash. Huangfuyu, under the care of the 6 people, did not suffer many attacks. At this time, she did not care about becoming the target of the Devil Face King. An icy blue arc-shaped blade light slashed at the mace, deflecting the other party's attack trajectory. Taking advantage of this gap, the Celestial River King quickly dodged and immediately cast a grateful look at Huangfuyu. "You're courting death." The Devil Face King was furious and rushed towards Huangfuyu. The mace in his hand suddenly grew to thousands of meters long. The huge mace looked like a hill covered with iron thorns. All the meteorites in its path exploded. Am I going to die? Huangfuyu could not stop it. The other party's attack speed was too fast. Huangfuyu, long time no see. At this moment, a sword light followed the gap between the meteorites and slashed towards the mace. With a clang, the mace was sent flying by the sword chi, and a few of the iron thorns on it were cut off. As for the Devil Face King, his entire right arm burst into a blood mist, and he instantly retreated hundreds of miles away. Yichen. Hearing this familiar voice, Huangfuyu abruptly turned her head. Before this sword chi, Yichen was still a million miles away. But after this sword chi, Yichen was already tens of thousands of miles behind Huangfuyu. Swish. With a flash of blue light, Yichen's figure instantly appeared. It's Yichen. Celestial River King, and the rest of the Starship Troopers also recognized Yichen. Yichen was known to almost everyone in the Paradise of Gods. In less than 10 years, he had become a battle emperor from a newcomer. This kind of progress was shocking. His contemporaries, Peerless King Ajiu and lifeless swordsman Lung Fifan, had only reached the 8th floor of the God of War Pagoda. In the history of the Paradise of Gods, there had been such figures. But in the past 2 years, Yichen's progress had not slowed down, but instead increased. He suddenly became the top battle emperor in the high-level hunting battlefield, the battle emperor of the Paradise of True Gods. Those battle emperors from the Paradise of Gods trembled in front of him. They did not even have the fighting spirit to fight and directly ran away. While the senior members of the Paradise of Gods felt happy, they also secretly thought that Yichen was too abnormal. I didn't expect to meet you here. Thank you. For some reason, Huangfuyu was in a good mood. I just happened to bump into you. From 900 million miles away, Yichen discovered the situation here. Whether or not there was a dark commander in the demon's army, he would come over. After all, they were all members of the paradise of gods. Yi-chun, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, we would have suffered heavy losses, and the chances of us leaving alive would have been slim. Celestial River King said gratefully. Leave this demon to me, you deal with the others. The war was still going on, and now was not the time to catch up. Okay. Nodding, Celestial River King led 6 people and charged towards the demon's army. In a short time, the humans had lost more than 1,000 people, while the demons had only lost 500 or 600 people. Kid, who are you? Demon Mask King looked at Yi-chun vigilantly. The sword chi had come too suddenly, and he could not react in time. But there was no doubt that Yi-chun was strong, at least a 1-star purple gold commander. Dead people don't need to know the answer. Raising the dragon spring sword, Yi-chun swung it and displayed the true Inferno sword. Boasting shamelessly, the Devil Mask King roared. The mace in his hand was like a huge mountain as he rushed forward to meet Lin Fan's attack. A sound like an egg breaking rang out, and Demon Mask King's body paused. The next moment, blood mist scattered, and smoke scattered. With Yi-chun's strength, even a 3-star Dark Commander was not his opponent, not to mention a 1-star Dark Commander like Demon Mask King. After killing Demon Mask King, Yi-chun stretched out his hand, and a 1-star Dark Commander badge fell into Yi-chun's hand. With this badge, Yi-chun was qualified to buy a low-rank Emperor-grade artifact. Putting away Demon Mask King's storage ring, armor, and mace, Yi-chun began to help the human army slaughter the demon's army. Since both sides were engaged in a chaotic battle, Yi-chun couldn't use any big moves, and could only kill small groups of them. Fortunately, his efficiency wasn't bad. In a dozen breaths' time, over 1,000 demonic race soldiers had died under his sword. Run. Demon Mask King's tragic death caused the morale of the demon's army to waver. They frantically tried to escape. However, this place was full of meteorites, and they could not increase their speed to the limit. One meteorite could not slow down one's speed, but hundreds of thousands of meteorites were enough to reduce one's speed to the lowest point. In a short while, out of the 5,000 demons, less than 100 managed to escape. The speed at which the situation was reversed was astonishing. Haha, great! The human army's morale soared. Yi-chun, why are you alone in the Black Tortoise ruins? As the rest of the human soldiers were collecting their spoils, Galaxy River King's group of 7 flew over. Yi-chun said, leading a team is too troublesome. It's more comfortable to be alone. If he wanted to go, he could go, and if he wanted to fight, he could fight. Right, with your strength, leading a team is indeed troublesome. Galaxy River King nodded and secretly envied Yi-chun's strength. If he had Yi-chun's strength, he would also go to the Black Tortoise ruins alone, just like Yi-chun. After chatting for half an hour, Yi-chun said his goodbyes and said, this is the core area. You'd better step back a little. I'll take my leave first. Leaving so soon? Huang Fuyu asked. In the future, I'll treat you to a drink in the paradise of gods. With a smile, Yi-chun turned around and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The dense meteorites could not stop him, and he could always fly through the gaps between the meteorites. What a strange person. The Celestial River King sighed. Yi-chun's free and easy posture was destined to leave a deep impression in their hearts. Although he killed a 1-star Dark Commander, Yi-chun had not decided to leave the Black Tortoise ruins yet. He intended to stay for a while and see if he could gain more. After all, there was a huge gap between a low-level Emperor-grade weapon and a middle-level Emperor-grade weapon. Moreover, he also planned to get some Emperor-grade weapons for Su Jing and Morong Qingcheng. Chapter 1153. The Black Tortoise Ruins was inconceivably huge. Its diameter was calculated in light years. Even light would need many years to travel this distance. However, the core area of the Black Tortoise Ruins wasn't very big. It was only a few 100 trillion miles in radius. The reason why there was a core area was because there was a black hole in the center of the Black Tortoise Ruins. This black hole had a powerful gravitational force that slowly attracted the mass of the Black Tortoise Ruins. Over time, the core area was formed. There were a lot of junk in the core area, such as meteorites, broken planets, and some dangerous cosmic wonders. Compared to the outer area of Black Tortoise ruins, the core area was 100 times more dangerous. Of course, if one's strength was high and luck was not too bad, the so-called danger was only relative. Flying in the vacuum of the core area, Yi Chen sensed the aura of destruction and couldn't help but sigh. Back then, when the human race and the alien race battled, the destruction caused was enormous. As far as the eye could see, meteorites could be seen everywhere. These meteorites used to be part of some planet. Some were palm-sized, while some were as big as a mountain. Added together, there were billions and billions of them. It was simply impossible to count. Occasionally, Yi Chen could even see 1 or 2 broken planets. Of course, they were not ordinary planets, but broken planets with life. Ordinary planets couldn't be preserved at all. They were too fragile, and the gravitational force of the black hole could slowly distort and disintegrate them. Not only were the life planets huge, but they also contained unimaginably frightening energy. On a life planet, one's destructive power would be reduced by hundreds and thousands of times. It was simply impossible to carry out large-scale destruction. Only 9th layer life and death supremes could destroy a life planet. Just now, when Yi Chen flew past a life planet with a diameter of 10 million li, he clearly saw a huge palm imprint on it. Although the imprint was blurry, Yi Chen's heart stopped beating as soon as he looked at it. It was too frightening. Although the imprint was left a long time ago, the martial intent on it still carried a destructive killing power. Yi Chen suspected that if he got too close, his soul would collapse. This palm imprint was simply beyond the scope of human strength. It could even be called the imprint of a deity. Compared to the owner of this imprint, Yi Chen felt insignificant, like a speck of dust. 9 heavens of life and death realm. One step at a time. You can't compare. Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although there were 2 heavens between the 9th and 7th layer, and 4 heavens between the 5th layer and 5th layer, the gap was like a chasm. Moreover, the further one went, the bigger the gap would be. From the 6th layer to the 7th layer was a chasm, and from the 7th layer to the 8th layer was an even bigger chasm. From the 8th layer to the 9th layer was a supreme chasm. With one step, one would become a supreme, the supreme of the universe. However, the huge gap did not affect Yi Chen. Instead, it completely stimulated Yi Chen's fighting spirit. After flying for a few billion li, Yi Chen saw another broken life planet. This one was even bigger than the previous one, more than 10 million li wide. There was no palm imprint on it, but rather a several million li wide fist imprint. The fist imprint was immeasurably deep, probably hundreds of thousands of li deep. This was a life planet. If it were an ordinary planet, even if it were 100 times bigger, it would have been shattered by a single fist imprint. However, life planets were rather special. They couldn't be shattered into pieces at once, and the energy contained within could counteract the destructive power by 1,000 times. Of course, the energy of this life planet had already leaked out, and not much remained. If not for the fist intent supporting it, it would have disintegrated long ago. Why don't I experience the fist imprint's owner's fist intent? Yi Chen's heart was moved. He decided to experience the fist intent of a 9th layer life and death supreme. 30 million li. 20 million li. 20 million li. So powerful. Yi Chen's expression changed. He felt waves of boundless fist intent coming right at him, giving him a sense of fear that he had never felt before. 20 million li. 18 million li. 15 million li. At this moment, Yi Chen's face suddenly turned pale. In his perception, a towering giant furiously roared and blasted a fist at him. This fist wasn't very big at first, but in an instant, it filled the entire world, as if the world was about to be shattered by it. Puff! Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Yi Chen's entire body was sent flying backwards. He was wounded by the fist intent. His indestructible blue spirit ring had also been shattered, followed by the blue and green spirit rings. And only when he reached the yellow spirit ring did he barely stabilize himself. Too powerful? Yi Chen had a lingering fear in his heart. Even at such a distance, the remnant fist intent of a 9th layer life and death sovereign was actually able to injure him. If he hadn't been cautious and used the soul ring secret art to approach it, his soul would have been severely injured, and there was even a possibility that his soul would have been destroyed. This greatly puzzled him. No matter how powerful a ninth-layer life and death sovereign was, it shouldn't be this tyrannical. If before, Yichen only suspected that if he got too close, his soul would collapse. But now, Yichen was sure that if he got too close, his life would be in danger. Could it be the power of a supreme martial skill? Supreme martial skills were supreme martial skills that had reached the peak of martial skills. It was normal for them to contain some tyrannical nature, and this was the only reasonable explanation. After all, the martial will was only at the 9th step, and Yi Chen's immortal sword intent was only at the 7th step, which was only 2 steps away from the 9th step. The remnant will of the 9th step couldn't injure him from a distance of 15 million li. Of course, Yi Chen also knew that the might of a 9th layer life and death supreme was greater than others. A 9th layer life and death supreme. Yi Chen murmured to himself, then turned around and left. Along the way, Yi Chen annihilated a lot of alien races. Unfortunately, honorary commanders were not that easy to come across. For example, human race only had 50 honorary commanders, and the death of one was one less. The total number of honorary commanders of alien races was only a few hundred. Encountering one occasionally was reasonable, but encountering one frequently. Even Yi Chen didn't believe that he would be so lucky. Unknowingly, 3 days passed. On this day, Yi Chen arrived near a huge life planet. This life planet couldn't be considered broken, but it wasn't complete either. On its surface, there were dozens of huge holes. These holes weren't formed naturally, but seemed to have been made by spears. The diameter of the holes was about the same, several tens of thousands of li. The depths were somewhat frightening, extending all the way to the depths of the life planet. Vaguely, one could see the magma inside the planet through the holes, which was dark red in color. Clearly, the energy of this life planet hadn't completely leaked out yet. The life planet was like a honeycomb, floating alone in the vacuum. From time to time, human figures would enter the planet through the holes. Sometimes it was a single person, sometimes it was a group of 2 or 3, and sometimes it was an entire army. Since Yi Chen was too far away, these people didn't notice Yi Chen. There must be something mysterious inside. Yi Chen didn't believe that these people entered the planet for fun. There must be something attracting them. However, he was sure that it was extremely dangerous inside. Not only was the environment dangerous, but the enemies were even more dangerous. Who knew what kind of experts he would encounter inside? Activating his soul eyes to the limit, Yi Chen wanted to see through the entire life planet. After trying hard for a few breaths, Yi Chen had no choice but to close his soul eyes. The energy level of this life planet was too high, and he couldn't see through it, even if it was only a life planet with incomplete energy. If he wanted to see the mysteries, he would have to go in and take a look himself. Swish! Without much hesitation, Yi Chen's figure flickered, flying toward the life planet. After dozens of breaths, Yi Chen entered through a hole. The hole was very deep, and waves of hot wind blew out. It was hot enough to melt metal, and the deeper he went, the higher the temperature. After a while, Yi Chen arrived at the inner part of the life planet. So hot! As far as the eye could see, there was a black-red color everywhere. It wasn't a black-red flame, but a black-red liquid. This place was like a karst cave, extending in all directions. His soul power was greatly restricted in this place, and could only extend to a few thousand miles away. If the energy level was too high, it would also have a huge impact on his soul power. Grabbing a handful of black-red liquid from the surface of the lava, a sizzling sound could be heard. This black-red liquid seemed to be formed by energy, and it had a very strong burning power. Yi Chen guessed that this black-red liquid should be the lava inside the life planet, a mixture of lava and energy. Without touching the ground, Yi Chen followed the lava tunnel and walked forward. There were too many lava tunnels, and after half an hour, Yi Chen could not find the way back anymore. So, Yi Chen made up his mind and did not care about anything else. He just walked as he pleased. This is? When passing through a lava tunnel, Yi Chen suddenly stopped. He reached out his hand and made a grabbing gesture. A red gem on the left side of the lava wall landed on his hand. This is a spirit power fire crystal. Yi Chen was shocked. Spirit Power Fire Crystals and Spirit Power Crystal Stones were two different things, but they had the same effect, which was the power to train the spirit body. The difference was that Spirit Power Crystal Stones came from Sea of Souls Realm Warriors and Life and Death Realm Warriors, while the Spirit Power Fire Crystal was a natural product, which was very rare. Unfortunately, it is only a low-level Spirit Power Fire Crystal. Low-level Spirit Power Fire Crystals were only effective for rank 1 and 2 spirit bodies, while mid-level Spirit Power Fire Crystals were effective for rank 3 and 4 spirit bodies. High-level Spirit Power Fire Crystals were effective for rank 5 and 6 spirit bodies. Right now, Yichen was only at rank 5 spirit body. If he wanted to train his spirit body, he would have to get high-level Spirit Power Fire Crystals. Of course, Yichen would not be able to use them, but Yichen's parents could, since they were both at rank 2 spirit bodies. Putting away the Spirit Power Fire Crystal, Yichen kept walking forward with anticipation. Another one. There is one here as well. Within half a day, Yichen had gotten 7 Spirit Power Fire Crystals, 6 of which were low-level and 1 of which was mid-level. Yichen now understood why so many people had entered this life planet. It was because of some special reason that this life planet had started to produce Spirit Power Fire Crystals, which was a rare opportunity. Life and Death Realm warriors who did not train their body would have a hard time training their spirit body. They would have to rely on external things to train it, and it was the same for Yichen. Chapter 1154. The lava tunnel was connected in all directions, and it was 100 times more complicated than the most complicated maze. Hundreds of thousands of experts of various races were walking inside. Some were alone, like Yichen, some were in groups, obviously friends, and some were a well-disciplined army. Fortunately, the lava tunnel was very wide, and it didn't seem too crowded. In one of the lava tunnels, a 5,000-strong evil spirit army was advancing. Leader, why do I feel that the temperature is rising, and the airflow seems to be speeding up? A person beside the evil spirit leader said. Perhaps they're going deeper and deeper into the desolate planet. This life planet was called Desolate Planet, and it was a fire-attributed planet. Leader, do you think it's the Parish Firestorm? Don't jinx it. How can a Parish Firestorm appear so easily? It usually only appears once every few decades. The last time was more than a decade ago, which is still a long time ago. The Parish Firestorm was the most frightening disaster on Desolate Planet. Once it appeared, anyone below the 7th layer of Life and Death Realm would be in danger. However, the Parish Firestorm did not appear often. According to the pattern, it would appear once every few decades. As for the reason for its appearance, it was related to the planet's energy exhaustion. Every time a Parish Firestorm occurred, the planet's energy would weaken by a bit. After flying for dozens of li, a dazzling spark suddenly flashed on the evil spirit leader's protective evil power. At the same time, the airflow in the lava tunnel crazily accelerated. Fuck, it's really the Parish Firestorm. Retreat. The evil spirit leader let out a mournful scream and turned around to flee. When the others heard the words Parish Firestorm, their minds went blank. Parish Firestorm, it was actually the Parish Firestorm. Didn't they say that it only appeared once every few decades? It had only been a decade or so since the last one. They were a beat slower in their days. Only when the evil spirit leader and the others disappeared without a trace did they react. Immediately ghostly wails and wolf howls rang out. Thousands of people were like bees in a nest, exploding with their speed to the limit. Some even used secret arts that would damage their cultivation base, just to increase their speed a bit. The ghostly wails and wolf howls were not limited to this place. As long as one entered the desolate planet, who would not be afraid of the Parish Firestorm? After all, there were not many who had reached the 7th layer of Life and Death Realm. What's the situation? Compared to before, the airflow in the lava channel was several hundred times faster, and it was still increasing. With every breath, there would be a new change. After several breaths, the airflow had surged 1,000 times faster than before. Not only that, but on the surface of Yichen's protective Zhenyuan, sparks were flying everywhere. It was as if his protective Zhenyuan had been ignited. Not daring to be negligent, Yichen instantly stimulated the power of the Iron Blood Deep Blue set. The set light combined with his protective Zhenyuan, making him impregnable. Chi-Chi. 2,000 times. 3,000 times. 5,000 times. 6,000 times. 8,000 times. 10,000 times. Soon, the speed of the airflow reached an astonishing 10,000 times. Coupled with the frighteningly high temperature, it could melt almost any metal material. Yichen estimated that this high-temperature airflow could most likely kill a first-layer life and death realm heavenly king. And even a second-layer life and death realm king would not be able to hold on for long. I'm afraid this is just the prelude. The high-temperature airflow was not scary. What was scary was the disaster that followed. Yichen could vaguely feel that the entire planet was shaking. Boom. This guess didn't last long, and it quickly came true. From the center of the desolate planet, an extremely frightening black-red energy erupted. Since this energy wasn't powerful enough to tear the planet apart, it urgently needed to vent. Therefore, the lava channel became the best outlet. Compared to the high-temperature airflow, the black-red energy surged at an astonishing speed, causing the entire planet to shake and rumble. Miserable screams resounded without end. The life and death kings who were relatively close to the center could only let out a scream before they were ignited and turned into ashes. Under the wash of the black-red energy, unless one escaped from the desolate planet, they could only passively endure. If they couldn't, they would naturally perish. Run! Run! The kings who had just entered regretted so much that their intestines turned green. Why didn't they come a bit later? Why were they so unlucky to run into the fallen firestorm? They didn't want to die. Their lives had just begun, and only a fraction of their 100,000 years had passed. There's actually such a frightening energy storm. Yichen crossed his arms in front of him, but his body was still pushed back by the black-red energy. His Zhenyuan flowed out like water, unceasingly replenishing his protective Zhenyuan. Even Yichen found it so difficult to resist, let alone others. The first to die were the kings with cultivation base lower than 4th layer. Before the fallen firestorm, they were nothing but cannon fodder. The black-red energy first tore apart their protective Zhenyuan, then turned their bodies into ashes. From start to finish, they didn't have any leeway to resist. Soon after, some 5th-layer life and death kings died. They were different from Yichen. Yichen had the Iron Blood Deep Blue set, as well as the mid-5th-layer sword domain. In terms of defense, they were much weaker than Yichen. Finally, it was the turn of the 6th-layer life and death kings. The majority of 6th-layer life and death realm heavenly kings were very ordinary. They didn't have heavenly king grade suits, nor did they have powerful domains. They could only rely on their higher cultivation base to resist. Unfortunately, in front of the meteor firestorm, only 7th-layer life and death realm cultivation base could do anything. Looking from the outside, the entire desolate planet seemed incomparably majestic. Tens of thousands of thick black-red energy pillars erupted one after another, reaching hundreds of millions of li away. It looked like a huge hedgehog, or a glowing hornet's nest. However, this hornet's nest was a bit too big. After about 20 breaths of time, the fallen firestorm gradually weakened. Of the hundreds of thousands of kings, less than 100 survived. The death rate was over 99%, no, 999%. Huff! Letting out a deep breath, Yichen uncrossed his arms. In a short period of time, he had consumed 30% of his Zhenyuan. It was more intense than a battle of several thousand rounds. Fortunately, there was no mishap in the end. The black-red energy wasn't enough to tear apart his defense. In another lava passage, a beautiful woman wearing a fiery feather robe also lowered her slender right hand that was blocking the fallen firestorm. Her expression was calm, but the aura leaking from her body was incomparably fiery, as if she herself was a fiery energy body. The second fallen firestorm in a dozen years. Seems like the desolate planet has entered a true energy exhaustion period. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. Yichen suddenly discovered that the number of sparks had increased. Every now and then, there would be a fire crystal. Before long, Yichen had obtained 24 fire crystals, 18 of which were low-grade, and 6 of which were mid-grade. Could it be that the energy storm brought the fire crystals out? Yi Chen guessed. Yi Chen's guess was right. The fire crystals did come from the center of the desolate planet. Every time there was a fallen firestorm, there would be a large amount of fire crystals spewing out. As he went deeper, Yi Chen obtained more and more fire crystals. In the beginning there were more low-grade fire crystals, and then there were more mid-grade fire crystals. After 2 hours, Yi Chen had obtained a total of 150 low-grade fire crystals and 120 mid-grade fire crystals. Unfortunately, he hadn't found a single high-grade fire crystal yet. Fire crystals were divided into 3 grades: low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade. Fire crystals were divided into 9 grades, and high-grade fire crystals were equivalent to grade 5 or grade 6 ones. If he could obtain one, it would be extremely useful for Yi Chen. If he could obtain 10 or more, he might be able to help Yi Chen break through to a grade 6 spirit body. As for the spirit crystals, they were too rare. If one had a grade 1 spirit body when they were alive, only grade 1 spirit crystals would form in their bones after death, and it would take a long time. For example, if Yi Chen's body wasn't destroyed, his bones would only form grade 5 spirit crystals after death. There was no way he could form grade 6 spirit crystals. However, other than body refiners, how many people could have a spirit body above grade 6? And the prerequisite was that their bodies weren't destroyed? Of course, there were some treasures that could refine the spirit body, such as the blood crystal flower, the blood demon crystal, and the extremely rare sky demon fire spirit fruit. Unknowingly, Yi Chen had arrived at the depths of desolate planet. This was a huge lava space. In the center of the lava space, there was a lava pillar that was hundreds of meters thick, connected to the top. The surface of the lava pillar was shining with a fiery red light. This is... Yi Chen's eyes lit up. There were thousands of fire crystals on the lava pillar. His previous harvest paled in comparison to the fire crystals on the lava pillar. Most importantly, there were dozens of extremely powerful fire crystals. They were clearly high-grade fire crystals. Hee, the heavens are really kind to me, the Green Demon Emperor. Dozens of fire crystals are enough to upgrade my spirit body from early grade 6 to mid-grade 6. From the third passage, a green-skinned titled monarch walked out. He was more than 3 meters tall and had thick muscles. He even had a crocodile-like tail behind him. Titled monarch of the green human race. Yi Chen looked over. Brat, if you leave now, I can spare your life. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave alive. The Green Demon Emperor released his aura and threatened. Childish. In an instant, Yi Chen spread out his sword domain and rushed toward the lava pillar. Bastard. The Green Demon Emperor's eyes were filled with killing intent as he also rushed over. Shwa. With a suction force, hundreds of fire crystals fell into Yi Chen's hand. But at the same time, the Green Demon Emperor had already closed in and slashed at his head. Boom. The energy exploded, and the lava pillar broke apart. The remaining fire crystals scattered in all directions, hitting the walls of the lava space and making puffing sounds. Collecting the fire crystals first is more important. Yi Chen didn't want to fight with the Green Demon Emperor for the time being. The shockwaves from their battle might destroy this space, and it would be difficult to collect fire crystals. Chapter 1155. I'll spare your life for now. The Green Demon Emperor could also see the destruction caused by the aftermath of the battle. After this battle, not even a single fire crystal could be seen. Instead of that, it was better to collect fire crystals first. After collecting all the fire crystals, he would kill Yi Chen and seize his wealth and crystals. With their abilities, collecting fire crystals was naturally very fast. In less than half an hour, all the fire crystals had been collected. Yi Chen obtained 28 high-level fire crystals, 980 mid-level fire crystals, and more than 1,000 low-level fire crystals, totaling more than 1,500. The Green Demon Emperor, on the other hand, had much less than Yi Chen. He only obtained 12 high-level fire crystals, more than 300 mid-level fire crystals, and more than 500 low-level fire crystals. Brat, spit out the fire crystals, and I can show mercy and leave your corpse intact. The Green Demon Emperor's pair of green eyes stared at Yi Chen. As a 3-star general, the Green Demon Emperor had a mid-level Emperor-grade armor and a low-level Emperor-grade weapon. Although his strength couldn't compare to a 4-star general, it would still be difficult for a 4-star general to kill him. In terms of difficulty, a general's promotion was definitely more difficult than a purple gold commander's. A purple gold commander's combat strength was high enough, but if a general wanted to promote, they would have to step over the corpses of other generals to succeed. However, sometimes, even if the difference in combat strength was 10 times or even tens of times higher, they might not be able to kill the other. After all, which general didn't have an Emperor-grade armor? I'll return those words to you. Yi Chen didn't take the other party seriously. At his level, even a 4-star general could only defeat him at most. They wouldn't be able to cause too much damage to him. Courting death. With a flick of his tail, the Green Demon Emperor appeared in front of Yi Chen like a ghost. A thick green palm slashed towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen unsheathed his sword and blocked this attack. Pum. A shockwave spread out, causing cracks to appear in the lava space. There's something going on. The Green Demon Emperor was somewhat astonished. Yi Chen's cultivation base was at the 5th layer of life and death realm, which was 2 whole heavens lower than him. Normally speaking, the difference in Zhen Yuan between a 5th layer and a 7th layer was 1,000 times. Of course, this was the sum of Zhen Yuan quantity and quality. It's not over yet. His body suddenly spun in the air as the Green Demon Emperor's thick tail swept over. The tip of the tail contained a green light. Obviously, the Green Demon Emperor had concentrated a large amount of his Zhen Yuan there. Although the Green Demon Emperor's movement was as fast as lightning, without the slightest gap, unfortunately, he was facing Yi Chen. In a battle, Yi Chen would never give his enemies any chance to take advantage of him. Yi Chen quickly retreated, dodging the Green Demon Emperor's attack. Then he used the sword domain's condensing power to eliminate the retreating force and changed it into a forward force. Right at this moment, the Green Demon Emperor was in the midst of using up all of his energy. Shoo! The Dragon Spring Sword drew a bright beam of light in the air, piercing towards the Green Demon Emperor's throat. Not good. The Green Demon Emperor didn't expect Yi Chen to attack so quickly. Having miscalculated, he hastily crossed his arms and blocked Yi Chen's sword. Sparks flew everywhere as the Green Demon Emperor's body was blasted back, crashing through several rock walls. It's a mid-grade Emperor-grade armor. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. If the Green Demon Emperor's armor was a low-grade Emperor-grade, he would have had the confidence to kill him. But now it was even more difficult than before. After all, every time an Emperor-grade armor's grade increased, its defensive power would greatly increase. After being weakened by the Emperor-grade armor, the true destructive power transmitted to the Green Demon Emperor's body was limited. Not wanting to waste any more time, Yi Chen gave up on the battle and turned to leave. Want to leave? Not so easy. The Green Demon Emperor flew into a rage out of humiliation. In any case, he was a 3-star general of the Green Men race. Yet he was beaten black and blue by a mere 5th layer life and death king. How could he not feel angry and humiliated? Roar. With a loud roar, the Green Demon Emperor raised his right hand, and a dark green light sphere condensed in his palm. As the light sphere became more and more solid, a character appeared within it. This character was the character of the Green Men race. Exterminate. Go die. His right hand fiercely pushed forward, and the light sphere shot out at a speed that was hundreds and thousands of times faster. Even from far away, Yi Chen could feel the intense destructive power. 3rd Revolution Martial Skill. Yi Chen was not surprised that the Green Demon Emperor could use a 3rd Revolution Martial Skill. Under normal circumstances, any titled monarch could create a 3rd Revolution Martial Skill. It should be known that the higher one's cultivation base was, the higher one's comprehension would be. This was similar to the height one was at. If it were a 9th layer life and death king, they would be able to create a 3rd or 4th Revolution Martial Skill in an instant. This was because their height was so high that they could already see through the mysteries of martial skills. Not daring to be negligent, Yi Chen used extreme sun essence transformation to meet the attack head-on. The sword chi was countless times more dazzling than any sunlight. It was like the first ray of light since the creation of the world, colliding with the dark green light sphere. Crack. Without any suspense, the dark green light sphere only lasted for a split second before it was cleaved apart by the sword chi. The sword chi's momentum didn't dissipate as it continued on its path toward the Green Demon Emperor. Impossible. The Green Demon Emperor had been shocked too many times today. In his eyes, Yi Chen's battle strength was simply inconceivable. He had never seen a fifth-layer life and death king with such battle strength. Bang! Rays of light exploded, and the Green Demon Emperor was once again blasted away. He flipped several times in the air, and a trace of blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. Although the armor was powerful, it couldn't block all attacks. Green Demon Emperor, you are not my opponent. If not for your armor, today would be the day of your death. Yi Chen's voice came from afar as he left. Damn it! The Green Demon Emperor's face turned ashen, and his eyes were filled with a cold killing intent. This kid is a freak. Next time I see him, I'll definitely kill him without leaving any future troubles. The Green Man race and the human race were also mortal enemies. The appearance of a frightening genius in the human race was not a good thing for his race. Swish! With a flicker, the Green Demon Emperor entered another lava passage. 28 high-grade spirit energy fire crystals should be enough to upgrade my spirit body to the 6th step. Looking for a slightly smaller lava space, Yi Chen stopped and flipped his hand. 28 high-grade spirit energy fire crystals appeared in his palm. When he was in Elysium, Yi Chen's spirit body had already reached the late 5th step. After leaving Elysium, his spirit body had made some progress, reaching the peak of the 5th step. However, he was not a body-refining king. Although he could upgrade his spirit body slightly, upgrading it to the next step was extremely difficult. Without treasures, it was basically impossible. Peak 5th step spirit body and 6th step spirit body didn't seem to have much difference, but the significance was completely different. Once the spirit body reached the 6th step, not only would the physical body's defense be stronger, but it would also have the ability to absorb damage. For example, the opponent could make you vomit blood with a single palm, but with a 6th step spirit body, it would be many times more difficult for the opponent to injure you. The majority of monarch spirit bodies were the same as Yi Chen's, peak 5th step, unless they had treasures that could temper their spirit body. However, such treasures were too difficult to find. So far, the one with the highest spirit body that Yi Chen had seen was Peerless King Ajiu. In the divine trial field, Ajiu had revealed his spirit body to be at the late 6th step. Of course, Yi Chen also had the 7th step Immortal Sword Intent. With the Immortal Sword Intent protecting him, Yi Chen's pure defense was stronger than a late 6th step spirit body, equivalent to a peak 6th step spirit body. If his spirit body also reached the 6th step, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. Putting away the 24 high-grade spirit energy fire crystals, Yi Chen held 2 in each hand and sat down cross-legged, preparing to absorb the energy from the fire crystals to temper his spirit body. Gurgle! The energy in the high-grade spirit energy fire crystals was too majestic. 4 scorching currents flowed through the Laogong meridian on his palm and entered his body, rapidly tempering his flesh and bones, changing his physique. When he finished absorbing the energy from the 4 high-grade spirit energy fire crystals, a layer of scarlet flame appeared on the surface of Yi Chen's body. This was a sign that his blood and qi were too vigorous. Without wasting any time, Yi Chen took out another 4 high-grade spirit energy fire crystals, 12, 16. By the time he had consumed 16 high-grade spirit energy fire crystals, Yi Chen's body had undergone earth-shaking changes. As his flesh and bones wriggled, a violent qualitative change occurred. It was as if he had turned from an infant to a child. His appetite increased greatly, crazily absorbing the energy from the fire crystals to strengthen his body. Not only that, his flesh and bones also contain the power of decomposition. Much of Yi Chen's Zhenyuan had been decomposed. Fortunately, after a period of time, his flesh and bones had familiarized themselves with the Zhenyuan, and no longer decomposed. So the 6th step spirit body doesn't absorb damage. Instead, it first absorbs and then decomposes. At this moment, Yi Chen had finally upgraded his spirit body to the early 6th step. He had also understood the profoundness of the 6th step spirit body. Compared to the 5th step spirit body, the sixth-step spirit body no longer passively received damage. Instead, it absorbed the damage and decomposed it. As the saying went, there was no such thing as the strongest defense, but there was always the strongest defensive method. ZZ. As soon as the sixth-step spirit body was formed, Yi Chen's vitality field immediately erupted. Earth, water, fire, wind, and lightning flashed in the lava space, making Yi Chen look like a god. Gradually withdrawing his vitality field and blood and chi, Yi Chen stood up. Why do I feel a little empty? He punched out, creating a gust of wind. A few cracks appeared in the lava space. However, Yi Chen felt a little empty, and was in a hurry to replenish his energy. Could it be that the sixth-step spirit body can stimulate cultivation? Yi Chen guessed inwardly. Yi Chen's guess was both wrong and wrong. It was not that the sixth-step spirit body could stimulate cultivation, but that the higher the spirit body's rank, the greater the thirst for cultivation. Thus, the body naturally reacted. The reason why body-refining kings could dominate the world and occupy important positions was closely related to their spirit bodies. It was said that the ninth-step spirit bodies of life and death supremes could be called undying body. This was a physical power that was millions of times more frightening than the undying body. It was simply unbreakable, and even injuring it would be difficult. Of course, body-refining supremes were much weaker than other supremes in terms of domains. There were gains and losses. There are still 12 high-grade spirit energy fire crystals left. I wonder if I can upgrade my spirit body to mid-sixth step? Forget it. Let's wait until the sixth-step spirit body stabilizes first. I don't want to waste them. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Chen continued deeper into Desolate Planet. Chapter 1156. There was a huge battle here. After walking for a while, Yi Chen realized that a lot of lava tunnels had collapsed, and the traces of battle were very obvious. Boom! He threw out a sword attack, and the powerful sword chi pierced through the no-way-out tunnel. Yi Chen's body flashed as he flew over. Run! There are fire crystal beasts in front of us. After flying for a while, a couple of human figures flew over. Yi Chen could tell that they were all humans, and they looked very scared. What happened? Yi Chen hurried to ask. It's a fire crystal beast. A lot of people have already been killed by it. The one flying in the front replied. Fire crystal beast? Yi Chen frowned. He had never heard about it before. However, these people were all at the sixth sky of life and death realm, and they were not weak at all. Judging from this, the fire crystal beasts should be even more powerful and horrifying. Let's go. If we don't go now, we won't be able to even if we want to. The few of them brushed past Yi Chen. Seeing that Yi Chen did not plan to run, one of them could not help but remind Yi Chen. If the fire crystal beasts you are talking about are red crystal beasts, then we will not be able to escape anymore. Within Yi Chen's soul power perception, there were a total of 5 red crystal beasts surrounding them. 2 of them were at the back, forming a triangle, while 3 of them were at the front, forming a triangle. These fire crystal beasts seemed to be able to see them, since they were heading straight for them. What? The few of them were shocked. Roar. Boom. At this moment, the roars of beasts came from behind. Then the lava tunnel collapsed, and 2 red monsters appeared in front of everyone. These 2 monsters were 5 meters tall, and more than 10 meters long. Their bodies were like lions and tigers, and their bodies were made of red crystals. The red crystals were similar to psionic crystals, but they were not as pure as psionic crystals. They seemed to be mixed with other crystals and metals. Flames were spitting out of their nostrils and mouths. They were incomparably hot, even hotter than magma. What surprised Yi Chen the most was that their eyes were actually 2 high-level fire crystals of spiritual energy. Their color was much deeper than the rest of their body parts. They were fiery red and emitting faint flames. The aura they were emitting was clearly the aura of fire crystals of spiritual energy. Of course, it was thousands of times more intense. Is it made of raw spiritual energy fire crystals? According to the fire crystal beast's aura, color, and eyes, Yi Chen instantly determined that the fire crystal beast should be a spirit energy fire crystal life form. Yuan Qi could become life, and it was also possible for it to become an object. After all, everything in the world was actually formed from Yuan Qi. What should we do? The few of them were at a loss. They were very clear that even 10 of them would not be a match for the fire crystal beast. For them, the fire crystal beast was a monster that was not afraid of attacks. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. The stone walls on the left and right suddenly cracked, and 7 or 8 figures rushed over. There were evil spirit race, demons, and yiksha race. Behind them, there were also a few fire crystal beasts, and they were roaring angrily. This was not the end. In front of Yi Chun, the 3 fire crystal beasts also rushed over. This way, including Yi Chun, there were a total of 12 people. 4 of them were humans, and 8 of them were alien races. 9 fire crystal beasts surrounded them. These 9 fire crystal beasts did not attack directly. Instead, they looked at each other and glared at each other. Quick, the 4 of you rush up. Since they had the advantage in numbers, one of the demons ordered Yi Chun and the other 3 to rush up. Dream on. Why should we rush up? On Yi Chun's side, the 3 were enraged. If you don't want to rush up, I will kill you now. At this juncture of life and death, the other party's killing intent was not concealed at all. Roar. Seeing that everyone was fighting among themselves, the fire crystal beasts seemed to have a tacit understanding. They attacked at the same time, and the 9 fire crystal beasts pounced over. The first to die was an evil spirit race warrior. His attack landed on the fire crystal beast's body, but the latter was not hurt at all. It opened its mouth and bit down on his body before swallowing him whole. The speed of its bite was so fast that it was like a lightning strike. Yi Chun frowned as he watched. The other fire crystal beast was in the air. It slapped away the spear of a yiksha with one claw and grabbed the yiksha's head with the other. Bang! The yiksha's head exploded like a watermelon. The next moment, the fire crystal beast opened its mouth and sucked the yiksha in. On Yi Chun's side, one of them died instantly. The fire crystal beast was invulnerable, and all attacks were useless against it. It was also extremely fast and it was very difficult to dodge its attacks. The situation was one-sided. In the blink of an eye, only 7 of the 12 people were left. Run. Why would there be fire crystal beasts on desolate Mars? These monsters are invulnerable, and they are not afraid of soul attacks. The fierce battle made the survivors lose their will to fight. They all ran away crazily. Even when the fire crystal beasts pounced at them, they had no intention of blocking them. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was to run as far as possible. If they could run out of desolate Mars, they would be saved. What a fast attack speed. There were 3 fire crystal beasts attacking Yi Chun. If there was only one, Yi Chun would have wanted to fight it head-on. However, there were 3. Yi Chun could see that the fire crystal beasts had no weaknesses. He would not have any advantage if he fought them head-on. Fortunately, he had the instant sword domain, so Yi Chun could easily dodge and pass through the gaps between the 3 fire crystal beasts. Apart from the 3 fire crystal beasts that had their eyes on Yi Chun, the other fire crystal beasts chased after the other 6. Screams rang out as 4 more people were eaten by the fire crystal beasts. The remaining 2 were also in grave danger. On desolate Mars, their speed was not as fast as the fire crystal beasts. If it were not for the fire crystal beasts fighting for food, these 2 would have been dead already. Run this way. The 2 survivors were the titled kings of the demons and the titled kings of the yiksha race. Judging from their strength, they were at the level of 1-star generals. Unfortunately, they were still not a match for the fire crystal beasts. Seeing that Yi Chun had just dodged the attacks of the 3 fire crystal beasts, they wanted to make Yi Chun the scapegoat. Courting death. A cold light flashed across Yi Chun's eyes. Ignoring the 3 fire crystal beasts, Yi Chun gripped the dragon spring sword with both hands and raised it high. In the next moment, a dazzling sword chi slashed out. It was the extreme sun essence. Puff. Puff. Of the 2 1-star generals, one had a low-grade emperor-grade armor, while the other had a low-grade emperor-grade weapon. The eyes of the titled king of the yiksha race with the low-grade emperor-grade weapon widened, as if he didn't expect Yi Chun to be so powerful. He opened his mouth to shout, but before he could make a sound, he was killed by the sword chi and turned into ashes. The other one didn't fare any better. His whole body was sent flying, crashing into a fire crystal beast. This fire crystal beast skillfully turned its head, bit him and swallowed him. Damn it! Seeing the fire crystal beast swallow the opponent's body, Yichen couldn't help but feel annoyed inwardly. 1-star general badge could allow him to purchase a low-grade emperor-grade artifact, which was extremely valuable. If not for the fire crystal beast, he would have been completely confident in killing the opponent and snatching the badge. Fortunately, he still had another 1-star general badge. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss. With a suction force from his left hand, a badge, a low-grade emperor-grade weapon, and a storage ring fell into Yichen's hand. Yichen stored them in his own storage ring. Roar! Right at this moment, the 3 fire crystal beasts launched their second attack at Yichen. The 3 beasts cooperated with each other tacitly. One ran from below, one pounced from above, and the last launched a fierce attack from the right. Top, middle, and bottom were all blocked, leaving Yichen with nowhere to run or hide. Of course, this was for others. In an instant, the sword domain reached its limit. The space distorted, and the 3 beasts' movements paused for a moment. I'd like to see if I really can't injure you. Swish. 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 Crazily arousing his Zhenyuan, Yichen slashed out 3 times in a row. All 3 sword strikes were Sun Essence Extreme Transformation. Of course, this kind of killing moves would be weakened if it was used consecutively, perhaps only at 70 to 80%. However, it was enough to probe the opponent. If 70 to 80% of Sun Essence Extreme Transformation couldn't injure the opponent, then even 100% wouldn't have much of an effect. Puchi. The dazzling sword chi slashed on the fire crystal beast's body. Immediately, cracks appeared on its body. Obviously, 70 to 80% of Sun Essence Extreme Transformation's power could injure the fire crystal beast, although it wasn't fatal. It is indeed effective. Take another sword attack from me. Flying backward, Yichen continued to slash out another powerful sword attack. This time, he used 100% of his power, aiming at the fire crystal beast in the middle. Puff! The fire crystal beast's head was cut off. Come here. With a suction force, the fire crystal beast's head involuntarily flew into Yichen's hand. You want to bite me? Yichen was extremely cautious. He avoided the fire crystal beast's mouth and grabbed its horn. The fire crystal beast's head struggled intensely, but it only had one head left. How could it be Yichen's opponent? It couldn't break free at all. Crack! Yichen instantly dug out its 2 eyes. High-rank spirit energy fire crystal. Immediately, the fire crystal beast's struggle became weaker. It seemed like its eyes contained a huge amount of energy. Without its eyes, its energy was greatly reduced, and it was getting weaker and weaker. Its eyes are its weak point. Yichen understood. After losing its head, the fire crystal beast did not fall down. Instead, flames curled around its neck, and a red light burst out. The next moment, a new head grew out, and 2 high-rank spirit energy fire crystals condensed in its eyes. Yichen carefully observed that the fire crystal beast's aura had weakened, and its body was also slightly smaller. Roar! 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 The 12 fire crystal beasts surrounded Yichen tightly, each of them preparing to pounce on him. Go! Yichen fiercely stomped on the ground, and his whole body shot up into the sky. With a loud boom, the rock wall above his head was blasted away, and Yichen escaped to the top. Using all of his strength, he was still unable to kill a single fire crystal beast. Yichen had no choice but to give up. If there were only 3 fire crystal beasts, he might have given it his all. Yichen's escape had completely enraged the 12 fire crystal beasts, and they crazily chased after him. Let's leave this life planet first. The next time I come, I must equip myself with an emperor-grade weapon. Yichen had killed a 1-star purple gold rank commander, and a 1-star general. His battle results were plentiful. When he returned, he could purchase 2 emperor-grade weapons. Only with an emperor-grade weapon would his battle power reach a new level. Chapter 1157. After the firestorm, there were less than 100 life and death realm warriors left. But now, with the appearance of the fire crystal beasts, the number of survivors had dropped drastically. Within a short period of time, there were not even 10 left. The others were all running for their lives. Some of them were no weaker than Yichen, and two of them were even more powerful than Yi Chen. One of them was the Skeleton Ocean Emperor of the Yaksha race, and the other was the Dark Dragon Emperor of the demons. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor was a 4-star general of the Yaksha race, while the Dark Dragon Emperor was a 5-star general of the demons. These fire crystal beasts are too much to kill. I should run for my life first. The Skeletal Ocean Emperor's strength was extremely tyrannical. Every spear in his hand would inevitably pierce through a fire crystal beast. Unfortunately, the fire crystal beast that was pierced was completely unharmed except for a slightly weaker aura. Even if the Skeletal Ocean Emperor used all of his strength, it would still be very difficult to kill a fire crystal beast. At most, he could only make the other party extremely weak. However, there were so many fire crystal beasts that after killing one, 10 would immediately come. By the time he killed 10, he would probably be surrounded by 100. Even if he was a 4-stars general, it was impossible for him to face 100 fire crystal beasts. He would definitely die, so he desperately ran away. Wherever there were fewer fire crystal beasts, he would run. If he encountered any obstruction, he would directly attack with his spear. For a moment, it was peaceful, but he had a faint bad feeling. How come there are so many fire crystal beasts? The Skeleton Sea Emperor, who was flying forward, felt his hair stand on end. In front of him was a dense horde of fire crystal beasts. At a rough glance, there were at least 300 of them. The leading fire crystal beast was much smaller than the other fire crystal beasts. It was about 2 meters tall and 6 meters long, but its aura was 10 times stronger than the other fire crystal beasts. I can't beat it with force. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor hurried to turn around and run in the opposite direction. In another direction, huge explosions were heard. The Dark Dragon Emperor was unbelievably powerful. His dragon claw art was almost indestructible. Normal fire crystal beasts would be torn apart with one claw attack, causing their aura to drop by 10 times. If Yi Chen were in front of him, he might not even be able to handle one claw attack. The Dark Dragon Emperor's true form was that of a huge black dragon. Even if she didn't cultivate, she would still become a life and death realm warrior when the time came, just like Su Jing. Of course, back then, Su Jing had been sealed into a human in the early stages. Only in the later stages did she enter the dragonization pool and gradually transform into a real golden giant dragon. The dark dragon power all over his body made the Dark Dragon Emperor's attack power unparalleled and defense invincible. In addition, he was a 5-star general of the demons. He had a top-notch overlord armor and a low-level emperor weapon. Seriously speaking, most 5-star generals were no match for the Dark Dragon Emperor. His body was too powerful. Haha. The Dark Dragon Emperor had no qualms about killing his way out. Along the way, the fire crystal beasts in his way were torn apart. Although the fire crystal beasts wouldn't die after being torn apart and would reform, their auras would weaken once they were attacked. With the Dark Dragon Emperor's battle strength, a single attack was enough to make a fire crystal beast lose its threat. 30, 50, 70. In a short period of time, 70 fire crystal beasts had been torn apart. Dark Dragon Emperor had also collected many fire crystal beast shards. These fire crystal beast shards were filled with fire crystal energy. They could be considered as thin high-grade fire crystal energy. With enough of them, they were equivalent to high-grade fire crystals. Come on. The Dark Dragon Emperor was very confident in his battle power, so he didn't try to escape. Wherever there were more fire crystal beasts, he would charge toward them. All of a sudden, he was unstoppable. All of a sudden, a fiery red light shot toward the Dark Dragon Emperor. Boom. There was a huge explosion, and the Dark Dragon Emperor took a few steps back. In front of it was a much smaller and darker fire crystal beast. The fire crystal beast was more than 2 meters tall and 6 meters long, but its battle strength was dozens of times stronger than ordinary fire crystal beasts. Oh, interesting. The Dark Dragon Emperor stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, looking very excited. The darker-colored fire crystal beast stared at the Dark Dragon Emperor. Although it didn't have much intelligence, it could feel that the enemy in front of it was not easy to deal with. Roar! The fire crystal beast roared into the sky. The roar spread far and wide. Some of the smaller fire crystal beasts followed the sound and rushed over. They were extremely fast, looking like beams of fiery red light. Soon 7 petite fire crystal beasts surrounded the Dark Dragon Emperor. Do you think that you can kill me with numbers? In your dreams. The Dark Dragon Emperor was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked at the 7 smaller fire crystal beasts with interest. His battle power had already surpassed the 7th sky of life and death realm, reaching the 8th sky of life and death realm. Although his cultivation base was only at the 7th sky of life and death realm, the title of an 8th sky of life and death realm monarch could carry the word emperor. Of course, the Dark Dragon Emperor was not an emperor, but he was a battle emperor, which was 1 level higher than a battle emperor. Normally, a 4-star general would have the battle power of a low-level battle emperor, and a 5-star general would have the battle power of a mid-level battle emperor. The Dark Dragon Emperor was slightly weaker than a high-level battle emperor, but he was definitely a top warrior among the mid-level battle emperors. A great battle broke out in an instant. The Dark Dragon Emperor and the 7 smaller fire crystal beasts started fighting. Crack! The Dark Dragon Emperor's claw speed was extremely fast. He waved his claw 3 times, leaving deep claw marks on the bodies of 3 fire crystal beasts. One of the fire crystal beast's front legs had been broken, and its body was sliding on the ground. Of course, the Dark Dragon Emperor had also been hit 4 times. His back, chest, and shoulders were all covered in burning sparks. The Dark Dragon Emperor fell to the ground and rolled on the ground. Suddenly crawling up, the Dark Dragon Emperor patted the dark red liquid on his body and laughed. Not enough again. With the Dark Dragon's defense and the top Emperor rank armor, the Dark Dragon Emperor was not afraid of these 7 fire crystal beasts. His only shortcoming was his soul defense. Of course, this was only relative to his rank. How many fire crystal beasts are there? While escaping, Yichen opened his soul eyes and scanned the surroundings. This scan shocked him. Within the range of his soul eyes, there were red dots everywhere. With a rough glance, there were thousands of them. The entire barren planet seemed to be occupied by the fire crystal beasts. Some of the red dots were even more dazzling. He was afraid that they were even more powerful and horrifying than the fire crystal beasts he saw. There is a gap here. With the soul eyes, Yichen easily found a weak spot with fewer fire crystal beasts. His body stretched, Yichen's speed exploded to the limit. Roar! 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 The 12 fire crystal beasts followed closely behind Yichen. Their speed was only a little bit slower than Yichen's. In a short time, Yichen would not be able to shake them off. Not only that, as the 12 fire crystal beasts roared, the path that Yichen had chosen started to be surrounded by fire crystal beasts, as if they wanted to outflank Yichen. Not good. Yichen's face was extremely ugly. The path that he had thought to be a weak spot was now a dead end. There were at least 10 fire crystal beasts blocking the way. Where should I run? Yichen did not know what to do now. The fire crystal beasts could communicate with each other through their roars. Plus, they could see everything within a certain range. Yichen's soul eye had basically been destroyed. Even if he could see the escape route, it would still be a dead end in the next second. There was no way he could survive. I should not waste my soul power. Closing his soul eyes, Yichen replaced it with normal soul power. At this point, the more soul power he used, the less it would be. The soul eyes consumed too much soul power, not to mention that they did not have much use. Releasing his soul power, Yichen decided to take it one step at a time. He was not the kind of person who would give up easily. Ah! Ah! Screams continued. Including Yichen, there were a total of 9 people inside Planet Baron. However, it was obvious that those who were as strong as Yichen could not hold on any longer. One by one, they were swallowed into the fire crystal beast's stomachs. Once they were swallowed, it was almost impossible for them to escape. After an hour, only Dark Dragon Emperor, Skeleton Ocean Emperor, and Yichen were left on the entire Planet Baron. Yichen had managed to hold on until now with his 4-star purple gold rank commander power. His ability to survive was self-evident. This time, it is really a narrow escape. There were more than 100 fire crystal beasts chasing after Yichen, looking like a red river. As time passed, more and more fire crystal beasts would join in. Alright, it has been a long time since I experienced a life and death battle. I would like to see if these fire crystal beasts can kill me. The more dangerous it was, the more it could stimulate Yi Chen's potential. Back in Elysium, he had been through hundreds of battles and often encountered life and death battles. However, after coming to the universe, he had encountered fewer life and death battles. Of course, he also knew that in the universe, life and death kings could live up to 100,000 years. It was impossible for them to encounter danger so easily. Some of them could even stay in seclusion for hundreds of years. However, Yi Chen had only stayed in seclusion for a dozen years. However, it was different for Yi Chen. He was used to life and death battles, and was used to surviving in desperate situations. In the past dozen years of peace, he felt that he had made little progress. Yes, very little progress. Without the God Paradise, without the time ratio of 100 to 1 in the Tower of Time, he could not have such achievements. His current achievements were built up over time, which was nothing to be proud of. A true powerhouse, even if it was only a short time, would have shocking achievements. The change in his mentality had brought a qualitative change to Yi Chen. His chi turned sharp as if he had returned to the scene of struggling for survival. His blood boiled with endless fighting spirit. Shwa shwa. Like a bird that was not affected by any force, Yi Chen shuttled between the fire crystal beasts. Although he still had the same speed and technique, he now felt a sense of freedom. It was this freedom that allowed him to turn the impossible into the possible, and escape from desperate situations. The fire crystal beasts had simple intelligence. They didn't know what had happened to Yi Chen. They only knew how to chase after him. There is someone ahead. Through his soul power, Yi Chen saw a human figure flying over. Judging from his chi, he should be a titled monarch of the Yiksha race. Very powerful. It should be a 4-star general. Yi Chen saw that the opponent could easily pierce through the fire crystal beasts with a single strike. Occasionally, he would even use a powerful attack to smash the fire crystal beasts in his way into pieces. Chapter 1158. The newcomer was none other than Skeleton Ocean Emperor. Skeleton Ocean Emperor possessed a high-grade Emperor-grade weapon, and a mid-grade Emperor-grade armor. In terms of pure strength, he was not stronger than Yi Chen. Even if he was stronger, it would not be by much. However, the higher one's cultivation base, the higher the requirement for artifacts. With these two artifacts, Yi Chen's battle strength could never catch up. Kill! With a wave of his battle spear, a fire crystal beast was shattered into dozens of pieces. His killing move could instantly destroy ordinary fire crystal beasts, but it took a long time to charge up. After killing dozens of fire crystal beasts, Skeleton Ocean Emperor also saw Yi Chen. Strange, a mere 5th layer life and death king can actually live until now. So that's how it is. His sword domain has actually reached the mid-5th layer, and it even contains the power of space. No, he can actually reverse the sword domain, and eliminate the useless force on his body. Skeleton Ocean Emperor's insight was brilliant. Logically speaking, even mid-5th layer sword domain couldn't do what Yi Chen was doing, turning the impossible into the possible. Upon closer inspection, Skeleton Ocean Emperor realized that Yi Chen was reversing sword domain, and dissolving the useless force and inertia of his body. For example, if a person was advancing at full speed, it would be extremely difficult to make them retreat. Moreover, one would have to bear the combined force of both forward and backward, which would be a huge burden. However, Yi Chen had removed the forward force and only needed to add the backward force. This way, his dodging would naturally be unrestrained and unconstrained. Righteous sword domain, affecting others. Reverse luck sword domain, affecting oneself. Achieving this step was extremely difficult, and required extremely powerful comprehension and execution. Before, Yi Chen had only taken a small step, and it was still imperfect. Moreover, he had to rely on the power of space. But now, Yi Chen could do it as he pleased, approaching perfection. Such a genius is a disaster if left alive. Since I've encountered him, I'll deal with him in passing. With this thought, Skeleton Ocean Emperor made his decision. Yi Chen knew that Skeleton Ocean Emperor was not a pushover. To be more precise, all titled monarchs of different races were not pushovers. Once they encountered each other, they would inevitably fight to the death. He wasn't a match for the Skeleton Ocean Emperor, and this place was filled with fire crystal beasts. It really wasn't the best place for a battle. Go! Making a turn in the air, Yi Chen flew in another direction. You want to leave? The Skeleton Sea Emperor sneered and followed closely behind Yi Chen. Rumble! The Skeleton Ocean Emperor and the fire crystal beasts behind Yi Chen converged. There were 500 of them, and 3 of them were petite. Yi Chen frowned when he saw the Skeleton Ocean Monarch following him. Clang! Unsheathing the Dragon Spring Sword, Yi Chen turned around and hacked towards the Skeleton Sea Emperor. The sword chi released by the Dragon Spring Sword was as fierce as a raging fire, nearly merging with the air. The sword chi released by the Dragon Spring Sword seemed to be gentle and neutral, but in fact, it contained boundless potential. It was the true Inferno Sword. Reckless. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor was infuriated. He hadn't expected that the other party would make a move on him before he had even made a move. This had undoubtedly infuriated him. Break for me. Raising his battle spear, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor's spear swept across the sword chi. The intense blue light instantly condensed into a huge spear shadow. With a loud bang, a shockwave spread out. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. His speed increased again, and he used the borrowed force to the extreme. On the other hand, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor's face paled, and his speed slowed down. It turned out that the sword chi released by Yi Chen was extremely powerful. Being caught off guard, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor suffered a hidden loss. Of course, there was a big gap between their battle power. Aside from the sharp decrease in speed, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor was fine. However, with 500 fire crystal beasts following behind him, he was instantly surrounded. Piss off! Spear shadows shot out everywhere, and a large number of fire crystal beasts were thrown away. Even the 3 petite fire crystal beasts were forced back dozens of meters. As a 4-star general, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor's battle power was unimaginable. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many fire crystal beasts on desolate Mars, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor would have already fought his way out. Swoosh! Using this opportunity, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor flashed out of the encirclement and chased after Yi Chen again. In terms of speed, he was slightly faster than Yi Chen, but he wasn't as nimble as his opponent. He's really persistent. Yi Chen wasn't afraid of the Skeleton Ocean Emperor. If he couldn't beat him, couldn't he just run? However, the Skeleton Sea Emperor's persistent pestering gave him a bad feeling. Go back. From far away, Yi Chen attacked the Skeleton Ocean Emperor with another sword chi. Haha, do you think I'll fall for your trick again? The Skeleton Ocean Emperor flapped his wings and soared into the sky. The sword chi swept past below him and slashed at a group of fire crystal beasts. As a monarch of the Yiksha race, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor's speed was his forte. If it weren't for Yi Chen's equally astonishing speed, he would have caught up long ago. At such a distance, Yi Chen's sword chi couldn't touch him at all. He also didn't want to fight with Yi Chen from afar. After all, that would lower his speed. Just like that, Yi Chen flew in front and slashed behind him from time to time. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor displayed his speed and dodged Yi Chen's sword chi. As for the fire crystal beasts behind them, they were a little unlucky. They were slashed by the sword chi. However, desolate Mars was the fire crystal beasts' territory, and the number of fire crystal beasts increased from 500 to 1,000. Now, even the Skeleton Ocean Emperor was surrounded and couldn't escape. Swish! Right at this moment, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor's speed suddenly increased. The wings on his back shone with a blue radiance, as if they were made of blue crystals. This was the peak Emperor grade secret art of the Yiksha race. Light Wings Transformation. Upon reaching the highest realm, one could reach light speed. It should be known that light speed was a threshold. Even 7th layer life and death monarchs couldn't surpass light speed. They could at most approach it. Therefore, between 7th layer and 7th layer life and death monarchs, there wasn't much difference in speed. They were all very close to light speed, or even infinitely close to it. Skeleton Ocean Emperor's normal speed was only a bit faster than Yi Chen's, and it wasn't very obvious. However, after using Light Wings transformation, his speed had increased by a lot. If he were in a vacuum, his speed would definitely reach light speed. Above light speed, there was no such thing as 2 or 3 times light speed. Above light speed was teleportation, which was the means of 8th layer life and death realm titled monarchs. So fast. Yichen was startled. The wings on the skeleton ocean emperor's back had almost fused with the void. In this way, space wouldn't obstruct him, and his speed would reach a perfect realm. If my space profound reaches 90% completion, I'll most likely be able to move at light speed as well. Seeing this scene, Yichen recalled his own space profound. Space profound was unfathomable, and Yichen estimated that with 90% completion, he would be able to move at light speed, and with perfection, he would be able to teleport. At 8th layer life and death realm, his teleportation distance would be many times greater than others. 20 li, 10 li, 5 li, 3 li, 1 li. Soon, the distance between the two was reduced to 500 meters. This was a very short distance, and in a vacuum, it was completely negligible. Kid, stay here. The skeleton ocean emperor flipped his palm, and a black sphere appeared. With a swish, he threw the sphere at Yichen. What is this? Without any hesitation, Yichen threw out a sword attack onto the black ball. Pung. In the next moment, the black sphere exploded, releasing countless fine threads. There were so many of them that they seemed boundless. With a single point as the center, they scattered in every direction. Yichen, who was the closest to them, was immediately enveloped by countless threads. As for Skeleton Ocean Emperor, he soared into the sky. Only a few threads touched his body, but even so he had to expend a great deal of effort to break free from their entanglement. Besides Yichen, the fire crystal beast that was following behind him was also caught by the strings. Not good. Yichen's speed suddenly slowed down, getting slower and slower. On his body, those thin strands had tightly wrapped around him. Waving his dragon spring sword, he could only cut off dozens of strands at most, which was completely useless. Haha, this 1,000-layer silk of mine cost me 10 million yuan stones. You should be proud of yourself for using it on you. 1,000-layer silk was a refined treasure. Its raw material was the silk of a kind of monarch spider. Monarch spider was not a demonic beast, but a cosmic beast like the star colossal beast. An adult monarch spider was incomparably frightening. Even 7th-layer life and death realm titled monarchs would have a slim chance of survival if they encountered one. Its silk could stick to anything, making it extremely difficult to struggle free. The reason why the Skeleton Ocean Emperor used 1,000-layer silk on Yichen was because Yichen's battle strength was at least at the level of a 4-star purple gold commander. Killing such a genius would be rewarded greatly. If he killed a 1-star or 2-star purple gold commander, although he would also get a reward, it would not be this much. Using 1,000-layer silk would be a waste, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Pop, 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 snap after snap. Yichen felt as if he had sunk into a swamp, and his movements became extremely sluggish. At the same time, the surrounding fire crystal beasts surrounded him, and their numbers kept increasing. Enjoy it. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor pulled away, not wanting to be surrounded. As for 1,000-layer silk, it could not bind a person for a long time. After all, it had not reached an indestructible level. Finally, Yichen got rid of the 1,000 layers of silk and looked around. There were at least 1,500 fire crystal beasts surrounding him from all directions. Could it be that I will die here? Yichen sucked in a deep breath. No, even if I die 10 times, I will carve out a bloody path. A deep darkness appeared in his pupils. At this moment, Yichen's mind was devoid of all distracting thoughts. All he could think of was kill, kill, kill anyone who stood in his way. Roar, roar, roar. Roars rang out incessantly as at least hundreds of fire crystal beasts charged at Yichen. Looking from afar, Yichen seemed to have fallen into the ball of fire crystal beasts, and nothing could be seen from the outside. He should be dead. But it won't be easy to get his storage ring and purple gold commander badge. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor thought to himself, Chi, chi, chi. There were so many fire crystal beasts that they formed a huge round ball. Being in the middle of it, Yichen had no way out. However, right at this moment, a swishing sound was heard as a black sword chi shot out through the cracks. The ball of fire crystal beasts seemed to have turned into a hedgehog, a black hedgehog. Chapter 1159. Back to before. Surrounded by hundreds of fire crystal beasts, Yi Chun waved the dragon's spring sword in vain. There were just too many fire crystal beasts. Although his sword chi could cut open the bodies of the fire crystal beasts at the front, it was useless. The fire crystal beasts at the back seized the opportunity and pounced on Yi Chun. Creak, creak. Violent metal grating sounds were heard. Yi Chun suffered several attacks in a short while. The fire crystal beast's sharp claws contained boundless power, which was comparable to a body refining emperor. Blood flowed out from all 7 apertures of his. Yi Chun's body was almost twisted. If it was just one fire crystal beast attacking him, he would be able to resist it. But now, there were several fire crystal beasts attacking him from all directions, which entangled and tore each other apart. How could Yi Chun's body withstand all of this? If it weren't for the Iron Blood Silver Blue set protecting him, his body might have exploded from this attack. Boom. It wasn't over yet. A petite fire crystal beast rushed over and slammed its claw on his chest. With an earth-shattering force, Yi Chun's chest caved in, and a stream of blood spurted out from his mouth. Yi Chun was completely dumbfounded. He didn't know where he was or who he was. In his soul sea, raging waves surged. The soul and the body were inseparable. When the body was severely injured, the soul would be affected as well. At this moment, Yi Chun had fallen into an unprecedented crisis. The immortal sword soul crazily vibrated, and a white-colored sword intent spread out, wanting to protect Yi Chun's soul and body. Meanwhile, the destruction sword soul beside the immortal sword soul also began to throb. Buzz, 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 buzz. The destruction sword soul seemed to have awakened, and a black ink-like sword intent spread out, contending against the white-colored immortal sword intent. When the destruction sword intent and the immortal sword intent each occupied half of the battlefield, Yi Chun's soul sea became a black world and a white world. Ah! An angry roar was heard as Yi Chun's eyes turned black and white. The black one was like a black hole, immeasurably deep and filled with killing intent, while the white one was like a holy light, ancient and all-encompassing, containing the mentality of the world decaying and him being immortal. The dragon's spring sword was dyed black as Yi Chun waved it out. All of a sudden, the tiny fire crystal beast was blown away. But the sword chi's power did not dissipate yet. It cut the beasts behind it into pieces as well. Swish, swish, swish. With enough space, Yi Chun pushed his dragon spring sword speed to its limit. His whole body was wrapped in a black light ball, and in the next second, black sword chi spread out in all directions. The ink-like black sword chi not only landed on the bodies of the fire crystal beasts, but also leaked out through the gaps between their bodies. All of a sudden, hundreds of fire crystal beasts formed a round ball with black sword chi shooting out in all directions, making it look like a huge black hedgehog. It was a breathtaking scene. Chi. From far away, Skeleton Ocean Emperor saw the situation and fiercely squinted his eyes. Being surrounded by hundreds of fire crystal beasts, even he would have to use all his strength to kill his way out. After all, an encirclement was different from an ordinary encirclement. An ordinary encirclement would always have a weak point, and he would be able to kill his way out. However, an encirclement didn't have any weak points. This chi of destruction? Its 7th-step destruction sword intent. Skeleton Ocean Emperor's heart sank. The 7th-step destruction sword intent was equivalent to an ordinary 8th-step sword intent. There was a huge gap between the 7th and 8th-step sword intent, and countless people were stuck at this point. However, once the sword intent reached the 8th step, it would produce a protective sword intent. The might of an 8th-step protective sword intent was not inferior to a peak 6th-step spirit body. A life and death king's sword intent or martial will would reach the 8th step. Not to mention anything else, just the defensive power of a life and death king's soul would become much stronger. It should be known that the defensive will could not only protect the body, but also the soul. Before cultivating Soul Ring, the reason why Yi Chun's soul defense was so strong was also related to the immortal sword intent. However, the destruction sword intent was different from the immortal sword intent. The latter focused on defense, while the former focused on slaughter, containing the essence of destruction. By relying on the 7th-step destruction sword intent, Yi Chun's battle power increased tenfold, finally crossing the threshold of peak Battle Emperor, and reaching the low-level Battle Emperor realm. The Destruction Sword Intent has finally reached the 7th step. Yi Chen woke up and rejoiced inwardly. The Destruction Sword Intent and the Immortal Sword Intent were both Supreme Sword Intents. If it was just one of them, it would be very hard to improve. Only when two Supreme Sword Intents were at the same level could they resonate and complement each other. Although in terms of power, the 7th rank Destruction Sword Intent was equivalent to the ordinary 8th rank Sword Intent. Apart from the power, the other effects of the 7th rank Destruction Sword Intent were not something an ordinary 8th rank Sword Intent could compare with. For example, some fire crystal beasts that had been cut in half couldn't recover no matter how hard they tried. With the Immortal Sword Intent for defense and the Destruction Sword Intent for offense, Yi Chen was flawless. I really have to thank you. Sensing the presence of the Skeleton Ocean Emperor with his soul power, Yi Chen sneered. Humph, kid, so what if your Destruction Sword Intent has reached the 7th step? In terms of power, you are still weaker than me. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor's biggest source of confidence was the mid-level Emperor armor on his body. In terms of defense, it was much stronger than a mid-level Heavenly King armor. Yi Chen's attack power might be comparable to his, but his defense was definitely not as good. Really? Swoosh. Yi Chen soared into the sky, twisting and turning. The surrounding fire crystal beasts couldn't touch him at all. Raising the dragon spring sword, Yi Chen swept a black sword chi at the Skeleton Ocean Emperor. Under the influence of the 7th step Destruction Sword Intent, the sword chi turned black, emitting boundless black light, as if there was a black sun inside the sword chi. Break! The Skeleton Ocean Emperor was not afraid of Yi Chen. He struck down with his spear, also using his ultimate attack. Rumble! A black and blue light ball exploded, and the fire crystal beasts were blown away. The battle between the two was no longer something ordinary fire crystal beasts could interfere with. Swoosh! Skeleton Ocean Monarch looked down and saw a strand of black sword chi on his chest. This strand of black sword chi was like a black snake, swimming around Skeleton Ocean Monarch's body. It was very hard to get rid of it. Indeed worthy of being the 7th step Destruction Sword Intent. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor was not surprised. The Destruction Sword Intent was a Supreme Sword Intent, and it naturally had aspects that ordinary sword intents couldn't reach. He couldn't help but sigh, feeling that Yi Chen was really lucky. The Supreme Sword Intent wasn't something that ordinary people could comprehend, and it needed an opportunity. Apart from that, the Supreme Sword Intent was much harder to improve than other sword intents, 10 times harder than ordinary sword intents. He wondered how Yi Chen had improved it to the 7th step. Yi Chen's power made the Skeleton Ocean Emperor feel that he was a disaster. When he grew up, he didn't know how many powerful warriors of the Yaksha race would die in his hands. The Yaksha Zhen Yuan burst forth along with the martial will, and the Skeleton Ocean Emperor forcefully forced out the little black snake sword chi. With a ripping sound, the little black snake sword chi tore through the air and left, but it soon returned as if it had its eyes on the Skeleton Ocean Emperor. With a cold snort, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor destroyed the sword chi with one finger. This kid is not easy to deal with. Let's leave the desolate planet first. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor didn't want to continue fighting with Yi Chen. This was the desolate planet, not the outside world. It would be hard to escape. If he fought with Yi Chen, he would be surrounded by thousands of fire crystal beasts. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still die. He wouldn't treat his life as a joke. Flapping his wings, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor's speed was pushed to the limit. With a flash of blue light, he disappeared without a trace. You sure run fast. Yi Chen's speed was much slower than the Skeleton Ocean Emperor's, so he couldn't chase. Right now, his plan was to leave this planet. He had a feeling that it would be very difficult to escape. This was just the beginning. The Dark Dragon Emperor's battle prowess was heaven-defying. There were already 18 small fire crystal beasts around him, but they still couldn't do anything to him. Instead, they were defeated. I don't want to play with you anymore. Die. A huge black dragon claw appeared, and the Dark Dragon Emperor clawed at one of the small fire crystal beasts. Bang. This small fire crystal beast was smashed into pieces, unable to recover. In a short while most of the 18 small fire crystal beasts were killed by the Dark Dragon Emperor. The Dark Dragon Emperor, who had used his killing move, was not someone the small fire crystal beasts could fight against. However, at this moment, the Dark Dragon Emperor was surrounded by thousands of normal fire crystal beasts. When the small fire crystal beasts couldn't fight against the Dark Dragon Emperor, a large number of normal fire crystal beasts pounced over. With their simple intelligence, they didn't know what fear was. The only thing leading them was to kill all the flesh and blood life on Mars Desolate. Awesome, haha. As a titled monarch, the Dark Dragon Emperor had formed the Sky Demon Mark. In his human form, he was stronger and more monstrous than in his Black Dragon form. Every move he made had heaven-defying battle prowess. With a casual wave of his claw, more than 10 normal fire crystal beasts were crushed. Dark Dragon Explosion. Suddenly, the Dark Dragon Emperor spread his limbs, and a deep darkness spread out from his body. With a boom, black light exploded, and countless normal fire crystal beasts were shattered and scattered everywhere. Roar. Seeing that the Dark Dragon Emperor was on a killing spree, a deafening roar rang out, and the entire barren planet shook slightly. A golden red flowing light appeared in front of the Dark Dragon Emperor at a terrifying speed. Fire Crystal Beast Emperor? Normal fire crystal beasts were normal fire crystal beasts, and the small fire crystal beasts were beast kings. This golden red fire crystal beast was even smaller. It was only 1 meter tall and 3 meters long, about the size of a tiger. If there were no surprises, this golden red fire crystal beast should be a beast emperor among the fire crystal beasts. Come. The Dark Dragon Emperor wasn't afraid at all, and fought with the fire crystal beast emperor. An earth-shattering roar rang out from another direction. This is... Yichen hesitated. Swoosh. At this moment, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor ran back in a sorry state. His body was covered in blood, and he completely ignored Yi Chen's existence and flew toward the depths of Mars Desolate. Yi Chen didn't attack the Skeleton Ocean Emperor. In his soul force, he sensed a small golden red fire crystal beast chasing after the Skeleton Ocean Emperor. A powerful aura surged, and it was extraordinarily terrifying. Shua, the golden red fire crystal beast, looked at Yi Chen with killing intent. Not good. Just like the Skeleton Ocean Emperor, Yi Chen turned and ran. He was sure that his defense wouldn't be able to block a single attack from the golden red fire crystal beast. Chapter 1160. Yi Chen's guess was right. A mid-level Heavenly King set would not be able to block a full power strike from the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor, and would definitely be torn apart. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor's mid-level Heavenly King set had a claw mark on it. Run! In that instant, the sword domain was pushed to the limit, and Yi Chen's speed increased rapidly. Roar! The Fire Crystal Beast Emperor suddenly opened its mouth, shooting a golden red beam of light at Yi Chen, who was following behind the Skeleton Ocean Emperor. Rumble, along the way, any obstacle was pierced through. In the next moment, 3 fire crystal beasts that were lined up in a line exploded, turning into pools of fiery red liquid. Yi Chen secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead, still feeling a lingering fear. Just now he had felt an unprecedented danger, and subconsciously rushed in front of the 3 fire crystal beasts. As expected, the 3 fire crystal beasts had died instantly. If not for the 3 fire crystal beasts blocking him, Yi Chen was sure that he would not have been any better off than his opponents, and would have been annihilated. Compared to combat power, Yi Chen's greatest weakness was his defense. Defense was related to cultivation level and defensive artifacts. If one's cultivation level was low, their defense would naturally be low, and if their defensive artifacts were low grade, their defense would also be low. With the two combined, Yi Chen's defense was much weaker than the Skeleton Ocean Emperor's, at least dozens of times weaker. This was also with the existence of the Sword Intent Shield. Otherwise, the difference would be at least 100 or 200 times. Escaping also requires a strategy. Hopefully my luck will be better. Not every life or death crisis could be turned around. The terrifying attack power of the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor had caused Yi Chen to lose all hope. After all, he couldn't possibly increase his defense by dozens or even hundreds of times in a critical moment. That was impossible. With an idea in mind, Yi Chen flew towards the area where there were a few fire crystal beasts. If there were too many of them, they would become obstacles, and if there were too few, it would not be enough to block the fire crystal beast emperor. Only when there were a few of them could they become Yi Chen's shield and fight for a chance of survival. Brat, I can't believe you would have such a moment. Skeleton Ocean Emperor was faster than Yi Chen, and with Yi Chen behind him, he was much more relaxed. He suddenly stabbed at Yi Chen with his spear, causing spear images to shoot out. Damn it! Yi Chen didn't dare to face the Skeleton Sea Emperor head-on. If he did, his speed would definitely decrease sharply. Swoosh! Yi Chen's figure refracted and slightly shifted his direction, dodging the spear shadow attack. Whoosh! 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 Skeleton Ocean Emperor continued to attack Yi Chen. This can't go on. Although he dodged the Skeleton Ocean Emperor's attacks again and again, Yi Chen's speed was still affected. The Fire Crystal Emperor was getting closer and closer to him. I need to increase my speed. After thinking about it, Yi Chen could only think of one way, and that was to increase his speed. If he was fast enough, he would be able to maintain a certain distance from the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor. There was no other way. Boom! The 4 fire crystal beasts were melted into liquid by the golden red light. A few drops of liquid splashed on Yi Chen's protective Zhenyuan, creating a sizzling sound. I can only comprehend the space profound. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and decided to walk the path of comprehending the space profound. Yi Chen had comprehended 80% of the space profound a long time ago, and he only needed an opportunity to reach 90%. God Paradise didn't have the space profound tower, so he could only rely on himself. Getting rid of all distracting thoughts, Yi Chen entered the ethereal state. Of course, although he had entered the ethereal state, it didn't mean that Yi Chen had lost his vigilance against danger. Any attack would cause a space ripple, which would transmit to Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen's body would react instinctively. This was an ability that could only be obtained after comprehending 80% of the space profound. If it was only 70%, then it would be much weaker, and Yi Chen wouldn't take the risk to comprehend it in such a dangerous situation. What's going on? After several attacks, Yi Chen had dodged them all. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor could tell that something was wrong. It seemed that no matter how he attacked, there wouldn't be much of an effect, unless he could get close to the ladder and launch an attack that the ladder couldn't dodge. Forget it, the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor will catch up to him soon. With him here, I won't be in any danger. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor gave up on attacking Yi Chen and focused on escaping. The Fire Crystal Beast Emperor attacked Yi Chen tirelessly. It opened its mouth and shot out a golden red light beam. The aura of this light beam was a bit like chi power, but it was very advanced. It seemed to be the combination of chi power and fire power. 300 miles. 280 miles. 250 miles. 220 miles. The distance between the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor and Yi Chen was getting shorter and shorter. The golden red light beam's power was also getting stronger. Sometimes, there would be a trace of aftershock that would hit Yi Chen's body, causing Yi Chen's escape route to change. Yi Chen didn't have any distracting thoughts in his mind. He was completely immersed in comprehending space profound. His eyes looked empty, but they were actually flickering with countless sparks of wisdom. In his eyes, many spatial nodes appeared, and between them were spatial trajectories. Spatial trajectories weren't static and could change at any time. However, with 80% of the space profound, Yi Chen had already grasped some of the rules of spatial trajectories. Everything had rules. If there wasn't a rule, then there was no order, which represented chaos. There was no concept of space, no concept of time, no concept of yin and yang, no light and darkness, and no 5 elements. Obviously, this was an orderly world, so there had to be rules. 80% of the space profound allowed Yi Chen to grasp some rules, but it wasn't enough for him to reach the speed of light in space. He had to grasp more rules. If his space profound could be perfected, teleportation would be easy. That was because the perfected space profound could allow him to understand the rules of spatial trajectories. Forgetting the existence of time, forgetting the existence of danger, and not knowing how much time had passed, Yi Chen's mind gained a new understanding. This understanding was like a spark on a prairie. Once it formed a climate, it would be enough to sweep the entire prairie. The barren planet was huge, with a diameter of tens of millions of miles. Flying inside the barren planet, there were many obstacles, and the speed wasn't even 1/10,000th of the speed in space. Even so, Yichen was gradually approaching the core of the barren planet. Boom boom boom. The battle between the Dark Dragon Emperor and the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor was shocking. Explosions rang out everywhere, and the surroundings were completely destroyed, forming a huge spherical space. In the center of the spherical space, the Dark Dragon Emperor and the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor were constantly fighting. Powerful indeed. The Dark Dragon Emperor stared at the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor. Its attacks were very strong. If he wasn't wearing top-tier Emperor armor, he would have been injured long ago. Especially the golden red pillar of light that the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor shot out. Even through the top-tier Emperor armor, the Dark Dragon Emperor could feel waves of heat passing into his body. But you don't feel good either. The Dark Dragon Emperor was wearing a pair of black and gold steel gloves. These steel gloves were called the Skyrending Gloves, a low-tier Emperor weapon. With his rank as a 5-star general, he didn't have the right to buy low-tier Emperor weapons. Low-tier Emperor weapons seemed to be the weakest among Emperor weapons, but they were still 10 or 20 times stronger than top-tier Emperor weapons. The Skyrending Gloves were obtained in a secret territory, and he viewed them as his most precious treasure. Without them, he would be an ordinary 5-star general. Following the Dark Dragon Emperor's gaze, one could see that there were many claw marks on the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor's body. The claw marks were difficult to heal, and they contained the power of an Emperor weapon. Roar. The Fire Crystal Beast Emperor growled. Its blood-gold eyes were full of murderous intent. It was more intelligent than ordinary Fire Crystal Beasts and Fire Crystal Beast Kings. It understood that with its strength, it couldn't do anything to the Dark Dragon Emperor in a short time. The Dark Dragon Emperor's defense was stronger than its own, and it was practically indestructible. However, it wasn't in a hurry. Its power could be said to be endless, and Barren Planet was its home. The Dark Dragon Emperor's power would be depleted sooner or later. It wanted to exhaust the Dark Dragon Emperor to death. Just like the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor, the Dark Dragon Emperor also wanted to exhaust the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor to death. The Dark Dragon Emperor's demonic body had already reached the 7th level. Ordinary high-level fire crystals were useless to him. Only the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor's body was useful to him. If he could kill the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor and take its more precious parts, he might be able to upgrade his demonic body from the early 7th level to the middle 7th level. After all, the demonic body and spirit body were harder to upgrade, and the treasures needed were more precious. It was rare to encounter a Fire Crystal Beast Emperor, so the Dark Dragon Emperor wouldn't let it go. Unfortunately, the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor wasn't completely made of fire crystals. It was a mixture of many different materials, and only the most essential parts seemed to be top-level fire crystals. Top-level fire crystals were very rare, and could be used to refine a 7th-level spirit body. Of course, if the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor was completely made of fire crystals, the Dark Dragon Emperor probably wouldn't be its opponent. 150 miles. 120 miles. 100 miles. The distance between the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor and Yichen was only 100 miles. If this distance was in a vacuum, it wouldn't be anything. Even inside the desolate planet, it would only take 1 or 2 breaths. Boom. In such a short distance, the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor's golden red light pillar's power increased exponentially. 3 or 4 normal Fire Crystal Beasts couldn't be used as a shield anymore, and were directly evaporated into a fiery red mist. The shockwave hit Yichen's body, almost breaking Yichen's protective Zhenyuan. 80 miles. 70 miles. 50 miles. Finally, the distance between the two was only 50 miles. This time, the golden red light pillar was unstoppable. It looked like Yichen was about to be hit. Success. Yichen shuddered, and his speed increased drastically. The golden red light pillar brushed past his lower body. Boom. A huge lava tunnel was blasted into nothingness, turning into a black-red liquid. So close. Yichen was both surprised and happy. Shocked because he almost died, but happy because his space profound had reached 90% completion. This meant that his speed in vacuum could reach light speed, which was not inferior to Skeleton Ocean Emperor's. However, Yi-Chen could feel that his light speed was different from Skeleton Ocean Emperor's. Skeleton Ocean Emperor's light speed wasn't very agile, but Yi-Chen, who had comprehended 90% of space profound, was not only fast but also incomparably agile. He could change his direction at any time, just like a favored child of space. Whoosh! Whoosh! Flickering, Yi-Chen easily dodged the golden red light pillar. Chapter 1161. 90% complete space profound is already like this. I wonder how amazing the perfected space profound will be. Yi-Chen knew very well that the reason he could comprehend the space profound to 90% complete was because of his many years of accumulation. Now that he was in danger, his many years of accumulation finally turned into results. This monarch of the Yiksha race wants to use the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor to kill me. Unfortunately, the pressure of life and death has allowed me to reach a higher level. However, I will not let him off. Changing direction, Yi-Chen flew toward the Skeleton Ocean Arch. Along the way, Yi-Chen encountered many fire crystal beasts, and they were very frightening. To be honest, Yi-Chen did not have much confidence in leaving this planet. His only chance was with the Skeleton Ocean Arch. What? He is catching up? The Skeleton Ocean Arch was shocked when he sensed Yi-Chen's presence. He thought that Yi-Chen had already been killed by the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor. This is not right. Why is his speed faster than mine? When the distance between the two shortened, the Skeleton Ocean Thearch's face darkened. In a short while, the Skeleton Ocean Arch saw through it. Yi-Chen's speed was not faster than his, but it was not inferior either. Yi-Chen's movements were extremely nimble. Encountering the obstruction of the fire crystal beasts, he flickered through them. This undoubtedly saved him a lot of time, making his speed seem extremely fast, even surpassing his illusion. Even so, Skeleton Ocean Emperor was not feeling good. He was so depressed that he wanted to kill someone. Can you tell me your title? Yi-Chen's voice transmitted over. I am the Skeleton Ocean Arch. Don't be too arrogant. The Skeleton Ocean Arch said coldly. Skeleton Ocean Arch? All right, today will be the day you die. Just you? The Skeleton Ocean Thearch's tone was disdainful. Not just me, but me and that fire crystal beast. Yi-Chen already had a plan to kill the Skeleton Ocean Arch. Wait until you catch up to me. This is easy. As he spoke, Yi-Chen suddenly slashed out with his sword towards a fire crystal beast king in front of the Skeleton Ocean Emperor. Hung Long, the fire crystal beast king, was sent flying, and the sword gash was several meters deep. A massive shockwave exploded, hitting the Skeleton Ocean Emperor, and causing it to slow down significantly. Not good. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor understood Yi-Chen's intentions. Kid, have a taste of my killer move. Skeleton Sea Emperor forcefully broke through the shockwave and recovered slowly. At the same time, he wielded his spear and attacked Yi-Chen with a killer move. Crackle! The spear shadows overlapped one another, covering Yi-Chen like a tidal wave. The attack range was quite wide. Break! Raising the dragon spring sword with both of his hands, Yi-Chen launched a sword hack. A dazzling beam of black sword chi instantly evaporated a large number of spears. Swoosh! Yi-Chen darted through the gap between the spears. Just like this, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor and Yi-Chen attacked each other, while the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor followed closely behind them, occasionally shooting golden red light beams. The scene was chaotic. With his understanding of space, Yi-Chen gradually caught up to the Skeleton Ocean Emperor. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor was a little anxious. He hurriedly said, "If we continue fighting, it will only benefit that Fire Crystal Beast Emperor. Why don't we both take a step back and stop here?" "Don't worry, I can afford to play." How could Yi-Chen let him go? "Do you really want to fight to the death?" The Skeleton Ocean Emperor shouted. "The fish might die, but the net might not break." As he spoke, Yi-Chen had already surpassed the Skeleton Ocean Emperor. His body spun in the air, as Yi-Chen slashed at the Skeleton Ocean Emperor like a spinning top or a tornado. Yi-Chen's attack speed was too fast. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor quickly raised his spear. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere as the two separated. Yi Chen borrowed the force to fly backward. Since he was facing the skeleton ocean emperor, flying backward was no different from moving forward. The next moment, Yi Chen nimbly turned around and continued on his way. On the other hand, the skeleton ocean emperor was forced back several hundred meters by Yi Chen's sword, falling into a group of fire crystal beasts. Get lost! The skeleton ocean emperor was furious as he crazily waved his spear, sweeping everywhere. When the skeleton ocean emperor broke out of the encirclement, the fire crystal beast emperor was already less than 50 li away. Boom! A golden red light beam shot toward him with irresistible force. His scalp tingling, the skeleton ocean emperor's blue wings flapped fiercely, barely dodging the light beam. However, even if he could dodge once, he couldn't dodge forever. The ninth golden red light beam bombarded the skeleton ocean emperor's back, tearing a huge hole in his protective Zhenyuan. Ah! With a miserable shriek, the skeleton ocean emperor was sent flying with smoke rising from his body. Even his mid-emperor grade armor had a large dent. Brat, you won't have a good death. The skeleton ocean emperor had never thought that he would be the unlucky one in the end. He didn't want to die. He had only lived for 30,000 years, and his life was still on the rise. If you had known it would be like this, why did you do it in the first place? Yi Chen was like a ghost, attacking from the front with fleeting brilliance. Fleeting brilliance contains space profound. 80% of space profound was already equivalent to a peak third revolution sword art, and 90% was even more impressive. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Chen hadn't fused 90% of space profound into fleeting brilliance, its might would have been even stronger. Even so, the current fleeting brilliance was already close to a fourth revolution sword art. Apart from this, Instant of Glory was already the hardest sword art to defend against. Now that his space profound had reached a higher level, it became even more unfathomable. As he slashed out, the sword chi fused with the space and directly slashed at Skeleton Ocean Emperor's protective Zhenyuan, forcibly blowing him back once again as he clashed with Fire Crystal Beast Emperor. No, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor's eyes were wide open. The Fire Crystal Beast Emperor didn't care about the battle between Yi Chen and the Skeleton Ocean Emperor. It only knew that it wanted to kill the two of them. Whoever was closer to it, it would kill them first. Rumble. The golden red light beam accurately landed on the Skeleton Ocean Emperor's body. This time, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor's body showed signs of collapsing as the blazing flame ignited it. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor knew that he couldn't escape unless he could leave the desolate planet immediately. Die. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor flipped his palm, and a pure black crystal fell into his hand. This was the Darkness Crystal, an extremely precious treasure. It had an extraordinary origin, and was something he had obtained in a mysterious star-sky secret realm. For thousands of years he hadn't used it, waiting for this moment of life and death to use it. Swish. With a powerful throw, the Skeleton Ocean Emperor threw out the Darkness Crystal. What is this? Yi Chen's pupils shrank as a sword chi landed on the Darkness Crystal. Without a sound, a black hole was formed. It was so fast that hundreds of fire crystal beasts in the surroundings were directly devoured. At the same time, a large amount of lava was also devoured. The terrifying gravitational force was many times stronger than a white dwarf. The reason why the Skeleton Ocean Emperor didn't throw the Darkness Crystal Beast Emperor was because he was the closest to it. The black hole formed by the Darkness Crystal Beast Emperor would devour him first, which might not be a threat to Yi Chen. One had to know that he hated Yi Chen the most at the moment. The gravitational force instantly acted on Yi Chen's body, reducing Yi Chen's speed to 0 as he flew towards the black hole. What? Yi Chen really didn't know that the Skeleton Ocean Emperor had this move. If it had done this before, he would have died long ago. No, Yi Chen crazily activated his Zhenyuan and pushed his sword domain to the limit, contending against the black hole. Bigger, bigger, bigger. The dragon spring sword suddenly became 100 li long as Yi Chen slashed towards the black hole. Kacha! The dragon spring sword shattered, and the fragments were sucked in. Taking out another Heavenly King grade sword, Yi Chen continued to enlarge it and slashed towards the black hole. But the result was still the same. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor and the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor were also sucked in. The Fire Crystal Beast Emperor sensed the danger and tried to fly in the opposite direction. However, the gravitational force was too strong, and it was still slowly pulled over. Haha, let's die together. The Skeleton Ocean Emperor was like a torch, burning from the inside out. After being attacked twice in a row, he was the weakest and the hardest to resist the black hole's gravitational force. However, he didn't think that Yi Chen could escape the black hole's devouring. It was just a matter of time. Perhaps he could even kill the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor and die together. Gradually, Yi Chen and the Skeleton Ocean Emperor got closer. If you want to die, you die first. A third Heavenly King Grade sword appeared in Yi Chen's hand and slashed at the Skeleton Ocean Emperor's body. Puff! The latter spurted out a mouthful of flames, and his aura weakened to the extreme. Yi Chen noticed the battle spear in the Skeleton Ocean Emperor's hand. With a thought, he chopped off the opponent's right arm. Swish! Reaching out, Yi Chen grabbed the spear. Bastard! The Skeleton Ocean Emperor cursed. In the next moment, he couldn't resist the gravitational force and disappeared into the black hole. This black hole is not formed naturally, and its power is limited. I can't. How much energy can it devour? Yi Chen hardened his heart. With a wave of his palm, countless yuan stones flew out of his storage ring and into the black hole. 1 million, 5 million, 10 million, 30 million, 80 million, 200 million. Countless yuan stones disappeared into the black hole. These yuan stones contained an astonishing amount of energy, and the black hole would consume the same amount of energy. Of course, if it were a naturally formed black hole, its might would be much greater. Even 10 times the amount of yuan stones wouldn't be enough. This was only a small black hole, and it had already devoured a large amount of energy and fire crystal beasts. As expected, the black hole that had swallowed hundreds of millions of origin stones gradually became smaller, and the gravitational force was also slowly decreasing. Still not enough. For the first time, Yi Chen felt that the speed of extracting yuan stones was not fast enough. If he could take out 1 billion yuan stones at once, it would be great. If 1 billion was not enough, then 2 billion. In any case, the yuan stone pond could recover 100 million yuan stones in a year. Right, there's still this Fire Crystal Beast Emperor. Yi Chen stared at the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor. Instantly erasing the soul imprint of the Skeleton Ocean Emperor, Yi Chen branded his own soul imprint. This kind of fast imprint couldn't bring out the full power of the spear, but it was enough. The spear was a high Emperor-grade weapon. Even 30% of its power would surpass mid-Emperor-grade weapons. Holding the spear, Yi Chen slashed at the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor. Kacha! Crystal fragments splashed everywhere, and the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor was sent flying. However, it was quickly sucked back, arriving in front of Yi Chen. Turning around, Yi Chen continued to attack the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor, slashing it toward the black hole. Roar! Finally, the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor was sucked into the black hole. The black hole trembled and shrunk into a dot, eventually disappearing. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was only a few li away from the black hole. It was a very short distance. With a bitter smile, Yi Chen looked around. The existence of the black hole had turned the surrounding several thousand li into a huge spherical space. It was completely empty, and only Yi Chen was floating inside. Chapter 1162. With this battle spear, leaving this place won't be a problem. Raising the spear in his hand, Yi Chen inwardly said. The battle spear was called Golden Spear, a high-grade Emperor-grade weapon. In terms of price, it was worth at least 100 million yuan stones. Generally speaking, low-grade Emperor-grade weapons were worth about 2 million yuan stones, mid-grade Emperor-grade weapons were worth 13 to 4 million yuan stones, and high-grade Emperor-grade weapons were worth 100 million yuan stones. As for armors, they were twice as expensive. Low-grade Emperor-grade armors were estimated to be worth 4 million yuan stones, mid-grade 30 million yuan stones, and high-grade 200 million yuan stones. In short, the higher one's strength, the more yuan stones one needed. Although some clans that controlled a city for thousands of years seem to have a lot of wealth, it should be known that the higher the clan's income, the higher the expenditure. After all, There were too many life and death kings. Which clan didn't want to spend yuan stones on things they needed? Emperor-grade weapons, for example, were priceless, but some would still leak out. For example, some titled monarchs would have extra emperor-grade weapons, and they would sell them to earn back the yuan stones and buy even better weapons. Weapons needed a period of time to display their full might. In Yi Chen's hands, the golden spear could only display 30% of its might. Adding on the fact that Yi Chen was a sword artist, he wasn't too suited for battle spears. 20% was already not bad. Bang! A fire crystal beast flew into the spherical space and was immediately smashed into pieces by Yi Chen's spear. The tyranny of a high-grade emperor-grade weapon was completely revealed. While killing and collecting the remains of the fire crystal beasts, Yi Chen flew towards the periphery of the life star. If one were to say that Yi Chen with the dragon spring sword, who had just stepped into the low-level battle emperor realm, couldn't compare to veteran low-level battle emperors, then Yi Chen with the golden spear already had the strength of a mid-level battle emperor. If he could exchange the golden spear for a high-level emperor-grade sword, then he would definitely have the strength of a mid-level battle emperor. However, there was one thing that was very important. Not everyone could display the full might of a high-level emperor-grade artifact. In fact, even if Yi Chen spent a long time with a high-level emperor-grade artifact, he wouldn't be able to display 100% of its might. He would only be able to display 80% of its might. This was because his cultivation base was too low. Yi Chen only had the cultivation base of 5th layer life and death realm, and emperor-grade weapons were most suitable for 7th layer life and death realm. Even 6th layer life and death realm was a bit lacking, and could only display 90% of its might. Therefore, Yi Chen's current situation was very awkward. His cultivation base was too low, and he had to reach 6th layer life and death realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if he had a better weapon in the future, he wouldn't be able to display its full potential. Black sword chi shot out like snakes and spears, exploding one fire crystal beast after another. Without the obstruction of the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor, Yi Chen couldn't face any threat. Even the Fire Crystal Beast King couldn't stop Yi Chen. It was chopped into pieces in 2 or 3 strikes, and its most precious parts became Yi Chen's spoils of war. So many high-grade fire crystals. I'm afraid my spirit body can increase from early 6th step to mid-6th step, or even late 6th step. Yi Chen, on the other hand, wasn't in a hurry to leave. The spirit body was very useful for life and death kings. An extra layer of defense meant an extra layer of protection. Sometimes a life and death king would die at the hands of the enemy because of a little bit of defense. As the saying goes, the cowardly will starve to death, and the bold will die. Yi Chen began to chase after the Fire Crystal Beast King. 4, 7, 10. There were not that many Fire Crystal Beast Kings. Out of hundreds of Fire Crystal Beasts, there would only be one Fire Crystal Beast King. After a couple of hours, he had already collected the precious parts of 10 Fire Crystal Beast Kings. Such a powerful energy vibration. Gradually, Yi Chen got closer to where the Dark Dragon Emperor and the other Fire Crystal Beast Emperor were battling. The Fire Crystal Beast Emperor's body was full of wounds and claw marks. The power of a low-rank Emperor weapon was hard to imagine for normal people. Although the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor's defense was dozens of times more powerful than the Fire Crystal Beast King's, it still didn't help much. Of course, the low-rank Emperor weapon in the Dark Dragon Emperor's hands could only leave some marks on the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor's body. On the other hand, the Dark Dragon Emperor's aura was getting stronger and stronger. The top Emperor rank armor allowed him to ignore the attacks of the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor, making him invincible. Moreover, he still had about 50% of his demon power left. This is a low-rank Emperor rank weapon? Opening his soul eye, Yi Chen was shocked. Above the Emperor rank was the Emperor rank weapon, which was suitable for the Emperors of the 7th sky of life and death realm, while the Emperor rank weapon was suitable for the Emperors of the 8th sky of life and death realm. The two were not even on the same level. He did not expect the Dark Dragon Emperor to have a low-rank Emperor rank weapon. For normal emperors, it would be a priceless treasure. However, using a low-rank Emperor rank weapon for a 7th sky of life and death realm Emperor rank would consume a lot of energy. Adding on the fact that the Dark Dragon Emperor's armor seemed to be a top Emperor rank armor as well, it would consume dozens of times more energy than normal emperors. If it were Yi Chun, he would have run out of Zhenyuan by now. So troublesome. The Dark Dragon Emperor's brows creased slightly. The difficulty of the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor was beyond his imagination. Even with a low-rank Emperor rank weapon, it could only leave a shallow mark on its body. Dark Dragon Sky-Splitting Claw. The Dark Dragon Emperor roared as both of his claws intersected, attacking the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor's body. Pung. The Fire Crystal Beast Emperor was blown away. A crisscross claw mark appeared on its chest, and a faint crack could be seen at the edge. Obviously, the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor was not the opponent of the Dark Dragon Emperor. However, the defense of the two was too powerful. Roar. Right at this moment, a sky-shaking roar was heard. Yi Chun found it somewhat familiar. Soon, a golden-red beam of light entered the battlefield. It's it? Why is it not dead? Yi Chun's pupils dilated. The Fire Crystal Beast Emperor that had entered the battlefield was obviously the one that had been sucked into the black hole. Yi Chun could even see the light mark left by his golden spear on its body. Yi Chun did not know that the center of the desolate planet was a chaotic place. Although the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor had been sucked into the black hole, its body was not shattered. Instead, it was transported to the center of the planet, which was the nest of the Fire Crystal Beast Emperor, where they were born. Of course, it was a Fire Crystal Beast Emperor. In terms of defense, it was not weaker than an 8th Sky Life and Death Realm titled King Warrior. Only Emperor rank weapons could hurt it. Besides, Yi Chun's rank 7 Destruction Sword Intent combined with a high-rank Emperor rank weapon could also leave some marks. Damn. The Dark Dragon Emperor's expression turned ugly. Although the two Fire Crystal Beast Emperors could not beat him, they could drain his demonic power. Once his demonic power was exhausted, he would not be able to escape no matter how powerful he was. Let's go. Clenching his teeth, the Dark Dragon Emperor turned around and rushed out of the desolate planet. He planned to return to the Demon's area and call two friends over to take care of the Fire Crystal Beast Emperors. Once the Dark Dragon Emperor escaped, Yi Chun naturally could not watch anymore. Shoo. Yi Chun nimbly avoided the groups of Fire Crystal Beasts. After half a day, Yi Chun finally left this dangerous planet and appeared in the outside world. Outside, Yi Chun felt like he could fly freely in the sky. His speed kept increasing until he was very close to the speed of light. This was mainly because of the dust and obstacles around him. Otherwise, it would not be a problem for him to reach the speed of light. Chapter 1163. After a while, Dark Dragon Emperor also rushed out, followed by two Fire Crystal Beast Emperors. Someone left before me? Dark Dragon Emperor's senses were very sharp. The traces left behind by Yi Chun's near light speed were exposed in his eyes. He did not expect that there would be someone like him, staying until now to leave planet desolate. It seemed like he had gained a lot. Humph, you're lucky you didn't meet me. With a cold snort, Dark Dragon Emperor increased his speed to the limit, flying in the other direction of the Black Tortoise ruins. His speed was not much slower than Yi Chun's. The Fire Crystal Beast Emperors chased for a while before stopping, returning to planet desolate. To them, the outside world was unfamiliar, and they could not stay for long. Only planet desolate was a safe place. On the Phantom, Yi Chun sat in the hall drinking. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Bottle after bottle was drunk by Yi Chun. After a while, Yi Chun put down the empty bottle. This time's harvest is not small, but the most important are the fire crystals and the golden spear. Walala. A large number of fire crystal beast fragments fell in the center of the hall, piling up into a small mountain. The lighter ones were the normal fire crystal beast fragments, and the darker ones were the Fire Crystal Beast King fragments. Whether it was the normal Fire Crystal Beast or the Fire Crystal Beast King, their eyes and hearts were all high-grade fire crystals. The eyes and hearts of the normal Fire Crystal Beasts were low-grade high-grade fire crystals, but they could refine a rank 5 spirit body. The Fire Crystal Beast King's eyes and heart were high-grade fire crystals, which could refine a rank 6 spirit body. Other than that, the rest of the fragments also contained high-grade fire crystals, but they were diluted. The normal fire crystal beast fragments were no longer useful to Yi Chen, so Yi Chen put them away, leaving only the fire crystal beast king fragments. After sorting them out, Yi Chen obtained a total of 20 fire crystal beast king's eyes, and 10 fire crystal beast king's hearts. Because the eyes and the hearts were much bigger than a high-grade fire crystal, Yi Chen estimated that 20 eyes and 10 hearts were equivalent to 1,200 high-grade fire crystals that could temper a Tier 6 spirit body. As for the fire crystal beast king's body fragment, it contained even more high-grade fire crystals. It was estimated to be equivalent to 3,000 high-grade fire crystals that could temper a 6th-grade spirit body. In total, there were 4,200 of them. TSK, it should be enough. Without going to the secret room of the battleship, Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the ground in the middle of the hall and began to refine his spirit body. Yi Chen's first choice was the Fire Crystal Beast King's body fragment. After spending about 200 of them, Yi Chen raised his spirit body from the early stage to the mid-stage of the 6th order. The higher the level of the spirit body, the more energy it required to temper it would increase by dozens of times. 200 of them wasn't considered a lot. Subsequently, after spending 800, Yi Chen's spirit body reached the late stage of the 6th order. From the late stage to the peak of the 6th order, he spent a total of 3,000 of them. The Fire Crystal Beast King's body fragment was completely used up, along with 18 eyes and 9 hearts. In the end, only 2 eyes and 1 heart were left, which wasn't enough for Yi Chen's spirit body to reach the 7th order. What a pity! Yi Chen felt a little regretful. The pinnacle of the 6th-step spiritual body and the 7th-step spiritual body weren't on the same level. The 6th-step spiritual body could absorb damage, while the 7th-step spiritual body could form an inextinguishable energy. This inextinguishable energy was very weak, but it could heal any injuries in a short period of time. It was said that the 9th-step spiritual body of a body refinement sovereign was the indestructible body, and the indestructible body contained the inextinguishable energy. As long as the inextinguishable energy didn't dissipate, no one could defeat or kill him. Slowly standing up, Yi Chen felt his body brimming with power. He had an impulse to roar towards the sky. The peak of the 6th order spirit body was too powerful, but correspondingly, the Zhenyuan in his body was too little. It was like half a bottle of water swaying. No, not even half a bottle of water. Carefully sensing the peak of the 6th order spirit body, Yi Chen let out a breath after a long time and opened his eyes. Swish! With a flash of light, the golden spear appeared in his hand. As a high-grade emperor-grade weapon, the golden spear exuded a terrifying might. If it was an ordinary king-grade battleship, it would definitely not be able to withstand the impact of the golden spear. This skeleton ocean emperor is pretty good. Unfortunately, he harmed himself in the end. If the skeleton ocean emperor didn't want to kill him, he could have easily survived, and Yi Chen wouldn't have been able to obtain the golden spear. After going back, I'll use this golden spear to exchange for a high-grade emperor-grade sword. Although Yi Chen didn't have the qualifications to purchase a high-grade emperor-grade weapon, he could exchange for it. The golden spear was a high-grade emperor-grade weapon, so it could naturally be exchanged for a high-grade emperor-grade sword as long as the two were of equal value. With a high-grade emperor-grade sword, Yi Chen would be able to display 80% of its might, consolidating his strength as a mid-grade battle emperor. Somewhat helplessly, defense had once again become Yi Chen's weak point. The mid-grade Heavenly King-grade armor, Iron Blood Deep Blue, was equivalent to a low-grade Emperor-grade armor. Originally, it wasn't too weak. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's cultivation base was too low, only at the 5th layer of life and death realm. Along the way, Yi Chen had encountered experts who weren't titled monarchs and had at least mid-grade Emperor-grade armor. Yi Chen couldn't compare to them at all. Especially Dark Dragon Emperor, who actually had a peak Emperor-grade armor and a low-grade Emperor-grade weapon. In a one-on-one battle, Yi Chen wouldn't be able to break through the opponent's defense, and the opponent could kill him in one move. Buzz! The phantom emerged from the void, and Yi Chen walked down. He didn't plan to leave the Black Tortoise ruins immediately. At the very least, he would return after obtaining sufficient rewards, such as killing a 3-star general. Killing a 3-star general would give him the qualifications to purchase a high-grade Emperor-grade artifact. This was extremely tempting. and it could also make up for the flaw in his defense. As soon as Yi Chun had this thought, many alien races' armies suffered a calamity. It did not matter if it was 500 warriors or 1,000, 5,000, or even 50,000 warriors. If they ran into Yi Chun, there would only be death waiting for them. Along the way, there were at least 50 to 60,000 warriors who had died in Yi Chun's hands, including a 2-star general. In this way, Yi Chun had already killed a 1-star dark race commander, a 1-star general, and a 2-star general. After an entire month and a half, Yi Chun's luck had come. He had encountered a 3-star general of the evil spirit race. The other party was a lone ranger and didn't lead an army. Swoosh. Yi Chun didn't conceal his whereabouts and rapidly flew over. A puny purple gold commander dares to have designs on me? It had to be said that Yi Chun's cultivation base was too low, and it was easy for him to act like a pig to eat a tiger. If Yi Chun had a cultivation base of 7th layer life and death realm, the other party might have been apprehensive. Die. This 3-star general was called Chapman. He raised the long spear in his hand and thrust at Yi Chun. The spear light condensed into a sinister skull, wanting to devour Yi Chun. You're the one who's going to die. The golden spear brandished, and the black sword chi seemed as if it had devoured a black sun. Puff. The sinister skull shattered, and the sword chi struck Chapman's body. In an instant, his body exploded, and a deep sword mark appeared on his mid-grade emperor-grade armor. How is this possible? A voice rang out, and Chapman's life aura completely disappeared. His figure flickered, and Yi Chun swept through the spoils of war. A 3-star general's badge, a storage ring, a mid-grade emperor-grade armor, and a low-grade emperor-grade spear. Too easy. Yi Chun's taut nerves finally relaxed. At this point, a 3-star general was no longer his opponent. Now that he thought about it, his strength had already reached mid-battle emperor level, which was equivalent to a 5-star general. Moreover, the golden spear and 7th-step destruction sword intent in his hands were not just for show either. They possessed enormous destructive power. Chapter 1164. Golden Armor Star, Treasure Tower. The Treasure Tower was the same as the Secret Law Tower, both of which were important places on the Gold Armor Star. They were protected by formations and restrictive spells arranged by 9th layer life and death realm supremes. Even an 8th layer life and death realm titled monarch would not be able to force his way into the treasure tower, unless he was a kind of heaven-defying demi-venerable, or even a demi-venerable. At the entrance of Treasure Tower, there was an endless stream of people going in and out. Green Rain Emperor, how was your harvest this time? I heard you killed a 2-star general of Yiksha race. On Golden Armor Star, the majority of titled monarchs knew each other. The one who greeted Green Rain Emperor was a beast emperor with tiger stripes on his face. Those familiar with him all knew that this beast emperor was called Battle Tiger Emperor, a 2-star general. His true form was Gale Battle Tiger. The Qingyu Empress was a human woman with delicate features and thin curved eyebrows. Although she wasn't a peerless beauty, many titled monarchs were pursuing her. Brushing her long hair away from her forehead, the Qingyu Empress smiled and said, I really can't hide anything from your ears. Not bad. I killed a 2-star general of the Yiksha race by luck this time. And I'm planning to buy a mid-tier emperor-grade armor. TSK, congratulations. My strength is not as good as yours. I only killed a 1-star dark commander. Battle Tiger Emperor already had a low-grade emperor-grade weapon, so he planned to buy a low-grade emperor-grade armor. Not bad. I remember you were a 1-star general 500 years ago, and now you're a 2-star general. Green Rain Emperor had a gentle temperament and never looked down on anyone. Just a hoodlum. Oh right, I'm planning to go to Black Star Secret Realm next year. Do you want to come with me? Black Snake Emperor, Chaotic Wind Emperor, and Icy Peak Emperor will be going with me. Battle Tiger Emperor extended an invitation. Green Rain Emperor nodded. We'll talk about it later. If there's nothing else, I'll probably go. Exploring secret realms was something titled monarchs often did. Who knew? They might find powerful artifacts or other treasures in secret realms. If the opportunities were plentiful, their strength might even increase by 10 times. Look, there's a 5th layer life and death little guy. Battle Tiger Emperor noticed a blue-robed youngster not far away. Following his gaze, Green Rain Emperor guessed. To be able to come to Treasure Tower, he must be a purple gold commander. We can't look down on him. Perhaps even you and I aren't his opponents. Impossible. Your cultivation is so low. The War Tiger Emperor didn't believe it. Qingyu Emperor said seriously. You haven't heard, right? A 4-star purple gold commander has appeared in our human race, and he's also wearing blue clothes. It's probably him. 4-star purple gold commander. Battle Tiger Emperor obediently shut his mouth. If the opponent was truly a 4-star purple gold commander, then he was indeed not his opponent. In terms of strength, a 4-star purple gold commander was already equivalent to a 3-star general. In terms of status, even a 5-star general was a bit inferior. After all, the opponent had yet to reach the 7th layer of life and death realm. Once he became a titled monarch, his battle strength would be heaven-defying. Of course, the Battle Tiger Emperor didn't really believe that the young man was a 4-star purple gold warrior, mainly because his cultivation base was a bit low. If he were at the 6th sky of life and death realm, he might have a better chance. This blue-robed young man was Yi Chun. He had come to the treasure tool tower to buy an emperor-grade treasure. Little brother, how was your harvest this time? The War Tiger Emperor rolled his eyes and went up to strike up a conversation. Yi Chun sized him up with a glance. Not bad. Didn't go to Black Tortoise Ruins in vain. Hee, how many honorary commanders did you kill? Seeing that Yi Chun didn't mind his conversation, the War Tiger Emperor became friendly. I didn't kill many honorary commanders. It was just a 1-star dark commander. Hee, very good. With your cultivation base, I can't even beat an ordinary commander. Smiling, the War Tiger Emperor didn't continue pestering Yi Chun. How was it? He shouldn't be a 4-star purple gold commander. Otherwise he wouldn't have only killed one dark one. The War Tiger Emperor said to the Qingyu Emperor. The Qingyu Emperor smiled. You're really looking for trouble. Perhaps he didn't stay in Black Tortoise Ruins for long. Even if he's strong, he'll have to encounter an enemy first. Shaking his head, the Qingyu Emperor entered the treasure tool tower. The first floor of the treasure tool tower was filled with a large number of low emperor-grade treasures. Yi Chun planned to choose a low emperor-grade armor for Su Jing and Morong Qingcheng. As for a medium emperor-grade armor, it wasn't necessary at all. Moreover, it consumed too much energy. Along the way, Yi Chun found that emperor-grade armors were about twice as expensive as emperor-grade weapons, and there were only 60 to 70% of emperor-grade weapons. Black Crow Armor 3. 8 million yuan stones. Wood Spirit Armor, 4 million yuan stones. Purple Gold Muddy Sky Armor 4. 5 million yuan stones. Blue Bird Armor 4. 2 million yuan stones. Tiger Head Bright Silver Armor 3. 9 million yuan stones. Black Phoenix Spreading Wings Armor 4. 6 million yuan stones. Basically, a low emperor grade armor's price was above 4 million yuan stones. I'll take this purple gold muddy sky armor. Yi Chun chose the purple gold muddy sky armor first. Su Jing was a golden dragon, which suited her in every aspect. Moreover, the armor's defense was also the strongest. After all, it was worth 5 million yuan stones. To buy a low emperor grade artifact, you must have a 1-star honorary commander badge or a 1-star general badge. The workers on the first floor were all life and death kings. A pretty female king reminded. Here. Yi Chun handed over a 1-star dark commander badge and a mid-grade storage ring with 5 million yuan stones. Yi Chun had a lot of storage rings, so he didn't care about this one. Alright, please take it. The female king took out the purple gold muddy sky armor and handed it over to Yi Chun. Putting away the purple gold muddy sky armor, Yi Chun walked toward another platform. I'll take this black phoenix spreading wings armor. As he spoke, Yi Chun took out a 1-star general badge and a mid-grade storage ring with 6 million yuan stones. Little brother, you killed a 1-star general? Coincidentally, Battle Tiger Emperor was also nearby. He had already seen Yi Chun buy a purple gold armor, and now he bought this black phoenix spreading wings armor. He was somewhat astonished. Yi Chun faintly nodded. I was lucky. Impressive. The War Tiger Emperor gave a thumbs up. It wasn't that easy to kill a one-star general. A one-star general usually led an army of 50,000 people. I'll treat you to a drink when I have time. I'll go to the second floor first. Yi Chen didn't care much about the other's praise. He raised his foot and walked toward the second floor. What? Second floor? This time Battle Tiger Emperor was truly astonished. A two-star general was not the same as a one-star general. Not only was he stronger, he would also have a low-grade Emperor-grade artifact. If it was a low-grade Emperor-grade armor, then even a three-star general might not be able to kill him. The opponent could easily escape. Therefore, it was very difficult to increase the rank of general. Being stronger than the opponent didn't mean that one could kill the opponent. Could it be that he killed a two-star honor commander? When Yi Chen said that he had only killed a one-star dark commander, Battle Tiger Emperor was a bit suspicious. However, he didn't think that Yi Chen had any reason to lie. Moreover, the two didn't even know each other. Let's go and take a look. Battle Tiger Emperor decided to follow behind Yi Chen. He was extremely curious about Yi Chen. Chapter 1165. The second floor of the treasure tool tower was filled with mid-level Emperor-grade weapons. Compared to the low-level Emperor-grade weapons on the first floor, it was much less. Of course, this was only relative. Yi Chen looked around and saw dazzling lights of Emperor-grade weapons everywhere. It was as if he had entered a magical place. The price of a mid-grade Emperor-grade artifact was several times higher than a low-grade Emperor-grade artifact. Yi Chen took a look and found that the price of a mid-grade Emperor-grade artifact was around 15 million yuan stones, while the price of a mid-grade Emperor-grade armor was around 30 million. However, for titled monarchs, several tens of millions of yuan stones were nothing. Let's see what kind of swords there are. Yi Chen not only planned to buy a high-level Emperor-grade sword, but also a mid-level Emperor-grade sword. There was an idiom that went, better safe than sorry. One more sword meant one more preparation. After all, anything could happen. If he only had one sword, once he lost it, his strength would be greatly reduced. Moreover, Yi Chen decided to show his face with a mid-level Emperor-grade sword. He would save the high-level Emperor-grade sword for the critical moment. With his cultivation base, using a high-level Emperor-grade sword would be too eye-catching. The saying, "the tallest tree in the forest will be blown by the wind," was not without reason. Purple Electric Frost Sword, 14 million yuan stones. Raging Flame Breeze Sword, 13 million yuan stones. Soaring Dragon Treasured Sword, 5 million yuan stones. Wind Feather Sword, 5 million primary stones. Blue Moon Autumn Light Sword, 15 million yuan stones. White Mist Sword, 12 million yuan stones. Dragon Taming Sword, 15 million yuan stones. Frost Flower Sword, 16 million yuan stones. Celestial Ice Sword, 5 million primordial stones. White Star Sky Wolf Sword, 16 million yuan stones. Silver Serpent Sword, 17 million yuan stones. There were many mid-level Emperor-level swords. As the main type of weapons, swords and sabers were the most common. In the end, Yi Chen chose the Silver Serpent Sword. The Silver Serpent Treasure Sword was a sword that looked like a silver serpent. The sword hilt seemed to be made of pure silver, and it was covered in densely packed silver snake scales. The body of the sword was curved like a snake, and it was radiant with silver light. The tip of the sword was a snake's head. In addition, the Silver Serpent Treasure Sword was a soft sword, and it was suitable for people with great sword arts. It was very difficult for ordinary sword emperors to unleash the full power of the Silver Serpent Treasure Sword. Handing over a 2-star general badge and 17 million source stones, Yi Chen received the Silver Serpent Sword. Good sword. Yi Chen observed it carefully, and the more he looked, the more he liked it. The Silver Serpent Sword felt cold in his hand. It seemed to have the power to calm people down. Faintly, Yi Chen could feel that the sword was trembling like a silver snake. The Silver Serpent Treasure Sword scabbard was also gorgeous. It was covered in silver snake scales, and it looked more like a silver snake. At the end of the scabbard were 2 red gems that looked like the eyes of a snake, cold and emotionless. Clang! Sheathing the Silver Serpent Sword, Yi Chen wore it on his waist. 2-star general badge? Battle Tiger Emperor's mouth was wide open, unable to close. Following behind Yi Chen, he could clearly see that Yi Chen took out a 2-star general badge. Fortunately, he's a human. If he were an enemy, I would have died without a burial ground for looking down on him like this. Yi Chen was indeed a 5th heavenly layer life and death realm. But Yi Chen's battle strength shocked even Battle Tiger Emperor. On the battlefield, if Battle Tiger Emperor thought the opponent was a pushover, he wouldn't even know how he died. Of course, Battle Tiger Emperor felt that Yi Chen was a freak. He hoped that the other races didn't have this kind of freak, or else he'd be out of luck one day. Battle Tiger Emperor, am I right? Blue Rain Emperor also saw this scene. And your eyesight is indeed good. Battle Tiger Emperor repeatedly nodded. Blue Rain Emperor shook his head. It's not that my eyesight is good, it's a matter of mentality. The universe is so vast, and any kind of genius is possible. If I'm not wrong, he should be the only 4-star purple gold commander of my human race. But not many people know about it. The higher-ups have purposely sealed this information. AI, seems like I'm still too impetuous. I can't compare to you. But this is also a good thing. At least, it can remind me not to look down on the people of this world. Battle Tiger Emperor smiled. How is it? Have you chosen a suitable low-grade Emperor-grade artifact? Blue Rain Emperor asked. Not yet. The first one is low-grade Emperor-grade artifact. I have to be careful and choose the most suitable one. Right, what about you? I've already chosen. Blue Rain Emperor took out an armor that seemed to be carved out of emerald. Worthy of being a mid-grade Emperor-grade armor. Battle Tiger Emperor's face was full of envy. With the silver serpent sword in hand, Yi Chen didn't stop and continued toward the 3rd floor. It can't be. Blue Rain Emperor and Battle Tiger Emperor, who thought Yi Chen was going to go down, gasped and looked at each other in dismay. What? How many foreign race generals did he kill in the Xianwu ruins? Why was there no end to it? Half of the high-grade Emperor-grade artifacts on the 3rd floor were gone. Of course, the number was still a lot. This was Yi Chen's main battlefield. He wanted to choose a high-grade Emperor-grade sword and a high-grade Emperor-grade armor. As for exchanging for a high-grade Heavenly King set in the Paradise of Gods, that could wait. Right now, there was still a long way to go before he reached 5 million. He couldn't just ignore it. Defense was his biggest weakness. It was better to deal with it first. Tai Scarlet Firmament Sword, 120 million. Giant Spirit Sword, 110 million. Flying Wave Cutter Sword, 110 million. True Martial 7 Calamity Sword, 120 million. Heaven Rainbow Sword, 90 million. Blood Shadow Ancient Sword, 90 million. The high-grade Emperor-grade swords on the 3rd floor were all rare treasures. Ordinary titled monarchs would treat any one of them as a treasure. After all, high-grade Emperor-grade swords were even rarer in the market. Many people would rather leave them for their descendants than auction them. The True Martial 7 Calamity Sword is not bad, but it doesn't suit me. The True Martial 7 Calamity Sword had 7 sections, and the hilt had a black and white Tai Chi diagram. It looked simple and elegant, filled with an indescribable majesty and heavenly will. But Yi Chen had a feeling that although the True Martial 7 Calamity Sword was good, it didn't suit him. It might have something to do with his personality. All of a sudden, Yi Chen's vision was taken away by a sword. It was a sword that faintly emitted Emperor Qi. The sword was pure black and didn't have a trace of brilliance. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary black sword. If it wasn't for its unique aura, it would be hard to notice its existence. It was like the Emperor of the Night, noble, mysterious, and unfathomable. Eternal Night Emperor Sword, 160 million. What a great Eternal Night Emperor Sword. This is it. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen chose this unique sword. The sword Qi emitted by the destruction sword intent was black, and so was this sword. The two complemented each other. Taking out the golden spear, Yi Chen wanted to trade for it. Sorry, I can't estimate the price of this spear. Please wait a moment. The staff on the 3rd floor left in a hurry. It seemed like he was going to find someone who could appraise the price of the spear. Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry. He waited quietly where he was. After a while, an old man dressed in black walked over. Chapter 1166. The black-robed old man's cultivation base was not low, even one level higher than Yi Chen's. He was at the sixth sky of life and death realm. He took the golden spear from Yi Chen's hand and carefully observed it, occasionally using his soul power to scan it. Then he took out a square stone platform and placed the golden spear on it. The platform flickered with a bright light, eventually settling into a green color. Putting away the platform, the black-robed old man raised his head and said to Yi Chen, "This spear is a high-grade emperor-grade weapon, a fine product. Its price is 120 million yuan stones." "What is a fine product?" Yi Chen asked. The black-robed elder explained. "Treasured weapons of the same grade are also divided into good and bad. The lowest grade is ordinary, followed by fine grade, then precious grade, and finally supreme grade. For example, this Eternal Night Emperor sword is a supreme grade high-grade emperor grade treasure sword, 1 in a million. If you want to exchange for this Eternal Night Emperor sword, you need to take out another 40 million primeval stones." "So that's how it is." "All right." Yi Chen nodded and took out 40 million yuan stones, handing them over. Receiving the stones and the spear, the black-robed old man handed them over to the staff and left in a hurry, seeming to be very busy. Holding the Eternal Night Emperor sword, Yi Chen immediately felt a wave of emperor qi pouring into his body. His mind sank into darkness, but it was not the kind of feeling where he couldn't see anything. Instead, it was a feeling of being in the darkness and being able to see everything clearly. It was as if the sword in his hand was not a sword, but a dark night. "This sword is much stronger than the golden spear." Yi Chen sucked in a deep breath and couldn't help but wave the Eternal Night Emperor sword. Huff! The black sword wind surged, and the sovereign monarch closest to it was caught off guard. He could not help but be blown away, and his protective quintessence flickered. Stabilizing his body, the monarch glared at Yi Chen. "Sorry." Yi Chen immediately reacted and apologized. "Forget it, I was just like you back then. I couldn't control myself after obtaining a treasure." This titled monarch was not someone who would be unforgiving. Seeing that Yi Chen did not do it on purpose, he did not pursue the matter any further. "I'm really sorry. These 10 bottles of lava wine and iced sea wine can be considered my apology." Yi Chen saw that the other party's clothes were torn, and he was in a sorry state. Lava wine and iced sea wine from the paradise of gods. Good stuff. The man's eyes lit up, and he happily took it. "My name is Lang Feng. I'll make friends with you. May I know your name?" Lang Feng was also quite famous on the Golden Armor Star. He was titled Scarlet Wind Emperor, and was a 5-star general. He was very powerful, but he was not arrogant at all. Instead, he was very willing to make friends. Otherwise, if it was someone else, they would definitely not let it go. "I am Yi Chen." Yi Chen reported his name. "You are the only 4-star purple gold commander of our human race?" Scarlet Wind Emperor Lang Feng was well informed and asked hesitantly. "You can say so." Yi Chen did not deny and sheathed the Eternal Night Emperor sword. Immediately, the sword became very ordinary, without a trace of aura leaking out. "I can see that your strength is not just 4-star purple gold commander, right? 5-star purple gold commander should be more like it." To be able to enter the 3rd floor of the treasure tower, a 4-star purple gold commander was not enough. Scarlet Wind Emperor couldn't help but admire Yi Chen. To have such strength at the 5th layer of life and death realm, he could be called a heaven-defying genius. After chatting for a while, Scarlet Wind Emperor said, "If you have time, let's go to the Sun Moon restaurant in Golden Armor Nebula Barracks for a drink. The wine there is also not bad, only a bit worse than the wine from the paradise of gods." Sun Moon Restaurant. "You know the Snow Air Emperor?" Yi Chen couldn't help but ask. Scarlet Wind Emperor laughed heartily. "The Snow Air Emperor is my girlfriend. In order to pursue her, I spent 100 years. However, we got to know each other in the paradise of gods." It turned out that Scarlet Wind Emperor used to be a member of the paradise of gods. In fact, the majority of titled monarchs and even supremes came from the paradise of gods. This was not surprising to Yi Chen. "I still want to choose another armor. I'll go to the Sun Moon restaurant later." Yi Chen thought for a while and said, "All right, it's a deal. Let's not go home until we're drunk." As the saying goes, Birds of a feather flock together. Scarlet Wind Emperor intuitively knew that Yi Chen was a friend worth making. His intuition was rarely wrong. After Scarlet Wind Emperor left, Yi Chen continued to stay on the third floor of the treasure tower. The price of high-grade Emperor-grade armors was astonishing. The cheapest one cost 200 million yuan stones, and some even reached 300 million. This was not a small number even for titled monarchs of the 7th layer. After all, many of them had families behind them, and their wealth was not that great. 7C Flood Dragon Armor, 240 million yuan stones. 9 Dragon Armor, 280 million yuan stones. Galaxy Armor, 280 million yuan stones. Radiant Armor, 220 million yuan stones. Scarlet Battle Armor, 220 million yuan stones. Primordial Unity Chi Armor, 300 million yuan stones. Armors were used to protect one's life, so the price was understandable. After a while, Yi Chen chose the Primordial Unity Chi Armor, which was worth 300 million yuan stones. The Primordial Unity Chi Armor was quite peculiar. Its material was similar to jade, and its surface was filled with chaotic chi flows. Upon careful observation, one could see that these chaotic chi flows were moving in a regular pattern, forming an inseparable whole. Handing over the 3-star general badge and 300 million yuan stones, Yi Chen grabbed the Primordial Unity Chi Armor. Dang! Yi Chen flicked his finger. Relying on his touch, Yi Chen could feel that the power of his finger flicking was completely scattered, unable to be concentrated. With further reasoning, it wasn't hard to understand that this primordious singular energy was unique in its ability to disperse attacks. If one struck out with 100% of one's strength, it would be scattered into thousands of parts. Unless one's attack strength surpassed the upper limits of the primordious singular energy, it would be difficult to break through its defenses. There are so many good things here. There are even Emperor-grade armors, and the rarely seen supreme armor in the universe. Yi Chen sighed and put away the Primordial Unity Chi Armor. Night fell. Cloud Coming Army Camp, Sun Moon Restaurant. In the most luxurious private room on the top floor, 4 people were sitting there. Among these 4, 2 were Scarlet Wind Emperor and Snow Air Emperor. The other 2 were not ordinary either, having a cultivation base of 7th layer life and death realm. If someone who knew them were here, they would recognize them as Fire Sparrow Emperor and Stone Emperor. One was a 4-star general, and the other a 5-star general. In comparison, Snow Air Emperor was the weakest, being a 3-star general. The 4 had known each other for a long time. Due to their good relationship, the outside world had given them a collective name: Earth, Water, Fire, and Wind Emperors. Earth was Stone Emperor, Water was Snow Air Emperor, Fire was Fire Sparrow Emperor, and Wind was Scarlet Wind Emperor. Among them, Stone Emperor was the oldest, while Snow Air Emperor was the youngest. Lang Feng, it's already so late. Do you think he will come? Fire Sparrow Emperor had a fiery temperament. He took a bite of barbecued meat and asked. Scarlet Wind Emperor smiled. Of course he will. I can't be wrong in judging people. The 3 were Scarlet Wind Emperor's best friends, and Snow Air Emperor was his girlfriend. The 4 hadn't seen each other for several years. This time, they were meeting at Sun Moon Restaurant. Later on, Scarlet Wind Emperor invited Yi Chen. Fire Sparrow Emperor and Stone Emperor were also quite curious about Yi Chen, so they looked forward to it. He's here. At this moment, Scarlet Wind Emperor and Snow Air Emperor stood up and walked out of the private room to welcome him. Chapter 1167. Sorry I'm late. Leaving the treasure tower, Yi Chen found a place to test the power of the Silver Snake Sword and Eternal Night Emperor Sword. He had almost forgotten about the gathering tonight. Not late. Come this way, I'll introduce you to 2 friends. Scarlet Wind Emperor let out a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid that Yi Chen wouldn't come. Snow Air Emperor sized up Yi Chen and said with a smile, After a day, I'll look at you in a different light. If this speed of yours were to spread to the other races, I'm afraid it would cause a huge storm. Back in the Black Tortoise ruins, Yi Chen's strength was much weaker than hers. Who would have thought that he would surpass her in just a year? She couldn't help but admire him. Entering the private room, Yi Chen saw Scarlet Wind Emperor's 2 friends. One was an enchanting beauty, wearing a fiery feather robe. Her appearance and figure were both extremely sexy. Her fiery red hair was tied into a ponytail, looking like a throbbing flame. Her eyes were deep red like two red diamonds, and her plump red lips were slightly upturned, giving off a smile that was yet not a smile. At this moment, she was openly observing Yi Chun. The other was an old-fashioned youth wearing a gray robe. He didn't look very dazzling, but he couldn't be ignored, faintly emitting an ancient aura. Both of them were at the seventh sky of life and death realm. The feather-robed woman was a beast emperor, while the old-fashioned youth was a titled human emperor. This is Fire Sparrow Emperor, and this is Stone Emperor. He is Yi Chun. Scarlet Wind Emperor introduced the two. Fifth sky of life and death realm, a bit low. It's hard to imagine that you could kill a 3-star general. Fire Sparrow Emperor said honestly. Yi Chun smiled but didn't explain. Come everyone, sit down. Let's not go home until we're drunk. As the owner of Sun Moon Restaurant, Snow Air Emperor warmly greeted everyone. Fine wine and delicacies were served, and the five chatted while eating. The atmosphere gradually rose. How about we play a game? The loser has to answer questions and no lies. Fire Sparrow Emperor suddenly thought of an idea and said, Truth or dare? Yi Chun raised his brows. What game? The Scarlet Wind Emperor asked. Guess the dice. The Fire Sparrow Emperor took out a covered container from his storage ring and flipped his palm. 10 dices appeared on it, each with 1 to 6 points. This container can isolate soul power and energy. It is a special artifact. Wait a moment, I will put the 10 dices in and shake it. Everyone guess a few points. The one with the most ridiculous guess will be asked a question. What do you think? It was very simple. But it's fun. I have no objections. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was the first to raise his hand. I have no objections either. The Snow Air Emperor laughed. Sounds good. The Stone Golem Emperor nodded. In the end, only Yi Chun was left. I can play with it. Yi Chun nodded. Although guessing the dice looks simple, it was actually very difficult. Under the situation where both soul power and energy were isolated, they could only rely on their hearing. However, there were a lot of dice, and when they shook it, there would be a lot of variables. Moreover, they were not ordinary people. The speed at which they shook the dice would definitely be very fast. This was a huge challenge for their hearing. Alright, the game officially begins. The Fire Sparrow Emperor put the 10 dices into the container, all with 1 point on the top. He closed the lid. How about this? I will be the first to shake it, and everyone else will take turns. Let's begin. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was a bit impatient. He loved this kind of challenging game. Swoosh. Raising the utensil, the Fire Sparrow Emperor began to shake it rhythmically. The dice inside the utensil bounced back and forth, making popping sounds. The rhythm became faster and faster, until the popping sounds became one. At the same time, everyone's ears perked up as they carefully distinguished the number and position of the dice in the utensil. Pap! The Fire Sparrow Emperor slammed the container on the table with his right hand and said, I will guess last. I guess 34. The Scarlet Wind Emperor was the first. 36. The Stone Golem Emperor followed up with another number. 42. Then the Snow Air Emperor said. Yi Chun thought for a bit and said 48. The Fire Sparrow Emperor looked at Yi Chun in surprise. He had guessed the same number as her. 42. The lid opened and inside were 3 4s, 2 6s, 2 5s, 2 3s and 1 2. It was exactly 42. Langfeng, you are the worst. The Fire Sparrow Emperor pointed at the Scarlet Wind Emperor. The Scarlet Wind Emperor's face was gloomy. How strange. I didn't hear wrong. Stop whining. You lost the bet. Alright, I will ask the question, the Fire Sparrow Emperor said proudly. Alright, ask. May I ask, when did you and Shui Air consummate? The Fire Sparrow Emperor laughed. Shua. The Snow Air Emperor's face turned red, and he glared at the Fire Sparrow Emperor angrily. The Scarlet Wind Emperor laughed. About 72 years ago. After saying that, he purposely raised his eyebrows. But soon, he let out a muffled cry as his waist was twisted by the Snow Air Emperor. It's my turn. The Scarlet Wind Emperor shouted. You. The Fire Sparrow Emperor passed the container to the Scarlet Wind Emperor. I want to play with a higher difficulty. Everyone be careful. Grabbing the container, the Scarlet Wind Emperor didn't adjust the dice and directly shook it. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow, sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow, sometimes it was fast, and sometimes it was slow. He messed up the original rhythm. In terms of difficulty, it was indeed much more difficult than the Fire Sparrow Emperor. Alright, everyone guess. The Scarlet Wind Emperor put down the container. The Snow Air Emperor frowned and looked hatefully at the Scarlet Wind Emperor. She had no clue. It should be 27. 29. The Stone Man Emperor also frowned. 43. Yi Chen's answer was a little more than before. 53. This time, the Fire Sparrow Emperor was different from Yi Chen. The Scarlet Wind Emperor smiled proudly and said, "The answer is 30. After saying that, he opened the lid, but the next moment, his face turned red. The number inside wasn't 30, but Yi Chen's answer 43. This is so weird. The Scarlet Wind Emperor scratched his head. Don't tell me you have some special ability to see the number inside? The Fire Sparrow Emperor looked at Yi Chen with suspicion. Yi Chen was shocked. No, I just listen. Damn pervert. The Fire Sparrow Emperor and the Scarlet Wind Emperor rolled their eyes. Snow, it's your turn now. You two are indeed a pair. The Fire Sparrow Emperor looked at the Snow Air Emperor with evil intentions. The Snow Air Emperor had a bad feeling. She knew how difficult the Fire Sparrow Emperor was. Isn't it the person who shakes the dice who asks? Yes, it's me. The Scarlet Wind Emperor came back to his senses. Have you eaten breakfast? A very boring question. Yes. The Snow Air Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. Next, it was the Snow Air Emperor's turn. The one who guessed the most was the Fire Sparrow Emperor. The Snow Air Emperor asked him who he liked. Green-clothed Emperor. The Fire Sparrow Emperor answered without hesitation. The Snow Air Emperor smiled bitterly. She had forgotten that the Fire Sparrow Emperor never knew the meaning of shyness. The green-clothed Emperor was an 8th-layer life and death realm titled monarch. Yi Chen thought to herself. After playing for 2 hours, everyone stopped. Yi Chen was really too perverted. He didn't get it wrong even once. How could they play anymore? The Fire Sparrow Emperor gritted his teeth in anger. Chapter 1168. Why don't we talk about the strange things that you've encountered? The Scarlet Wind Emperor suddenly suggested. Strange things? I've encountered a few. The Stone Emperor's eyes lit up when he heard the Scarlet Wind Emperor's suggestion. That sounds good. The Snow Air Emperor nodded. I'll go first. The Scarlet Wind Emperor organized his thoughts and said, everyone should know about the astral beasts. I wonder, what is the biggest astral beast that you have encountered? About 10,000 miles. I've seen star beasts that were 100,000 miles long. That one. I saw a complete star beast skeleton in a secret realm. Its head and tail were more than 1,000,000 miles long, and its eye sockets could fit an ordinary planet. Everyone expressed their opinions. Yi Chen, what about you? The Scarlet Wind Emperor asked Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled awkwardly. Less than 5,000 miles. He had only seen a handful of star beasts, and he had never seen one that was that big. Do you know how big the biggest star beasts I've seen was? The Scarlet Wind Emperor deliberately kept everyone in suspense. Say it or not. The Fire Sparrow Emperor curled his lips. The Scarlet Wind Emperor said, the biggest star beasts I've seen were 1,000,000 miles long, and its eyes were comparable to a grade 1 life planet. It had a horn on its head, and I couldn't see the end of it. It seemed to have pierced through the sky. I was scared out of my wits at that time. You're bluffing. How big was that star beasts? The Fire Sparrow Emperor asked. I don't know, but it should be around 1,000,000,000 miles long. Then why are you still alive? The Fire Sparrow Emperor asked. A star beasts that were 1,000,000,000 miles long were definitely heaven-defying monsters. They could probably kill the Scarlet Wind Emperor with just one breath. How could they be sitting there? The Scarlet Wind Emperor said. Actually, I didn't see it. I only saw an image. In the image, the star beasts were chained by 9 chains of unknown length. The images are real, so it's possible that there are astral beasts that are 1 billion miles long. The Stone Emperor was very knowledgeable, so he didn't doubt the existence of such heaven-defying beasts. That's right. Rumor has it that the star beast supremacy is several 100 million miles long. Although it's not as big as this one, it's not too far off. The Snow Air Emperor helped the Scarlet Wind Emperor. Alright, I'm done. It's your turn. The Scarlet Wind Emperor looked at the Stone Puppet Emperor. The Stone Emperor nodded. Then I'll tell you about the legend of the Headless Sovereign. Headless Sovereign. The four of them, including Yi Chun, stared blankly for a moment before focusing their attention. Ninth Heavenly Layer Life and Death Realm Supremes were supreme existences in the universe. So why did they lose their heads? Perhaps anyone would want to know. The Celestial River is one of the most miraculous existences in the universe, the Stone Emperor slowly explained. It practically divides the universe in two. If you want to cross it, you can't fly. You can only take a boat. I saw the Headless Paragon in the Celestial River. The Heavenly River? Yi Chun held his breath. He had heard of the Heavenly River, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was the #1 wonder in the universe. No one knew how long the Heavenly River was, nor where its source was. It was only known that the Heavenly River had existed since ancient times, and no one had ever been able to find out how long it was or where its source was. Even Supremes would feel powerless when facing the Heavenly River. Outside the Heavenly River, one could freely fly, and there was no limit to how far one could go. However, above the Heavenly River, no one could fly. If one tried to fly, they would fall into the Heavenly River. If one wanted to cross the Heavenly River, one could only obediently take a boat or walk on the river's surface. It was said that the Heavenly River contained countless treasures, corpses, and countless immemorial beasts. It was the #1 wonder in the universe, an unknown place. Yi Chun had read about the Heavenly River in a book, and he had never forgotten about it. However, a year later, an incomparably huge water monster appeared. It looked like a loach, but was millions of times more ferocious. It opened its mouth and spat out water from the Heavenly River, covering the entire sky. The ship nearly sank. Even the 3/8 layer Life and Death Emperors weren't its match. Just when we thought we were going to be buried in the Heavenly River, a figure appeared. This figure wasn't very big, only 10 meters tall. However, standing there, it looked like an indomitable giant. His supreme aura spread out, calming the surging waves of the Heavenly River. With a grab of his hand, the water monster was bound by an invisible force, unable to move. In the end, it rapidly shrank and was stuffed into his neck. Only then did I realize that this figure didn't have a head. Blood flowed out from the wound all the time. I thought that he should be using the water monster's essence blood to replenish himself, so that he wouldn't run out of essence blood in the end. Of course, I was also worried that this Headless Sovereign might consider us as a source of essence blood. Fortunately, my worries didn't come true. The Headless Sovereign glanced at us, then turned around and walked toward the boundless Heavenly River, disappearing in the end. However, when I turned around, I saw that the 3/8 layer Life and Death Emperors had tears streaming down their faces. They said that the Headless Sovereign belonged to our human race, and that he was definitely a senior of the past. A sorrowful aura pervaded the treasured ship. Everyone was silent as they gazed at the direction where the Headless Sovereign disappeared. After returning, I specifically looked up some information about the Headless Sovereign. I found that he had existed for who knows how many years. He had always been wandering above the Heavenly River, never going anywhere else. Because of the vastness of the Heavenly River, meeting the Headless Sovereign was something one could only come across by chance. Even sovereigns would have a hard time finding him. Unwittingly, Stone Emperor stopped his narration. However, no one noticed it. They were still stuck in the scene he described. In their minds, the image of the Headless Sovereign seemed to appear. It was so lonely and sorrowful. Yi Chun was the first to sober up. Without saying anything, Yi Chun picked up his wine cup and clinked it with Stone Emperors. Soon after, the others also sobered up and drank in silence. The path of cultivation was not always smooth sailing. The Headless Sovereign made them feel a sense of cruelty. They did not know who the Headless Sovereign was, nor did they know who had cut off the Headless Sovereign's head. It was hard for them to imagine what it was like for a headless person to stay above the celestial river for countless years. Perhaps he was looking for something, or perhaps there was something that he missed. It's really uncomfortable to tell such a sorrowful story. You should punish yourself with 3 bottles of wine. Fire Sparrow Emperor glared at Stone Emperor. Alright, I should. Stone Emperor laughed and raised his head to drink. The gathering continued until the next morning. The 5 separated, but they had already arranged a time to meet again. Chapter 1169. The mysterious gravity star was not that big. It was about 12,000 li in diameter, and its gravity was only 1% of that of a white dwarf star. Without a cultivation base of the third sky of life and death realm, going there would be no different from asking for trouble. If one was not careful, one's body would collapse, and one's Tao would disappear. Even if one was at the third sky of life and death realm, one would still need to replenish Xinyuan from time to time. Of course, in such a harsh environment, one would not be able to stay in there forever. One would have to leave every once in a while, since everyone had their own limits. There were a lot of people training on the mysterious gravity star. As far as the eye could see, every 1,000 meters, there would be a third sky of life and death realm or above sitting there. There were 3 mountain ranges on the mysterious gravity star. These 3 mountain ranges were very precious, because they could be used to create a large number of caves. If one were to train inside, it would not be easy to attract attention. The caves in the mountain ranges were almost all occupied by the big parties. Some of the lone king warriors would not be able to enjoy such treatment. In the 3rd mountain range, there were 2 caves in the middle of a short mountain. The stone doors of the caves were tightly shut, and the light of arrays and restrictions were faintly flickering. Obviously, these 2 caves had been arranged with a lot of arrays and restrictions to prevent people from intruding. Outside of one of the caves, an old man and a young man were sitting cross-legged. The old man was wearing blue robes, and his body was tall and majestic. His bulging muscles were full of explosive power, and his aura was shocking. If one did not look at his face, one would think that he was a strong man. It would be hard to guess that he was actually an old man. Vaguely, the old man's skin had a layer of bronze color. The young man next to him was not as tall as the old man, but he was still much taller than normal people. He was wearing a luxurious silver robe, and there was an endless heroic spirit between his brows. His skin was covered in a layer of faint silver, faintly discernible. The existence of an old man and a young man was very strange. After all, this was someone else's cave. Buzz. About 100,000 li away from the mysterious gravity star, a battleship appeared. The cabin door opened, and Yichen walked out. Putting away the phantom ship, Yichen's body flickered as he flew toward a certain place on the mysterious gravity star. I wonder if Su Jing and Qingqing have broken through to the 4th sky of life and death realm. Yichen thought. There was still less than a year before the next opening of the God test field. If Su Jing and Murong Qingqing could not break through to the 4th sky of life and death realm, it would be very difficult for them to occupy the top 10 positions on the Sky King list. If they missed this opening of the God test field, they would not have another chance in the future. The gravity of the mystic gravity planet was very strong, so Yichen's flying speed slowed down. After a few dozen breaths, Yichen finally saw the low mountain peak. What happened? Yichen immediately saw an old man and a young man standing outside Su Jing's immortal cave. Frowning, Yichen drove his Xinyuan and flew over. Who is it? Stop. The silver-clothed youth opened his eyes, and his stern voice reached Yichen's ears. Who are you people? Yichen continued flying and snorted coldly. If I tell you to stop, then stop. As he spoke, the silver-robed young man was about to make his move. Stop. The azure-clothed elder stopped the silver-clothed youth and glared at him. Elder, you are too reckless. If you disturb her training and something bad happens, how can you bear the responsibility? The azure-clothed elder reprimanded the silver-clothed youth. Yes. The silver-clothed youth lowered his head unwillingly. Swish. Yichen landed on the flat ground in front of the cave, and scanned the azure-clothed elder and the silver-clothed youth. Frowning again, Yichen realized that these 2 were not humans but beasts. To be more specific, These two were giant dragons, and their dragon aura could not be hidden from Yi Chen's senses. Could it be that the giant dragons had found out that Su Jing was a gold dragon, and wanted to bring her back to the dragon race? Yi Chen thought for a moment, and his guess was not far off. Yi Chen's guess was right. Chen Qinghai and Shi Tao were indeed here to take Su Jing away. It turned out that the mysterious gravity star was not always peaceful. Battles would occasionally break out. One time, Su Jing and a lone king warrior at the fifth sky of life and death realm fought fiercely. During the intense battle, Su Jing did not bother to hide her true form and transformed into a gold dragon, beating the opponent back. Not long after, the news of the gold dragon being found in the mysterious gravity star reached the dragon race. The upper echelons of the dragon race sent an elder and a young elite to the vermilion bird star, hoping that the two could bring the gold dragon back. After all, the gold dragon was a high-level giant dragon, which was at the same level as the crystal dragon. Once it matured, it would definitely become the pillar of the dragon race. The elder and young elite sent by the dragon race were precisely Chen Qinghai and Shi Tao. Chen Qinghai's true form was a bronze dragon, while Shi Tao's true form was a silver dragon. These two were the main members of the dragon race, and had a very high status. "You are members of the dragon race," Yi Chen said. Chen Qinghai nodded, "Indeed." "I wonder who you are, little brother?" "The person inside is my woman," Yi Chen said straightforwardly. The dragon race was the number one race of the beast race, and the beast race was the vassal of the human race. Yi Chen had heard a long time ago that the dragon race was rather arrogant and domineering. They did things swiftly and decisively, not giving others any face. A lot of people did not like the dragon race. However, although there were very few members of the dragon race, each of them had a very powerful battle power. Any one of them would be an absolute warrior within the same realm. "Your woman?" Not only Shi Tao, even Chen Qinghai's face darkened a bit. "Nonsense. The gold dragon of our dragon race is not something that you, a mere fifth sky king warrior, can match up to. Don't be a toad lusting after swan meat." Shi Tao could not help but yell angrily. Yi Chen said in a deep voice, "Whether I'm worthy of her or not, it's not up to you to decide. Please go back. We'll pay a visit to the dragon race when we have time in the future, but not now." Before figuring out the ins and outs of the dragon race, Yi Chen did not intend to let Su Jing return to the dragon race. Who knew what the dragon race was waiting for her? Of course, if returning to the dragon race was beneficial to Su Jing, Yi Chen would not stop her. However, the premise was that the two sides had to have a proper discussion and not put on a high and mighty appearance. Revealing a forced smile, Chen Qinghai said, "No matter what, the fact that she is a gold dragon cannot be changed. Our dragon race also needs her. If it's for her own good, you should let her return to the dragon race. Only in the dragon race can she receive the best training. What do you think?" As he spoke, Chen Qinghai released a bit of his aura. Bang! The berserk aura was suppressed to a small area. Those who were far away would not be able to sense it. However, Yi Chen could clearly sense it, because this aura was directed at him. This was the aura of an 8th level life and death heavenly emperor. Although battle emperors had the strength to challenge 8th level life and death heavenly emperors, they were still lacking something. First of all, 8th level life and death heavenly emperors had the ability to teleport, which was not something that battle emperors could compare with. Secondly, 8th level life and death heavenly emperors had higher grade artifacts, which were basically emperor-grade artifacts. Under normal circumstances, 8th level life and death heavenly emperor's strength was no lower than mid-level battle emperors. Moreover, Chen Qinghai was a bronze dragon. Dragons might not be invincible in the same realm, but they were at least among the experts. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.